I lay in bed, barely alive, trying to understand what had happened to me. The world had taken everything from me once, and here I was again, fighting to survive. 2 months in a coma from a stabbing, and I woke up to the sound of voices. Familiar voices. Ling Yin, my only friend, the one I had trusted and cherished, was now plotting to take my heart. She suffered from a rare heart condition, and we shared the same blood type, but I never thought it would come to this. I had always tried to be the best friend, the good sister she needed, hoping to leave behind no regrets. But now, she was planning to end my life to save her own. My throat was too dry to scream. My body was too weak to fight. The betrayal cut deeper than any physical wound ever could. Ling Yan's terrified expression turned into a cruel smile. She grabbed a syringe, determination and desperation filling her eyes. Wei Wei, you promised to fulfill my wishes. Now, give me your heart, she demanded, her voice cold. As she pushed the drug into my arm, I tried to struggle, to resist, but I was helpless. Darkness began to swallow me, and just before I lost consciousness, I saw Gu Siding, the man I loved, walk into the room. Relief and hope surged in me, but his words shattered everything. Schedule the operation and move the heart, he said. Despair overcame me as I slipped away, realizing there was no escape from this nightmare. I woke up, coming out of darkness, to find myself in a cold, unfamiliar bedroom. The last thing I remembered was lying in a hospital bed, but now I was here, wearing a silk gown that barely covered me. My head hurt, and when I touched it, I felt blood. Panic set in as I realized something was seriously wrong. I tried to leave the room, using the shelves to steady myself, but then the bathroom door opened. I ran straight into a man's chest. He was dripping with water, wearing only a towel, and he looked muscular and strong. When I looked up, I froze. It was Fu Hanjung, the powerful business tycoon and my family's worst enemy. He grabbed my arm, angry and cold. You're still trying? He sneered, thinking I had some plan, but I didn't understand what was happening. He pushed me onto the bed, and I struggled, terrified. He accused me of using tricks, but I had no idea why I was here or what he meant. I tried to explain, but nothing made sense. How did I survive Ling Yan's attack, only to end up in this nightmare? Later, I woke up to someone yelling at me. A girl scolded me, saying I was pretending to be sick and was greedy for wanting to marry into the Fu family. I didn't recognize her or understand anything until I caught sight of myself in the bathroom mirror. I was looking at the face of a teenage girl, not my own. Memories I didn't recognize flooded my mind. I had died, but somehow I was reborn in the body of an 18-year-old girl named Mu Weiwei. The original Mu Weiwei had tried to drug Fu Hanjing at a banquet, but she failed and died before she could carry out her plan. Now, I had to live with the consequences of everything she had done. I stood in front of the mirror for what felt like an eternity, trying to calm down and accept the impossible reality of my situation. The reflection staring back at me wasn't mine. It belonged to Mu Weiwei, the girl whose body I now inhabited. With people outside the room rushing me, I forced myself to take a quick shower and picked out a simple beige dress from Mu Weiwei's wardrobe, choosing something that covered more of me. Meng Ruya appeared behind me, obviously jealous but pretending to be composed. Weiwei, did you really sleep with Master? She asked, her voice falsely sweet. I could see the look in her eyes through the mirror and replied vaguely, should be, feeling the weight of everything that had happened. If I could rewind time, I'd never have ended up in this mess with Fu Hanjing. But there was no turning back. Meng Ruya plastered on a smile. Let's go. The old lady and everyone else are waiting. Even if something had happened with Fu Hanjing, I knew they'd still want to kick me out. Bracing myself, I followed her downstairs to face the Fu family. Downstairs, the old lady of the Fu family sighed in disappointment when she saw me. Fu Shiqin, the hot-tempered younger brother of Fu Hanjing, glared at me. He wasted no time berating me, making it clear that they had only taken me in out of pity. He accused me of being ungrateful, claiming I was trying to climb my way into the family by marrying Fu Hanjing. I stood there, feeling like a criminal facing a trial, while Fu Hanjing, cold and distant, watched silently. When I didn't defend myself, Meng Ruya spoke up, pretending to be on my side. But Fu Shiqin wouldn't let it go, listing every mistake I had supposedly made. The humiliation was overwhelming, but I kept quiet, knowing that anything I said would only make things worse. Finally, Fu Hanjing checked the time and told the old lady to get rid of me before he returned, or he would handle it himself. The threat in his voice made me shiver. As he prepared to leave, a serious situation came up. A ruined painting meant for an important client. Meng Ruya pointed the blame at me, claiming I had spilled coffee on it. My heart sank as I realized things were only getting worse. Fu Shiqin's anger exploded when he learned about the ruined painting. He shouted at me, blaming me for spilling coffee on a piece of art worth millions, which was crucial for the Fu family's deal with the Wilson Group. Even though Fu Hanjing stayed calm, his cold gaze sent a shiver through me as he asked if there was any way to fix the damage. Meng Ruya, playing her part perfectly, explained that it was impossible, and Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, who adored the painting, were coming soon. I stood there, feeling the weight of the blame Meng Ruya had shifted onto me. I remembered how she had bought me the coffee and how it spilled only because she had slammed on the Blakes. It had all been her doing, but she was cunningly making it look like my fault. Ever since Mu Weiwei had moved into the Fu family, Meng Ruya had manipulated her, pretending to be a kind sister while setting her up to fail. Meng Ruya had fed Mu Weiwei lies, telling her to dress provocatively and rearrange the house's feng shui, leading to disaster after disaster. Mu Weiwei had been too naive to see through her tricks, but I wasn't. I knew now that Meng Ruya had been sabotaging her all along, hoping to have me thrown out. Fu Hanjing gave me a harsh choice. Either fix the painting or find another one by the artist, Priam. Otherwise, I'd have to take responsibility, which sounded dangerously serious. Meng Ruya pretended to defend me, but it was clear she wanted to see me fail. Fu Shiqin even mentioned jail as a possibility if I couldn't make things right. I looked at the ruined painting in front of me, and instead of feeling afraid, I felt a spark of determination. With everyone expecting me to crumble, I met their eyes and said calmly, "Actually, you should all thank me." Fu Shiqin was furious, laughing at me when I said they should thank me. He thought I'd lost my mind. I had ruined a painting worth tens of millions, yet I was confidently saying it was a forgery. He mocked me, but I stood firm, pointing out that the painting wasn't genuine. It lacked Priam's signature style, his technique of creating transparent, lively effects. Meng Ruya tried to discredit me, arguing that experts had verified the painting when it was purchased from a reputable auction. She made it sound impossible for me to know anything about art, but I didn't back down. I suggested they call Mr. Ming Zongyuan, an art expert, to confirm my claim. Fu Hanjing, who had been watching coldly, agreed, and he arranged for Mr. Ming to examine the painting. Fu Shiqin scoffed, certain I'd be proven wrong. He even said he'd call me dad if it turned out to be a forgery. I knew the stakes were high, but I was prepared to see this through. I went upstairs to pack my things, knowing Fu Hanjing wanted me gone regardless of the painting's authenticity. I sat quietly, thinking about my next steps, when Fu Shiqin burst into my room with a sneer, telling me Mr. Ming had arrived. It was time to face the truth, and I had no intention of hiding. I didn't argue as Fu Shiqin led me downstairs, carrying my luggage. On the first floor, an older man, Mr. Ming Zongyuan, was already there, talking with Fu Hanjing and the others. They had called him in to check if the expensive painting by Priam was real or fake. Mr. Ming seemed surprised when he heard it was a painting by Priam, a rare artist. He put on his glasses and examined the artwork, but soon, his expression darkened. Fu Shiqin, eager for confirmation, asked if it was genuine. Mr. Ming frowned and seemed irritated, asking if they were joking. He confirmed that the painting was a forgery, much to everyone's disbelief. Fu Shiqin was shocked, suggesting that Mr. Ming should use a magnifier to double-check, but the old expert insisted he could tell immediately. He even mentioned that the real painting belonged to a wealthy friend of his who would never have sold it. Meng Ruya, who had arranged for the painting, started to panic. She tried to get Mr. Ming to reconsider, but he dismissed her, annoyed at the poor imitation. I noticed Fu Shiqin deflate, His plans to criticize me now useless. Ming Ruya stayed silent, knowing she had made a massive mistake. Fu Hanjing's unreadable gaze shifted to me as I came down the stairs. The old lady asked curiously how I had recognized the forgery. Suddenly, all eyes were on me, waiting for my answer. I explained simply, my mother loved oil paintings and often took me to exhibitions abroad. I've seen other works by this artist, so the difference was easy to spot. The truth was, the real version of this painting, Rose, had been bought by the Gu family years ago and hung in our living room. My mother had a big collection of Priam's paintings, and Ming Zongyuan had even visited our home to see them. Ming Zongyuan was impressed that I could identify the forgery so quickly. He said it was difficult to tell, even for him, without seeing the real one first. I just smiled and said it was a coincidence that I had seen the authentic painting before. Ming Ruya looked guilty, trying to explain that the middleman had guaranteed the painting's authenticity. Fu Hanzheng wasn't having it. He ordered Su Qian to involve lawyers and hold the auction house accountable. Fu Shiqin eagerly volunteered to go with Ming Ruya, clearly wanting to escape his embarrassing bet of calling me dad now that the painting was confirmed as fake. Ming Ruya shot me a glare. She had wanted to ruin me and have me thrown out, but instead, she ended up looking incompetent. Fu Hanzheng, meanwhile, politely asked Mr. Ming if he could spare one of his Priam paintings to fix the situation. Mr. Ming refused outright, leaving immediately without even drinking his tea. After he left, Fu Hanjing turned to me. Though I was right about the painting, he reminded me that it didn't mean I could stay in the Fu family home. I quickly replied, I understand. I'll leave now and won't show up again. Even though I knew I had done something good, I didn't expect any mercy from him. Jinxiu Compound. Jinxiu Compound belonged to the Fu family, and it had always been vacant. After Mu Weiwei moved out, she lived in Jinxiu Compound for the time being. It was a new apartment, not as luxurious as Landscape Villa, but it was well decorated and the necessities for daily life are available. Mu Weiwei cleaned the room, unpacked her luggage, and rushed into the shower. She removed the makeup that made her look so old and changed into a t-shirt and a pair of jeans. After taking a rest at the new apartment for a while, she changed her wavy-styled hair into a straight style. Then she went out to buy some daily clothes and necessities. After shopping and returning home, she received a call from Old Lady, who asked her for a favor from Ming Zongyuan, whom she met the other day. At the headquarters building of Fu's Enterprise, the Deputy President Fu Shiqin had just accompanied Mr. Wilson and Mrs. Wilson to their hotel, and he was very anxious as he came back to the company. This couple is so difficult to deal with. We have made the biggest compromise. What more do they want? Mr. Wilson and Mrs. Wilson arrived in the country the day before, and the meeting had been going on for 2 days. Yet the collaboration was still not yet confirmed. This was a deal worth tens of billions of yuan, and it would have a great deal to do with the expansion of Fu's enterprise in the S-land. The loss would be tremendous if the deal was off. Still didn't work out with Mr. Ming? Fu Hanjing looked extremely displeased. Mr. Wilson and Mrs. Wilson asked about a painting by Priam, and apparently, that was the key to this entire matter. Fu Shiqin sighed anxiously. That old dude is as stubborn as a rock. I almost kneeled down to kowtow to him, but he still does not want to spare a painting. Fu Hanjing pinched his eyebrows. Prepare some first-rate tea. I will visit him tomorrow. Fu's enterprise had been preparing for the collaboration with the Wilson Group for a long time, and nothing must go wrong. I don't think he will spare us a painting, even if you call him Dad. Fu Shiqin's lips pursed. The two were in the middle of sinking into anxiety when Ming Ruya suddenly came up to them. President Fu, Mr. Ming has been persuaded. Really? Fu Shiqin stood up excitedly. Ming Ruya nodded with a smile. Mr. Ming agrees to spare one painting by Priam, and he even invited Mr. Wilson and Mrs. Wilson to have a visit to his villa tomorrow for a look at his personal collection. Fu Hanjing's expression relaxed as he nodded. You can go back to rest. The meeting will be tomorrow afternoon. Ming Ruya must have spent a great deal of time with Mr. Ming, so that she looked quite tired with black rings emerging under her eyes. I will keep you company tomorrow. Mrs. Wilson would need a girl to keep her company when you men are talking business. Fu Hanjing thought for a second. Go home and rest today. We will need you again tomorrow. Meng Ruya smiled brightly and left the office of the president. Fu Shiqin felt his chin and mumbled curiously. How on earth did she manage to persuade that old dude? He was so stubborn with us. He had been to the Ming family several times these past 2 days, and he had said whatever he could just to persuade Ming Zheng to spare one painting. Yet he failed each time. Ruya was indeed a professional PR manager who was able to deal with such a difficult man. On the afternoon of the following day, Fu Hanjing accompanied Mr. Wilson and Mrs. Wilson to Ming Zongyuan's house for a visit. Ming Zongyuan was a significant figure in the art field of the Hualand, and in common with Mr. Wilson and Mrs. Wilson, he was also a fan of Priam. They had a very nice conversation, and he had not only given one painting by Priam to the couple, but also invited them to have an afternoon tea at the Ming family's house. Mrs. Wilson spoke highly of the dessert the Ming family prepared for her, and when she was about to leave, she brought with her a piece back to the hotel. For the whole time, until the evening when Mr. Wilson got into the car, he spoke in Chinese that was barely up to standard. Mr. Fu, we got way too many surprises today, and I hope that we can have a pleasant collaboration together. I do look forward to our collaboration, Fu Hanjing said with a light smile. Also, the dessert is very tasty. My wife loves it, Mr. Wilson said as he shook hands with Fu Hanjing. Then see you again tomorrow. Fu Hanjing shook hands with him and left after they both went into the car. Fu Shiqin, on the other hand, was so disappointed when he saw that Mr. Wilson's assistant took away half a piece of the cake. It was way too delicious for him who had a sweet tooth. He had planned to get the dessert for himself after the meeting, but Mrs. Wilson was one step ahead of him. That made his heart ache. Seeing the couple's car going away, Meng Ruya said with a smile, judging from what Mr. Wilson said just now, the deal should be on. They have taken our painting and our food. Of course it has to work. Fu Shiqin snorted. Fu Hanjing threw a side look at Meng Ruya. You did well today. Meng Ruya smiled sweetly. I caused all the trouble, and I am just making it up to you. You have been working very hard these 2 days, so feel free to take a few days off. Fu Hanjing said. The PR department did not have to be involved when it came to the collaboration meeting that was going to happen later on. I can take the holiday after the signing is done. I may need to take care of Mrs. Wilson in the later processes. She had established a proper image in front of Fu Hanjing today, and she must take this opportunity to propel their relationship. Mrs. Fu adored her, and as long as she could, she would always make an effort on her relationship with Fu Hanjing. She was definitely going to be Mrs. Fu. It was a good that the stupid Mu Weiwei had discovered the forgery and stopped the embarrassment in time, so that she ended up persuading Mr. Ming to spare a painting and arranging the afternoon tea for them. In this way, she got all the credit and created an excellent impression upon Fu Hanjing. Very well. Fu Hanjing nodded, and then he threw a side look at Fu Shiqin. Have you got the things for Mr. Ming prepared? Of course. Fu Shiqin took out the antique from his car and followed his brother into the Ming family's house to express their gratitude. In the Chinese-style garden in the Ming family's villa, the group found the old man who was feeding the fish. Mr. Ming, we are very thankful for what you have done for us. Please accept our gift. The couple changed their attitude tremendously after they saw your painting and ate your cake. Fu Shiqin was very excited. The collaboration would make sure that the Fu's enterprise could find a position in S-Land, and it was very important for them. Ming Zheng'an fed the fish, rubbed the hands and said, no need for the present. Mu girl has already given me the thank you gift, and she delivered the cake too. You should thank her instead. Fu Hanjing squinted. Did you mean Mu Weiwei? Fu Shiqin stared at Ming Zongyuan with a confused look and then threw a look at Meng Ruya. Wasn't it you who persuaded Mr. Ming? Why was Mu Weiwei the ugly, sappy girl involved again? Meng Ruya was also confused. I was around the Ming family's house all the time, but I didn't see Weiwei either. Fu Shiqin smiled at Ming Zongyuan and asked, Mr. Ming, did you say Mu girl or Ming girl? He might have made a verbal mistake whilst he was actually referring to Miss Ming, namely Meng Ruya. I meant Mu Weiwei. I know no one called Mississippi Ming. Ming Zongyuan rolled his eyes at him. Meng Ruya's face changed, and she still kept a smile on her face. Mr. Ming, you told me yesterday that you can spare a painting for us. Now Ming Zongyuan was reminded of what happened. Wei Wei left after she talked with me yesterday, so you were just the messenger. Meng Ruya became so embarrassed that her face was completely red as if she had been slapped right across the face by some intangible forces. Darn it, Mu Weiwei again. She had not only pointed out the forgery she bought, but also totally humiliated her. Right now, Mu Weiwei again ruined the good feelings she had tried so hard to establish in front of Fu Hanjing. Ming Zongyuan, take away your presents. But just answer me one question. Fu Hanjing's eyes looked profound. What question? Ming Zongyuan glanced at Fu Hanjing and Fu Shiqin as he asked, Mu girl has nothing to do with you guys, does she? What do you mean? Fu Shiqin was confused. I mean, she is neither one of your girlfriends, is she? No, absolutely not. Who would want a girl like her? You'd get a nightmare. Fu Shiqin shook his head and denied it when he thought of Mu Weiwei. If she was anyhow related, it was probably only because of the one-night stand with his brother. Ming Zongyuan nodded with satisfaction after hearing his answer. That's good. My grandson doesn't have a girlfriend and Mu Weiwei is a pretty girl and smart. Definitely his type. Mr. Ming, are you sure you are not setting up a trap for your own grandson? Fu Shiqin burst into laughter when he heard that Ming Zongyuan wanted to set up a date between his grandson and Mu Weiwei. How could Mu Weiwei be pretty? But if Mr. Ming set her up with his own grandson, he did make some contributions for society. Fu Hanjing did not ask or say any further. He got into the car and drove off, leaving Ming Ruya standing there all alone, hating Mu Weiwei to the bone. Jinxiu compound. Mu Weiwei was watching a teen romance on TV and put down the noodles she had just cooked. She felt like puking. The leading actress was called Li Xinger, a relatively popular actress in Hualand. She was also the elder sister of Mu Weiwei, who shared a different mother with her. Li Xinger's mother, Zhou Meiqin, used to be a poor student from a rural area. She was able to attend university because of the help from the Mu family and became a schoolmate with her mother Mu Yao. They soon became good friends. The Mu family supported Zhou Meiqin until she finished college and then sent her overseas for further studies. They even made her a high-position director at Longxing Enterprise when she returned from the studies. However, Zhou Meiqin did not show any gratitude. She soon hooked up with Mu Yao's newly wedded husband Li Jiaqing, and they two had an affair for decades and two loved children. Mu Yao, who had no idea of what had happened, and had even asked Zhou Meiqin to be the godmother of her daughter. It was not until 1 year ago when Mu Yao discovered their relationship and left with Mu Weiwei. However, a car accident happened to her halfway. Mu Yao died right away, and Mu Weiwei was in a coma for months. When she woke up from the coma, Zhou Meiqin had moved into the Mu family with her two loved children Li Xinger and Li Xiangxiang. Mu Weiwei, who was the real daughter of the Mu family, was driven out of her own house and had nowhere else to go. Whenever she thought about this, Mu Weiwei would have a touch of coldness flashing across her eyes. Since she had survived for Mu Weiwei, she would get everything back that belonged to her. Early in the morning, Mu Weiwei had just gotten up when she received the call from the school. The school informed her that if she did not live there, she must remove her things from the dormitory. After Mu Weiwei was thrown out of her own home, Old Lady took her into the Fu family. Since she had been fascinated by Fu Hanjing's extraordinary appearance, she had an excuse that she had complications after the car accident and asked for leave from school and stayed at home for several more months. When she came to the school dorm, the dorm director told her that her stuff had been given to Zhou Lina, who was one of her roommates. Mu Weiwei was extremely annoyed inside her heart. She had seen Zhou Meiqin's daughter on TV at home, and now she ran into Zhou Meiqin's niece who had been given her things. Zhou Lina had just won the championship at the Capital Teen Music Competition, and now she was the ambassador of Inching High School. All the girls at school worshipped her, and even the teachers and the leaders at school regarded her as the apple of their eyes. In order to get her things back, Mu Weiwei went to the music classroom to meet Zhou Lina, who was in the middle of an interview with the TV station. However, she failed to enter through the door because of the student crowd outside the room. Those students were all her fans. The girls outside the classroom were so envious of Zhou Lina, who they saw sitting by the piano elegantly. Senior sister Lina is not only the prettiest girl in the campus, but also a genius in piano. She is definitely the goddess of Inching High School. She may become a famous pianist in 2 years. Maybe she will be a singer. If that is the case, I will be her no. One fan. And when she played with senior brother Chin LV at the art festival, they looked so cute together. Mu Weiwei was just thinking how she should get in to get her things back from Jolina when the music teacher Yimei came out and asked the students at the classroom door. The TV station is going to make a video of Lina playing piano with one of her classmates as the promotional clip for the school. We need one student from the Music Institute. However, the girls from the music class exchanged looks with each other. All of them felt unwilling to go. Recently, the music teacher even skipped their classes in order to mentor Jolina for her competition. Now, the teacher even asked the students to be put into the shadow of Jolina. It was simply over the top. Seeing that no one was willing to step out, the music teacher was about to go inside and have a discussion with the people from TV station when Mu Weiwei raised her hand among the crowd. I will do it. Okay, come here. The music teacher asked her to come over to her side when she saw someone volunteering. But she didn't recognize her as one of the students from her music class. Can you play the piano? Learned it for a few years. The music teacher brought her into the classroom and told Jolina, who was busy doing makeup. Lina, work with this student later. Jolina squinted at her and snorted. You gave up piano years ago. Can you still play a single tune? Mu Weiwei ignored her sneering. Give my things back to me. Back to you? Jolina sneered provocatively after she finished the makeup. No problem. If you can beat me in piano playing, I will give them back to you. Mu Weiwei clenched her teeth. Jolina and Li Xinger had been picking on Mu Weiwei all the time, and now after she won a championship, she became increasingly prideful. Jolina had thought that she was scared, so she lowered her voice and said, If you do not dare to accept the challenge, then I will have to toss away your trash. Your mother's remaining things are among the trash too. Mu Weiwei suddenly turned cold and said with a chilly voice, Do I not dare to take the challenge against you? Funny. Jolina's face changed when she heard the words. This little BTC still dared to challenge her? She had the Mu family to support her before, so she had thought that she was better than anyone else. But the Mu family was gone and she was the only one left, and she still thought that she was worth anything? What was more annoying was that she had taken Chin LV's heart. Chin LV once had a picture of Mu Weiwei playing the piano in his wallet. Whenever she thought of this matter, she wanted nothing more than to trample her down under her feet. Jolina sneered and glanced at the music teacher. Since you dare to take the challenge, then let's start the contest. The teacher will name the question, in case you blame me for losing later. Mu Weiwei replied without expression, Suit yourself. Let's do some spontaneous warm-ups. Lina, you can play one song for Mu Weiwei to copy, and then Mu Weiwei can play one song for Lina to copy. Mu Weiwei nodded and agreed. Then she went over to the other piano to move her fingers a bit. Jolina smiled at the audience, placed her hands on the keys, and played a very catchy song in grace. Then, she turned to Mu Weiwei and looked at her arrogantly. Your turn now. Spontaneous performance meant that the performer must copy the previous performance without missing one note, and the listener had to have a perfect sense of music and amazing memory so that they could accurately remember every note the first performer had played. The girls who had been asked to do the performance had refused to perform because they didn't want to embarrass themselves. They were all quite nervous for Mu Weiwei. Calm after hearing the performance, Mu Weiwei grazed over the keys and her slender, white fingers hopped along the keys and performed every single note by Jolina accurately. After she finished her performance, she played one spontaneous song for Jolina as well. Jolina was quite capable after all, and so she in turn accurately copied Mu Weiwei's music. The music teacher threw a surprised look at Mu Weiwei after the performance. Among all the students she taught, Jolina was the only student who could copy a song after listening to it once. Since we can't really make a grade of this round, we can make the contest a bit harder. The journalist asked curiously on site. What song are you going to play this time, Lina? Flight of the Bumblebee. Jolina smiled elegantly. Zhu Xiaoqin, who was Jolina's #1 fan, threw a look at Mu Weiwei, who was moving her wrist, and snorted. The show is on. Lina won the championship with this very song, and Mu Weiwei will have nothing to beat her with. Mu Weiwei won the prize when she was little with Flight of the Bumblebee too. Maybe she can play that too. One student said enthusiastically. Zhu Xiaoqin rolled her eyes at the student and said with pride, That is not going to help at all. Normally, People can only play 7 or 8 notes within a second, but our Lina can play 12 notes within a second. That is how she won the competition by exceeding everyone else. Even the teachers of Capital Music School think that she was very professional. As they were arguing, Lina had started her performance. This indeed was what made her famous. She played so perfectly in both strength and rhythm that her 10 fingers were hopping up and down on the black and white keys. After the performance was done, applause arose from outside the classroom and the sound of praise echoed everywhere. It was not until a long time later did the journalist for interviews remember that Mu Weiwei had not yet played the song. He asked courteously, "Mu Weiwei, would you like to have a go?" Mu Weiwei frowned with a troubled expression. "I don't play this song that often. Can I take a look at the music score, please? Just give up if you can't play it. Don't pretend as if you can play at an equal level if you take a look at the notes." Zhu Xiaoqin said callously without hesitation. "True. Someone just has no idea of how weak she is. What is so good about a stupid prize won at primary school?" The prize Lina got was for the most valuable and professional prize for piano. Some junior sisters who supported Lina started to sneer at Mu Weiwei, who even needed to ask for the music score after hearing Lina's performance. This is Lina's catch song, and it is natural that she is familiar with it. Let Mu Weiwei read the score. This is a fair game, the host suggested. The music teacher asked the student to get her the score for Flight of the Bumblebee, and when she gave it to her, she consoled her with kind words. Try your best. Don't feel pressured. She was asked to be put into the shadows by Lina anyway. Thanks. Mu Weiwei took the music score and devoted herself to reading every single note. Mu Weiwei had not touched the piano for a long time. Although she was good at playing piano, she barely played this song before. It was not enough to just hear Lina playing it once at such a speed. Fortunately, she always had an amazing memory, so that she was able to memorize anything after reading it once or twice. The students outside the classroom were about to leave when they found her reading the score sheet and refusing to play. However, they had just reached the staircase when the melody of Flight of the Bumblebee arose from the classroom, and the performance sounded as good as the one done by Lina. Therefore, they all turned their heads back and saw the girl wearing a cap fully devoted to the performance. The score was put aside, and she barely had a look at it. One baby-faced boy in the crowd was making a clip of the devoted piano girl with his cell phone whilst mumbling. "Master LV, it was the beautiful Zhou girl a minute ago, and now it is your crush who is at the piano. Mu Weiwei must be a monster, isn't she? She said that she couldn't play a thing a minute ago, and now she plays even better after reading the music score once or twice. That is totally crazy." On the other side of the cell phone, a clear voice of a young man said, "Can you just shut up?" Even the students who were not from the music major could tell that Mu Weiwei gave a better performance than Lina, let alone the music teacher and the TAV host who were in the industry. They were so shocked that their eyes almost rolled out of their sockets. With a straight back, the girl had her 10 longer fingers dancing upon the keyboard, and what the eyes of the audience could see was the phantom of the fingers. Lina might have put on an almost perfect performance, but Mu Weiwei had put on an extremely flawless performance show in this hour. Lina's smile disappeared gradually with Mu Weiwei's performance, and what remained on her exquisitely powdered face were fury and coldness. Mu Weiwei looked up and let out a sigh of relief after she finished the last note. This is called excellence. What kind of performance was it just a while ago? I made some calculations, and she played 16 notes within 1 second when she was playing at her highest speed. How many hands does she have? Hee. Someone says that this song makes Lina famous and that she won the competition and exceeded everyone else. Haha, someone wanted to show off with her catch song and now she is totally embarrassed. Don't you think that what is coming next will be even more interesting? A short, fair-haired girl said with a smile. Mu Weiwei has managed to copy Lina's song. But will Lina be able to copy Mu Weiwei's upcoming song? Zhu Xiaoqin, who was Lina's follower, spoke with displeasure when she heard people demeaning Lina next to her. She was lying about not playing the song before. She must have practiced it hundreds of times before. True. Our Lina still has skills that she is yet to show. The girls from the piano classes rolled their eyes at her. The short-haired girl Luo Qianqian squinted at the junior sister who defended Lina. The best Lina could do was to play 12 notes within 1 second. But this girl played 16 notes within 1 second. And apparently, Zhou Lina played too fast at the first few sections, so the rhythm became chaotic. But Mu Weiwei had a good control of every note and rhythm, and that was perfect. Stop being embarrassing just because you don't know anything about music. Zhou Lina could have been a professional, but indeed Mu Weiwei was a master. Qianqian, we don't need to tell them anything. Let's see if Zhou Lina can do anything later. Ji Cheng, who was wearing her hair in a bun, said as she stood next to Luo Qianqian. After Mu Weiwei finished the performance, the music teacher smiled dryly. Mu Weiwei, you don't seem to be so unfamiliar with this song. Oh, I don't normally play Flight of the Bumblebee. Mu Weiwei smiled. After hearing her performance, the host asked curiously, now it is time for you to play your song. What is your plan? Mu Weiwei exercised her knuckles and said mysteriously, just one practice song. Zhou Lina took a deep breath and pulled herself up. She must not lose, especially not to Mu Weiwei. However, after Mu Weiwei reached the first section at a high speed, her mind became totally blank. Even the music teacher and the interview journalist turned pale after they heard what she was playing. The song she played was not as arising and interesting as Flight of the Bumblebee, but a piano song that was single in long notes and full of two tones. It was a song that was rarely heard in daily life. And although she played fast and used a tricky technique with fingers, the song she presented sounded plucky and fun, and ended within just 4 minutes. After Mu Weiwei finished the song, Zhou Lina, who was sitting opposite her, looked slightly desperate and pale. Zhu Shaoqin and several of her supporters were a bit worried. Lina doesn't look so well. Is she unwell? Ji Cheng sneered at Zhou Lina's trouble. She is completely fine. She is just so shocked by Mu Weiwei's performance that she has no idea what to do. Mu Weiwei is crazy. She played Few Follets No. 5 by Franz Liszt. Another girl was very surprised. Zhu Shaoqin said unconvinced, Liszt is nothing. Lina played La Campanella before, and she did it well. She doesn't play this one often, and soon she will copy it and play it out accurately. Just wait and see. She won't even if she is given a year. Luo Qianqian continued, as she saw Zhou Lina's shivering hands. That is a super practicing song by Franz Liszt, and the MT Everest in piano practicing songs. Only people with the highest skills are able to play it, because you need to be very fast with your fingers. Few professional pianists would dare to take this challenge, and Zhou Lina is not capable of playing that at all. True. Few Follets No. 5 shows the most magnificent skills. Haha, no wonder Mu Weiwei never plays Flight of the Bumblebee. It's just too boring for her. She only plays the most difficult songs, okay? Luo Qianqian and Ji Cheng's sneering voices greeted Zhou Lina's ears, making her completely pale. She had believed that she would be able to beat her, knowing that Mu Weiwei had not touched the piano for years. But this girl ended up playing the super difficult practice melody of Few Follets No. 5, and she herself had no memory of a single note that Mu Weiwei had played. Mu Weiwei glanced at Zhou Lina with mocked consolation. What about reading the music score too? Her piano teachers had always been the most famous pianists across the world, and Zhou Lina's capability was not even a match against her at the age of 8. Mu Weiwei played piano well too, and she had even won prizes at music festivals. But she gradually lost touch with the piano after she entered high school. She was not like Mu Weiwei, who could get the best teachers in the world and learn whatever she wanted to learn. The music teacher took a look at Zhou Lina and said with a dry smile, "This is a rare song and score sheets can hardly be found. What about changing it to another one?" As Zhou Lina's teacher, she knew pretty well how far Zhou Lina could go. This song was impossible for Zhou Lina and for the teacher as well. Luo Qianqian bent down and scooped out her cherished music score and handed it out. "Ms. Yi, I have the music score here." Ji Cheng asked Luo Qianqian with a small voice when she returned. "Qianqian, why are you helping her?" Luo Qianqian sneered. "Don't worry. She won't be able to play a thing even with the music. Without music scores, she could find an excuse to get herself out of performing on the stage. When the music score was given to her, she would have no way to leave the stage unless she played the song." Zhou Lina clenched her teeth and forced herself to open the music score. The dense array of notes made her hair stand up and her hands shook even more violently. "Champion Lina, the notes are here. Why haven't you started?" Seeing Zhou Lina so frightened that her face got pale, Ji Cheng became very pleased inside her heart. Because of Zhou Lina, The other students didn't even have the chance to participate in the contest. After she won the first prize, the classroom was used as the background for her photo shoot, and the school kept playing the song she had played, making their heads ache tremendously. Darn, what are you yelling for? I found what prize Mu Weiwei won when she was in primary school. Jiqing passed her cell phone around and said as she pointed at the picture. The competition was Franz Liszt International Music Festival, one that was held in Austria in memory of Franz Liszt, the king of piano. Mu Weiwei won the first prize of the children's group. Having heard those words, Luo Qianqian squinted at Zhu Xiaoqin and her fan group who were completely dumbfounded. Ha! She got the international prize when she was still in the 5th grade of primary school, and someone even thinks that she is better than anyone else just because she has won a small domestic prize? Ji Cheng saved the picture in which Mu Weiwei won the competition. The winner is always the winner. She will never lose. I have made a decision. I will be the winner's disciple. As they were discussing Mu Weiwei's few follets no. 5 performance vividly, Zhou Lina was sweating so badly whilst reading over the music notes. She was trying hard to remember the notes that she was starting to feel very dizzy. The music teacher and the principal became so nervous that they started to sweat too. Zhou Lina had just won the championship and been reported as the genius of piano a minute ago before being beaten by Mu Weiwei in this small contest. If the story went out, not only would she be the one being humiliated, but also the school would be humiliated too. Flight of the Bumblebee was nothing compared to Few Follets number 5. She knew Mu Weiwei, and she would never have challenged such a strong rival who would end up beating her and humiliating her. Seeing Zhou Lina stuck on the stage, the music teacher Yi Mei and the principal became so anxious when suddenly a phone call arrived. Yi Mei received the call and said loudly, "Oh, is this the national broadcasting station? I am sorry, but Lina is stuck here. We will head there straight away and arrive within an hour." After Yi Mei received the call, she said to the journalist in a hurry, "I am sorry, but Lina has an interview waiting for her and she is running late. What about? We call it a day here?" With this reasonable excuse, Zhou Lina was certainly able to get herself out of the hole. The journalist took a look at Zhou Lina and said with a smile, "The material for the video should be enough up to here. Since you still have other interviews to attend, we will leave you here." Mu Weiwei was indeed excellent in piano, and she did beat her, but Zhou Lina was the one Yingqing High School tried to promote, and Zhou Lina's aunt, namely Zhou Meiqin, the Mrs. President of Longxing Enterprise, had also told their agency about what they ought to do. In addition, she had a cousin Li Xinger, who was extremely popular in the entertainment industry right now. She was no more than a journalist, and she didn't need to offend Yingqing High School and Mrs. President Zhou Meiqin of Longxing Enterprise for the sake of Mu Weiwei. Although Zhou Lina was not convinced, she knew that however much time she spent here, she would not be able to perform Few Follets number 5. Mizzy was helping her out, so she followed the words and said, "Mu Weiwei, I am needed for an interview at the TV station and I have no time to compete with you. We will see each other next time." Calm just an excuse for incapability. She is the bottom and Mu Weiwei is the top. What makes her so cheeky that she can receive the interviews everywhere and claim herself as a genius pianist? Mu Weiwei was calm. Without throwing a look at Zhou Lina, she said, "Where are my things?" Those things were worthless, but some of them were the things left behind by Mu Weiwei's mother and grandfather, so she had to get them back. "Oh, I had them delivered to the Li family. You can go home to fetch them if you want to." Having said this, Zhou Lina left with the hem of her dress in her hands. Mu Weiwei clenched her teeth. Zhou Lina knew that she had left the Li family, and yet she had still delivered her things to the Li family. Apparently, she was putting her into the midst of trouble. She was going to see what more this woman had in store for her. Mu Weiwei was just thinking about how to get her things from the Li family when the two girls suddenly rushed out and stopped her halfway. One girl with a bun hairstyle cried out excitedly, "Dad, finally!" Mu Weiwei's lips twitched. What did she mean by dad? "Ever since you played Few Follets number 5 and beat Zhou Lina, you have become my dad." The short-haired Luo Qianqian glared at Ji Cheng, who was calling Mu Weiwei by this title, and said, "Don't be so stupid. No one wants to adopt a grown-up daughter like you." "What is it?" Mu Weiwei asked, seeing that the two girls meant no harm. The short-haired Luo Qianqian stretched out her hands. "I am Luo Qianqian from Class 1 in Senior Group 3. Let's be friends. And I am Ji Cheng." Ji Cheng's eyes were full of admiration. As far as Mu Weiwei remembered, these two girls were in the same piano class as Zhou Lina. Judging from what they had just said, it seemed that they came to her because she had beaten Zhou Lina. Therefore, she stretched out her hands and took theirs. "What can I do for you?" Jicheng not only refused to let go of her hands, but also took hold of her hands and started to massage them involuntarily. "Comdad, could you please let me hold them for a bit longer? Maybe my piano skills can be improved and I can pass my examinations after I receive some of your aura." Luo Qianqian spoke straightforwardly. "We want to learn how to play piano with you." She was not only better than their music teacher, but also better than almost every music teacher in the music school. She was exactly the kind of teacher they needed. Mu Weiwei thought for a moment. "Do you pay?" She was using the money given by Grandpa Fu nowadays, and if she planned to live independently from the Fu family, then she had to make money of her own. Luo Qianqian agreed instantly. "Of course, we will pay you the market price." But Ji Cheng blinked, looking pitiful. She asked, "We are having the examination next month. Can we start the classes today? I am in desperate need of your rescue, Dad." Mu Weiwei's lips twitched. "Can you give me another name? Then I will call you Goddess." Jicheng patted her own chest and said, "You can call me Cheng, and you can call her Qianqian. Let's go over to my house. My parents are abroad and neither of them are at home." Having said this, Luo Qianqian turned around and started to lead the way. Mu Weiwei followed the two girls to Luo Qianqian's home. Luo Qianqian's father was a composer, so her home was full of all kinds of musical instruments. That made it very easy for them to have the classes. Ji Cheng played the song twice and her mistakes were pointed out. Then she threw herself down on the piano and said in a desperate tone, "After Zhou Lina won the championship, the Capital Music School wants none other than her. And the interviews all pour into her hands, and some music companies want her to be a star. Why is it so difficult for me to even pass the level test?" Luo Qianqian poured each of them 1 cup of fruit juice and came over to them. The Capital Music School and the music companies as well as the interviewers do those things only because they are trying to create a good image for Longxing Enterprise. Her aunt is Mrs. President and her cousin is a popular star called Li Xinger. Mu Weiwei sipped the juice without showing any expression. Mu Weiwei did not attend Yingxing High School before. She was transferred here after the car accident. Therefore, no one knew that she was the real lady of Longxing Enterprise. After Li Jiaqing and Zhou Meiqin got married, everyone knew that Li Shangxiang was the lady of Longxing Enterprise whilst Zhou Lina was the niece of Mrs. President, someone that should be well taken care of. What was not known to the public was that Longxing Enterprise was established by Mu Weiwei's grandfather, namely Mu Longsheng, rather than Li Jiaqing or Zhou Meiqin. Jicheng sat down cross-legged as she had the fruit juice in her hand and asked curiously, "Goddess, what school are you going to apply for? The Capital Music School too?" Mu Weiwei shook her head. "I am going to apply for the Film Academy." Mu Weiwei came to school today because she wanted to get her certificates and identification cards so as to apply to the Film Academy. The Film Academy? Luo Qianqian just didn't get it. She asked even further, "It will take just a few years for you to become the top pianist with your ability. Why are you considering the Film Academy?" "True. Goddess, you are so gifted in music. It would be such an unreasonable waste if you give up music for film." Ji Cheng sounded exasperated. "I want to learn something fun." Mu Weiwei smiled lightly. Ling Yin was in a film invested by the Gu family and became crowned as the top queen of movies when the movie won almost 10 billion yuan in the global box office and received numerous prizes. If she wanted to bring Ling Yin down, she must be in the same industry as she was. Only by entering the entertainment zone would she be able to reach her purpose within a short time. Ling Yin. One day, she would stand on the peak and gradually erase this woman little by little and get back whatever belonged to her. Because of one car accident, Fu Shiqin had been stuck in a traffic jam for almost an hour on his way home from work. Hearing Fu Hanjun coughing constantly in the back seat, Fu Shiqin threw a look at his own brother who was still working when he was sick through the rear mirror. "Bro, what about taking a nap? It may take a bit longer for us to arrive." Fu Hanjun checked the time. "Make a turn at the crossing ahead. Let's go to Jinxiu compound." "Okay." Fu Shiqin drove a bit further before turning into another road. Then they arrived at Jinxiu compound, which was close to the company. When the real estate company affiliated to the Fu family was building accommodation before, they spared one patch of land and built a row of apartments. When the workload was a lot and they failed to make it to Landscape Villa, they would come and rest here. Sometimes when Fu Shi was back, he would stay here overnight too. Fu Shiqin drove into the compound and saw the light on upstairs. Seems that our third brother is here too. Fu Hanjing closed the files and frowned with discomfort. Do we still have medicine in the car? Fu Shiqin pulled the car over and started to search for the medicine as he nagged. Even if we have medicine, you can't drink it after you have drunk wine. I told you to take a rest if you can. Now you have caught the flu, and you are also suffering from a stomachache. If appendicitis occurs, you will have to be sent to the operation table under the charge of He Qicom because of the detailed affairs from the collaboration with the Wilson Enterprise. His workaholic brother had been working like a robot for 2 days without sleeping. After the signing was done, he had a meeting before attending a cocktail party. Now his flu had worsened, and he started to have a stomach ache too. I didn't find any. Let's go upstairs, and we can ask third brother to buy it. Fu Hanjing coughed, got out of the car, and walked towards the elevator. Fu Shiqin grabbed the suitcase and laptop and followed up behind him in a hurry. The moment they walked out of the elevator, the Fu Shiqin pressed in the door code and said angrily before entering the room, "Third brother, didn't you say that you won't be home for 3 more months?" The moment the door was opened, what greeted his eyes was not his twin brother Fu Shi, but a girl who had just come out of the shower and who was drying her hair wearing pink pajamas and slippers. The girl looked extremely pretty. Her fresh-looking face was slightly flushed because of the shower, and she looked rather cute. Fu Shiqin just couldn't help but feel appalled. This woman did not look like the female star who was currently in a scandal with third brother. Mu Weiwei looked startled as she saw Fu Shiqin breaking into the apartment. And then she had a look at Fu Hanjing, who followed behind afterwards. What were they doing here? Fu Shiqin entered the apartment with a dry laugh. He felt very jealous inside his heart. Third brother didn't even tell me that he has a girl over tonight. It must be so excellent to be in the entertainment industry where he could get so many pretty girlfriends. And this one looked a bit familiar too. Mu Weiwei. Was this man blind? Fu Hanjing threw a look at her, entered the room without any expressions on his face, and went straight into the study. Fu Shiqin kept looking for Fu Shi in the room, and then decided to call him without continuing to find him. Third, where did you get this fairy-looking girl? Do you know that Mu Weiwei has been killing my eyes these days? She likes to wear see-through clothes even if she has nothing to show for it, and her fake eyelashes are as long as a fan. What are you talking about? Second? Fu Shi talked back angrily from the other side of the phone. What fairy-looking girl? I have a nighttime scene to shoot later. I gotta go. Fu Shiqin looked at the cell phone, feeling confused. He had a nighttime scene to shoot later? Then what was this pretty girl doing here when third brother was not here? At this time, Mu Weiwei raised her eyebrows as she threw an amused look at Fu Shiqin. Second master, you seem to owe me a title of dad? With a loud sound, Fu Shiqin's phone fell onto the ground. Then he became so frightened, as if he had seen a ghost. Mu Weiwei? Mu Weiwei was an eye-killing monster. How could she look so pretty and lovely? Mu Weiwei approached him, picked up his phone, and gave it to him. You left in a hurry last time, and I failed to hear you calling me dad. What about doing it now? Fu Shiqin pointed at the study exaggeratedly. My brother. He needs me now. Having said the words, he took back his cell phone and scurried into the study. Mu Weiwei turned around to check her porridge in the kitchen. Fu Hanjing threw her out from Landscape Villa before, and now he was here too. So she could not stay here anymore either. Fu Shiqin wormed his way into the study and looked completely startled. Dad, did you recognize her? That is Mu Weiwei, the monster-looking girl who used to live at our home before, the very one that kept badgering you. I didn't know she could be so pretty without makeup. What made her want to ruin her own looks before? Fu Hanjing got fed up with his anxiousness and said, Where's my medicine? Fu Shiqin was full of curiosity about what his brother was thinking. So he continued to ask, Bro, aren't you a bit surprised that the girl you threw out of our home turned out to be so pretty? Don't you regret anything at all? Fu Hanjing looked as cold as usual. Where is the medicine? Hearing that he was changing the tone, Fu Shiqin swallowed down his questions and went into the kitchen where Mu Weiwei was cooking and asked her with an unnatural tone, Well, do you have any medicine? For the flu or stomach, something that can be taken after wine. My brother is sick. No. All of them have been tossed away because of the expiration date. Mu Weiwei sounded ruthless. Fu Shiqin scratched his head. Then pour a cup of water for my brother. I will go and get some medicine. Having said that, he left without waiting for her reply. Mu Weiwei glanced in the direction of the study and opened the fridge, took out scallions, ginger, and turnips unwillingly. She diced scallions, sliced ginger and turnips, and boiled them in water for 20 minutes before scooping out one bowl and carried it to the study. She knocked at the door. Fu Hanzheng was just leaning against the chair when he heard the knock on the door. Come in. Mu Weiwei put the water onto the table. Drink this so your throat can feel better. Fu Hanzheng opened his eyes at the sound of her voice, and he was startled for 2 seconds when he met the girl's crystal-clear eyes. Then he glanced at the freshly boiled soup on the table. I have made porridge. If you want to eat it, you can come into the dining room. Considering that this was his apartment, Mu Weiwei spoke to him courteously. Then, she went into the kitchen and made 2 vegetable side dishes for dinner. She had just put the food onto the table when the door of the study was opened, and Fu Hanzheng went in to take a seat by the dining table. Mu Weiwei. She had been courteous, because she had thought that he would never eat the food she made. But the reality turned out to be the total opposite. She went back to the kitchen and fetched another bowl of porridge for Fu Hanjing. Then she sat down and explained, Grandma Fu brought me here, since it is close to the school. I will go and search for another accommodation tomorrow and move out as soon as possible. After eating the warm porridge, Fu Hanjing felt better in both body and mood. I am not here often. You can live here. Okay. The two of them finished the food in silence, and they didn't mention a single thing about what had happened the other night. Having finished the porridge, Fu Hanjing threw a profound look at Mu Weiwei and asked, How did you get Mr. Ming to spare the painting? He had mentioned numerous conditions of exchange, but none had moved Mr. Ming. Later on, he had told them that she had what he had wanted as an exchange gift. My grandfather left one chess manual. Mr. Ming has the first volume, and he has been seeking out the second volume for a long time. Mu Weiwei confessed. Ming Zongyuan was undoubtedly fascinated by paintings, but he was even more fascinated by chess. What about the cake? Fu Hanzhong looked even more focused. What cakes made the couple react so vividly? Checked it online. Ms. Wilson loves that kind of cake, so I made one and had it delivered there. Mu Weiwei had her head lowered as she was stirring the porridge in her bowl. She felt that her hair standing on end under his sharp stares. Fu Hanjing nodded and had his eyes transfixed at Mu Weiwei, sounding slightly colder. So, what do you want as an exchange? Mu Weiwei looked calm. Grandma Fu asked me to. What she meant was that she was helping Grandma Fu, not Fu Hanjing. Old lady gave her a place to live and pocket money, and she felt bad taking the advantage all the time. So when asked if she could try to persuade Ming Zongyuan, she said yes. Fu Hanjing said, Grandma asked you to do the mission, but you did help us out a great deal. As long as it is not something over the top, the Fu family can satisfy you in everything. Mu Weiwei thought that since he wanted to offer something, then she should ask for something. After all, she was very poor at the moment. Fu Shiqin had just returned with the medicine and heard their conversation. He scooped out a bowl of porridge and took a seat. Seeing Mu Weiwei's embarrassed look and her obvious desire of wanting to have something, Mu Weiwei said directly, There is no need to ask. She wants you. Mu Weiwei threw a fierce glance at him. God darn it. That was not what she was thinking. Without taking a look at her, Fu Shiqin glanced at Fu Hanjing. It is not the first time either. You are in the advantageous part being such an old man. Fu Hanjing threw a calm look at Mu Weiwei as if trying to figure out if she was really going to put forward that proposal. Just give me money. Grandfather paid 50,000 to 60,000 yuan for that chess manual. You can pay me with that amount. Mu Weiwei did hope to get something out of this man, but she was Mu Weiwei deep inside. She had no interest in him. She even had the intention of staying far away from him. Fu Hanjing nodded. Su Qian will deliver the money tomorrow. Mu Weiwei let out a sigh of relief. Seeing his bowl emptied again, she asked politely, Do you want one more bowl? Okay. Fu Hanjing replied. Mu Weiwei's lips twitched. He was indeed making himself at home, wasn't he? She wanted to get another bowl of porridge for him. Fu Hanjing finished the food and returned to the study. Since she was not full, she went to boil the instant noodles which Fu Shiqin took a bowl of too. He snapped at her. Are you dumb or not? Don't you think that my brother is much more valuable than 50,000 yuan? Mu Weiwei boiled the noodles as she said slowly, Didn't you ask me to stay away from your brother before? That was because you wore such horrible makeup. If I had known that you are so pretty, I would not have stopped you. Fu Shiqin sized her up from head to toe. It was so skilled of her to put on such horrible makeup before. Mu Weiwei. It was a world where appearances decided everything. Fu Shiqin helped to carry the noodles into the dining room. He asked as he kept eating the noodles, You had tried so hard to get my brother to sleep with you before, but you gave up on this opportunity this time? Mu Weiwei took a mouthful of soup. It is just like something that may look very delicious when you don't get to eat it, but after you really taste that thing, you may find that it is not that tasty after all. Fu Shiqin blinked. So, my brother is not delicious? The two were just talking when Fu Hanzheng walked out of the study, and the air of embarrassment dominated the room. Mu Weiwei was startled and explained in a hurry, I didn't mean that you are not tasty. Fu Hanzheng poured the water and drank the medicine in calmness as he threw a side look at her. So I am tasty after all? Mu Weiwei. Darn it. With noodles still crammed in his mouth, Fu Shiqin stared at Fu Hanzheng, who had spoken such an astonishing sentence. Oh my dear brother, you are getting somewhere. After Fu Hanzheng finished saying the question, he returned to the study calmly. He acted as if whatever he had said had not been said by him. Mu Weiwei felt her forehead helplessly. This apartment was large and cozy, but she was definitely not going to live here any longer. Fu Shiqin sucked the noodles into his mouth and asked cunningly, So, is my brother delicious or not? Get out of my sight. Mu Weiwei buried herself into the noodles and put the empty bowl away after she had finished the food. Then she returned to the bedroom and didn't come out anymore. After the noodles, Fu Shiqin took some of her snacks and entered the study. He kept stuffing the snacks into his mouth as he started to gossip. Bro, let's be honest with each other. You knew that Mu Weiwei is not hideous, didn't you? Fu Hanzheng buried himself in his work, ignoring him. Fu Shiqin took a bite from the biscuits and continued with his analysis. Kamso, you who never touched women, slept with Mu Weiwei at her wishes, pretending as if you wanted to turn her down. After Fu Hanzheng heard the word pretend, he threw his eyes full of chill towards the man who was so busy talking. What did you just say? Fu Shiqin picked up his cup and drank some water to go with the food in his mouth. I mean, Mu Weiwei was pretending. She also wanted to sleep with you. Fu Hanzheng looked at him with a cold look, speechless. Fu Shiqin continued on. He was worried that his brother would not buy his words. She was driven out of the house because she kept badgering you. Now she has changed the strategy. She starts to back off so that she can look good in front of you, so that she can reach her ultimate purpose, to sleep with you for your looks. Fu Hanzheng lowered his gaze and returned to his work. If you will still keep on talking, you can get out of my sight. I am on it. Fu Shiqin picked up the snacks and rushed out of the study instantaneously. Fu Hanzheng folded up the file he had just finished reading, and that was when he noticed an exercise notebook for high school students placed on the corner of the table. On the cover of the notebook, there was a name neatly written, Mu Weiwei. At the end of the name was a lovely smiling face drawn in a cartoony fashion. He looked at the notebook thoughtfully for a moment and could not help but let out a small smile. Then he continued to go back to his work. At 7 in the morning, Mu Weiwei woke up because of an urge for a bathroom break. Drowsily, she got out of bed and walked into the bathroom, took off her pants and sat on the toilet. After she finished her urge, she rolled her eyes and had just pulled up her pants when she noticed the silhouette of a man. Fu Hanzheng wiped away his wet hair and saw the drowsy girl sitting on the toilet. He just couldn't help but notice the thighs and the butt of this girl as well as her pure and snowy white skin. Mu Weiwei blinked and groaned inside. Is there any way for her to die a bit faster? Seeing that she was not leaving, Fu Hanzheng frowned slightly. How much longer do you plan to stay? Mu Weiwei turned her head around to the mirror beside her, but saw the reflection of this man in the mirror too. Frightened, she simply had nowhere else to turn to. If she stayed, the situation would get worse. Therefore, she stood up, pulled up her pants and dashed off the bathroom. She even didn't have time to flush the toilet or the guts to pick up her lost slipper. Fu Shiqin was just stretching himself in the living room when he saw her running out of the bathroom. He suddenly came to a realization when he thought of his brother in the shower. Fu Shiqin looked sinister. Ha! You sneaked a peek at my brother in the shower, and you still claim that you don't desire his body and looks? With noodles still crammed in his mouth, Fu Shiqin stared at Fu Hanjing, who had spoken such an astonishing sentence. Oh, my dear brother, you are getting somewhere. After Fu Hanjing finished saying the question, he returned to the study calmly. He acted as if whatever he had said had not been said by him. Mu Weiwei felt her forehead helplessly. This apartment was large and cozy, but she was definitely not going to live here any longer. Fu Shiqin sucked the noodles into his mouth and asked cunningly, So, is my brother delicious or not? Get out of my sight. Mu Weiwei buried herself into the noodles and put the empty bowl away after she had finished the food. Then she returned to the bedroom and didn't come out anymore. After the noodles, Fu Shiqin took some of her snacks and entered the study. He kept stuffing the snacks into his mouth as he started to gossip. Bro, let's be honest with each other. You knew that Mu Weiwei is not hideous, didn't you? Fu Hanjing buried himself in his work, ignoring him. Fu Shiqin took a bite from the biscuits and continued with his analysis. Kamso, you who never touched women, slept with Mu Weiwei at her wishes, pretending as if you wanted to turn her down. After Fu Hanjing heard the word pretend, he threw his eyes full of chill towards the man who was so busy talking. What did you just say? Fu Shiqin picked up his cup and drank some water to go with the food in his mouth. I mean, Mu Weiwei was pretending. She also wanted to sleep with you. Fu Hanjing looked at him with a cold look, speechless. Fu Shiqin continued on. He was worried that his brother would not buy his words. She was driven out of the house because she kept badgering you. Now she has changed the strategy. She starts to back off so that she can look good in front of you, so that she can reach her ultimate purpose, to sleep with you for your looks. Fu Hanjing lowered his gaze and returned to his work. If you will still keep on talking, you can get out of my sight. I am on it. Fu Shiqin picked up the snacks and rushed out of the study instantaneously. Fu Hanjing folded up the file he had just finished reading, and that was when he noticed an exercise notebook for high school students placed on the corner of the table. On the cover of the notebook, there was a name neatly written, Mu Weiwei. At the end of the name was a lovely smiling face drawn in a cartoony fashion. He looked at the notebook thoughtfully for a moment and could not help but let out a small smile. Then he continued to go back to his work. At 7 in the morning, Mu Weiwei woke up because of an urge for a bathroom break. Drowsily, she got out of bed and walked into the bathroom, took off her pants and sat on the toilet. After she finished her urge, she rolled her eyes and had just pulled up her pants when she noticed the silhouette of a man. Fu Hanjing wiped away his wet hair and saw the drowsy girl sitting on the toilet. He just couldn't help but notice the thighs and the butt of this girl as well as her pure and snowy white skin. Mu Weiwei blinked and groaned inside. Is there any way for her to die a bit faster? Seeing that she was not leaving, Fu Hanjing frowned slightly. How much longer do you plan to stay? Mu Weiwei turned her head around to the mirror beside her, but saw the reflection of this man in the mirror too. Frightened, she simply had nowhere else to turn to. If she stayed, the situation would get worse. Therefore, she stood up, pulled up her pants and dashed off the bathroom. She even didn't have time to flush the toilet or the guts to pick up her lost slipper. Fu Shiqin was just stretching himself in the living room when he saw her running out of the bathroom. He suddenly came to a realization when he thought of his brother in the shower. Fu Shiqin looked sinister. Ha! You sneaked a peek at my brother in the shower, and you still claim that you don't desire his body and looks? The piercing sound drew Fu Hanjing's and everyone else's attention. Mu Weiwei hurriedly squatted down to tidy up the scattered pieces on the floor, trying hard to conceal her suspicious panicking and paleness. However, what she had seen kept on repeating itself in her brain, so much so that she did not even feel a touch of pain when a scattered piece ripped through the skin of her finger. Fu Hanjing approached her and grabbed a hold of her bleeding finger. Stop! Fu Shiqin grabbed some paper and found a bandage. Su Qian quickly tidied up the scattered porcelain on the floor. Fu Hanjing wiped off the traces of blood on her finger and wrapped up the wound with a bandage. As he looked up, he saw the girl looking rather pale with tears rolling in her eyes, as if she were trying to tolerate an unbearable pain. Fu Hanjing frowned and threw a look at Su Qian. Call he Chi Fu Shichin scratched his head weirdly. Does it hurt that much when you cut your finger? She had not even uttered a sound when she tried to run away from home by climbing over the wall at the old house. What made her so delicate today? Kam Su-chien dialed the private doctor of the Fu family and then passed the phone to Fu Hanjing after the call went through. Fu Hanjing. 20 minutes, come to Jinxiu compound. He Chi on the other side of the phone complained drowsily. President. Fu, I have just gotten off work after doing 4 operations. Can you have some humanity and let me rest instead by visiting the emergency counter yourself? It is urgent. You must be here. Fu Hanjing's voice sounded cold. He Chi took a deep breath. Then he was getting out of the bed and asked, what are the symptoms? Outer wound. Bleeding. Looking very pale. How did it happen? How much is the bleeding? Fu Hanjing thought for a moment and said, by scattered porcelain, about 3 cubic centimeters. The man who had gotten ready to leave on the other side of the phone got so peed that he wanted to smash his phone. I have a 7-figure annual salary. Am I just someone who puts on a bandage? You have only 18 minutes left, or I will take back the funding for your new studies. Having said those words, Fu Hanjing hung up the cell phone directly. 17 minutes later, a man wearing glasses with unkempt hair entered the room out of breath. Then he threw a glare at Fu Hanjing. You better not get sick and end up being on my operation table one day, or he would make him into a specimen. Ignoring his threats, Fu Hanjing pointed at Mu Weiwei, who was sitting on the sofa in silence and looking pale. He Chi walked up and revealed the bandage to check the wound, felt the pulse, and made a diagnosis. The wound is fine, but she may have gotten frightened by something. She will be fine in a while. Frightened by something? Fu Shichin mumbled. She got frightened because she had scattered the tableware? When he had gotten injured and been hospitalized before, his brother didn't even stop working to visit him. And now, when Mu Weiwei just lost some droplets of blood, he not only got He Chi here, but also postponed his work hours, which he had never changed before. He was being way too concerned, wasn't he? Mu Weiwei came back to herself, stood up and said, I am fine. You can leave now. Having said those words, she returned to her own room and locked the door. He Chi turned to Fu Hanjing as he watched the back figure of the young girl. Your love child? What a strange thing that there could be a girl in the world that made Fu Hanjing so concerned. Fu Hanjing threw a side, cold look at him. No. Fu Shichin became so frightened by what He Chi said that the steamed bun got stuck in his throat. Then he explained after he swallowed down the bun with difficulty. Maybe she is a girlfriend to be. Girlfriend? He Chi grabbed a steamed bun from his hand and asked in astonishment, isn't he gay? The air in the room became scarily cold. You are gay. Everyone in your family is gay. Fu Shichin instantly started to defend his own brother. He Chi threw a look at Mu Weiwei's room and whispered to Fu Shichin, your brother is indeed a monster to have approached such a young child. Fu Hanjing was just walking out of the room when he said one last thing. Fu's enterprise will take back the funding for your new studies tomorrow. Hearing that his money for clinical studies was taken back, He Chi instantly ran after him. President Fu, please, I was just surprised. That girl is pure and lovely, and you are a destined couple. You indeed have a great taste for beauty. Fu Shichin, who was following behind his brother, was both speechless and amused when he watched He Chi trying to go to his brother without caring about his own image. Actually, he also had the same doubts as He Chi did before his brother slept with Mu Weiwei. After all, he was a man who was almost 30 years old and he had never dated or approached any woman. He even refused to get married. That was indeed too weird. Fu Shichin had already changed his opinions towards Mu Weiwei. After she helped to distinguish the forgery and managed to persuade Ming Zongyuan to give a hand in completing the collaboration with Wilson Group. Since Mu Weiwei was not that scary looking, he would no longer prevent her from running after his brother. Calm as the noise outside the room faded away, Mu Weiwei relieved herself by crying loudly sitting on the floor, with her arms wrapped around her. She had been searching news about Alan during the past few days. The Gu family didn't host a funeral for her, and no one had paid condolences to her death. What was more, no one outside the family knew that Mu Weiwei was already dead. Even Gu Siding's mother, whom she respected and loved deeply, was standing out there for Ling Yin instead. Yes, Ling Yin had taken her heart, so she got to live on. She thought that even if she returned to them and stood right in front of them, no one was going to believe that she was Mu Weiwei, and she was no longer able to return to the home she used to depend on so deeply. The man who used to regard her as the apple of his eye did not love her as deeply as she had imagined. She cried for a while and wiped away the tears on her face. Since God gave her another chance to live, He did not plan to make her a wretched woman who knew nothing but to shed tears and complain about life. Soon, we are going to meet, Ling Yan. She got herself changed and went to Luo Qianqian's home to help her and Ji Chang with piano lessons. On the way home in the afternoon, Zhou Lina called. Mu Weiwei, do you still want your crayon? Where is it? She had planned to get her things back from the Li family recently, but that girl had now come to her first. I will send you the address. I will toss them away if you don't arrive at 6 p.m. Having said her words, Zhou Lina hung up the phone. A moment later, a text came through. It was neither the Li family's home nor the Zhou family's home. Instead, it was an address to a 5-star hotel. She took the taxi to the hotel and saw Zhou Lina sitting in the lounge waiting for her. She was dressed in the latest dress of the season and had a Dior handbag with her, looking just like a daughter from a wealthy family. Where are my things? Zhou Lina stood up and walked to the elevator. Upstairs in the room. Come and get them yourself. Mu Weiwei followed her upstairs and entered into a first-rate suite, where she saw Mu Weiwei's luggage. We did have some clashes and feelings of unhappiness before. I am now returning your things to you today to make peace between us. Zhou Lina said to her as she poured 2 glasses of champagne. Drink up the champagne and we will cancel our grievances once and for all. Mu Weiwei took the glass and drank all of it. Can I borrow the bathroom? Zhou Lina pointed in the direction of the bathroom and smiled a sinister smile as she watched her going into the bathroom. When Mu Weiwei came out of the bathroom again, she had already started to wobble. She staggered over to the sofa using her hands against the wall for balance, losing all the energy to get up. What did you do? To the champagne? Something that can make you docile. Having said that, Zhou Lina opened the door to another room in the suite. Auntie, all is ready. A middle-aged, fit and wealthy lady dressed in a custom-made suit walked out of the room and watched Mu Weiwei, who had collapsed onto the sofa, from a commanding viewpoint. Mu Weiwei recognized her. She was the very one that caused the death of Mu Weiwei's mother after seducing her father. Not long ago, Zhou Meiqin married Li Jiaqing, and she was none other than Zhou Lina's auntie. What are you doing? Zhou Meiqin sat down and said earnestly. Don't worry. We mean no harm. It is just that. We heard that you are homeless and have been suffering a great deal out on the streets, and you even have no school to go to. I am homeless all because of you. Mu Weiwei sneered. Without the Mu family's funding years back, Zhou Meiqin might not even have been able to finish school at all, let alone going abroad for studies or becoming the director of Longxing Enterprise, but she was not satisfied with any of these things. She had charmed Li Jiaqing and ganged up with him so as to keep control of the company. After Mu Yao passed away, she and Li Jiaqing not only refused to feel guilty, but also got married and started to live together, occupying the Mu family's properties. What was she doing here pretending to be someone so kind-hearted? Stop being so stupid. I just want you to have a better life. After all, President Wang of Tianqing Media doesn't accept everyone. Zhou Lina looked at her disdainfully. She had been tolerating her for a very long time after she had embarrassed her in school that time before. Recently, her auntie helped her cousin to get in touch with this year's blockbuster, which was invested in by Tianqing Media, and the director happened to be the multiple prize-winning Ian. Her cousin had been quite popular, but she had always failed to get any chances to play in a movie. If she was able to participate in the movie, her cousin would not only get numerous resources but also a highly enhanced position in the entertainment industry. It would also be very easy for her to get the prize for Best Actress. In addition, Tianqing Media and Longxing Enterprise had been going through a very important collaboration recently, and President Wang was the key point in this case. President Wang had eyes for her cousin, but her cousin was on a very promising road right now, and she was definitely not going to please this dirty old man called Wang Weidong. Therefore, they sent Mu Weiwei's pictures to him, and President Wang was very pleased. He wanted to meet this girl today. That was why she helped Andy to get Mu Weiwei here. Since she had drunk the wine with the drugs inside, she would be at President Wang's mercy. With Mu Weiwei as the present, her cousin was not only going to get important movie resources, But Longxing Enterprise would also reach the important collaboration. More importantly, Mu Weiwei, who was her barrier, would also be removed. After all, her performance with the piano the other day would definitely make her an all-time winner if she ever attended the Capital Music School with her in the upcoming future. Also, after she became President Wang's toy, Master LV was definitely not going to like someone who had been in someone else's bed so many times, no matter how much he liked her now. Therefore, giving Mu Weiwei to Wang Weidong was going to bring them nothing other than benefits. What was the point of not doing it anyways? Zhou Meiqin checked the time and urged her aunt after seeing that President Wang was almost here. Lina, you can go home first. You are done here. Zhou Lina nodded, grabbed the bag, and was about to leave when she sneered at Mu Weiwei one last time. Mu Weiwei, just stay docile and be someone else's toy from now on. After all, you do have a foxy-looking face for it, don't you? After Zhou Lina left, Zhou Meiqin answered a call and informed the man of the room number. Mu Weiwei sat there with a pair of drowsy eyes. President Wang from Tianqing Media was a very famous dirty old man according to the gossip newspapers. He was especially interested in toying with young maidens in their teens. Some reports once revealed how a young model became disabled by him and killed herself. After Zhou Meiqin took everything away from the Mu family, she even wanted to present her to such a horrible man. What an evil-hearted person. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Zhou Meiqin opened the door earnestly. Here you are, President Wang. A beer-bellied middle-aged man came in with Zhou Meiqin. He sized up Mu Weiwei on the sofa with a pair of lovely eyes. She was indeed his type, pure and innocent. Her figure could be outstanding even in a competition with other stars in the entertainment circle. He had eyes out for Li Xinger from the Li family, but what he had not expected was that someone hundreds of times more attractive was in store for him. Zhou Meiqin threw a look at Wang Weidong's drooling face and understood that he was satisfied with her arrangements. So she said, President Wang, since you are satisfied with this girl, then the collaboration with Longsheng. Don't worry. Mrs. Li has been so considerate. So we will definitely collaborate with you over this project. We can do the signing tomorrow. Wang Weidong's eyes swam over Mu Weiwei greedily as one of his hands started to feel the maiden's slender thigh. The maiden was like a blooming flower. She looked so tender, pretty and tempting from head to toe. Mu Weiwei was wearing a pair of jeans. She felt like vomiting out of disgust even with pants on. Calm hearing that the signing was going to take place the following day. Zhou Meiqin thanked Wang Weidong happily and added, President Wang, my daughter Xinger would like to act in the movie. Can you give us a hand as well? Xinger has been quite popular, and you must know that a movie with her in it will definitely win prizes. That movie was directed by a multiple prize-winning director, and if Xinger played the leading role, the movie was definitely going to win prizes. With the important collaboration done, the Li family would soon become one of the nobilities in the capital city. She was never wealthy enough to be at some of the wealthy lady gatherings in Yuefeng Pavilion. After the collaboration was done, they would beg her to be one of them. I will call the director soon. The leading role is definitely going to belong to Mississippi Li. Wang Weidong was in a good mood. He agreed with every proposal. Thank you very much, President Wang. Zhou Meiqin smiled in a flattering way but threw a very cold look at Mu Weiwei. Weiwei, be docile. President Wang can help you with everything you need. That's better than being homeless, right? It is an opportunity no one else is able to get. If it is such a good opportunity, why not ask your own daughter to take it? With teeth clenched, Mu Weiwei looked cold in the eyes. She was lured here and drugged, because she was a bargaining chip for Longxing Enterprise and Li Xinger's movie opportunity. She had to go through all the bitterness, and they would take all the benefits. This was indeed a fine plan. Wang Weidong was too eager and couldn't wait any longer. He threw an impatient look at Zhou Meiqin and indicated that she should leave as soon as possible, so that he would not be disturbed. I will be waiting for your good news tomorrow. Zhou Meiqin left in full glee. She just couldn't wait to inform her baby daughter of this wonderful piece of news. However, before she even reached the doorstep, a drilling scream from Wang Weidong arose in the room. Zhou Meiqin returned in a hurry and saw that the girl, who had been too weak to fight back a minute ago, had taken a hold of Wang Weidong's hair and banged his head against the wall. Blood gushed out of Wang Weidong's head and he passed out. President Wang? President Wang? Zhou Meiqi kneeled down by Wang Weidong's side and glared at Mu Weiwei, who had hurt him so badly. Do you know how important this man is? Are you planning to drag the entire family down with you? They had spent so much effort to get in touch with President Wang, and now she had ruined everything. Since you want me to suffer, then we can suffer together. Mu Weiwei pulled out a napkin and wiped off the traces of blood on her hands slowly. She had been kidnapped before when she was little, so the Gu family had hired a martial arts teacher who had subsequently taught her how to defend herself so that she could get out of danger when it came. Yet she had always been under the protection of the Gu family's bodyguards, and even when she was on an outing, her master would be with her too. With martial arts skills, she always lacked the opportunity of using them, until today. Didn't you already drink the wine? Zhou Meiqi noticed that her eyes were clear and bright, nothing like someone who had been drugged. Calm, she saw with her own eyes through the crack of the door that she drank the entire contents of the cup. With that amount of drugs inside her, she would hardly have any strength to beat anyone up. I did, but I spat it out later. She had been aware that Zhou Lina would not have such a good heart, so she drank up the wine in front of her face to make her believe her. A moment afterwards, she went into the bathroom to spit out the drink, although she also vomited out her lunch. In this way, their true faces were shown. At the beginning, she could have just grabbed her things and left, because Zhou Lina would never have been able to stop her either. However, she would rather stay to see what they were up to anyway. They thought that Mu Weiwei was homeless and an orphan, so that was why she could be at their mercy. However, she was not the Mu Weiwei who was going to be at their mercy at all. Zhou Meiqi could not help but shiver when she caught sight of the girl's piercing look. I am kind-hearted enough to find you a good place to stay, seeing that you are now homeless. Yet you not only refuse to accept my kindness, but have also hurt people. Oh really? Mu Weiwei sneered as she approached her step by step. Mrs. Li is indeed considerate. Zhou Meiqi took a step backwards out of instinct and retreated into the bedroom. She had wanted to lock the door to ask for help when Mu Weiwei kicked the door open and entered the room. Mu Weiwei threw a look at the various kinds of SX toys on the bed, picked up a pair of handcuffs, and said with a smile, "Since Mrs. Li is so considerate, I must repay you with something too." Having said those words, she gave a violent push to Zhou Meiqi, who ended up falling on the bed. Then she took one of her hands and handcuffed it to one side of the bed and the other to the other side of the bed. Zhou Meiqi was older than she was, but she had been used to living a cozy life, so she was unable to fight back at all. Mu Weiwei, what are you doing? Your father will punish you if you keep making a mess. He was no longer my father ever since he slept with you. So stop saying that he is my father and you are my godmother. I am so disgusted by all of you. Mu Weiwei handcuffed Zhou Meiqi and found a pair of scissors from under the bed. Then she sat down next to Zhou Meiqi. Zhou Meiqi began to shiver at the sight of the sharp blades in her hands. She started to try to persuade Mu Weiwei by putting forward some so-called reasonable arguments. I never asked the Mu family to help me. The Mu family had been totally voluntary. Your father and I really love each other. We had tried not to hurt your mother, otherwise we would. BTCH and filth. May your true love last forever. Mu Weiwei said as she slowly cut open Zhou Meiqi's expensive custom-made dress so that her plump body was revealed little by little. Finally, she only had a pair of lacy underpants left on. Stop it now, Mu Weiwei. Stop now. Help. Help. Someone help. Seeing that the situation was going against her plans, Zhou Meiqi became so scared that she turned pale. She cried out for help hysterically. However, what she had forgotten was that she had found a suite with the greatest soundproofing just in case Mu Weiwei refused to obey Wang Weidong. Therefore, no matter how loud she cried, no one could hear her voice. After preparing her, Mu Weiwei dragged Wang Weidong, who had passed out, into the room. In full force, she carried the man onto the bed so that he laid upon Zhou Meiqi's pure and white body. Zhou Meiqi lost her mind and started to scream. However, her hands were restrained and she was totally unable to push that chubby old man away from her. Mu Weiwei took out the cell phone and snapped some pictures of this flirty couple, from different angles too. Zhou Meiqi was totally frightened. She had ruined her makeup and her voice had become hoarse. Then she started to beg for mercy. Weiwei, please let me go. I will let you stay at my place and help you go to school. Didn't you always want to study in Italy? We will help you with everything. Kamu Weiwei took a look at the scattered clothes and wiped off the tears from her face as she sneered. My mother was fooled by your terrible acting skills for so many years. You pretended to be her best friend, yet you hooked up with Li Jiaqing on the sly, robbed her of the Mu family's properties. Do you expect that I will believe you now and let you go? I am serious. If you do not like President Wang, I as your godmother will not force you to keep him company. I saw you growing up and I even hugged you before. Zhou Meiqi knew that being harsh to her would not help at all, so she started to behave sentimentally, hoping that she would be soft-hearted and let her go. Mu Weiwei wiped off her makeup. Look at your ruined makeup. President Wang will be so disappointed later. Mu Weiwei, you darn maniac of a woman. I will punish you to death if anything happens to me. So will President Wang. If you do not want to die, try me. Zhou Meiqi was so annoyed that she almost cracked her teeth. Mu Weiwei picked up Zhou Meiqi's Hermes handbag leisurely and found the remaining drug powder inside. You drugged me with this, didn't you? Having said this, she then poured a glass of champagne. Then she poured the powder into the glass and came over to the bedside with the glass in her hand. Zhou Meiqi shook her head in fright at the sight of the cup. Get it away from me. I am not drinking it. Never. Don't worry. I am leaving this wonderful thing to this most important guest of yours. Having said the words, Mu Weiwei grabbed hold of Wang Weidong's face and poured the drink down into Wang Weidong's throat. Wang Weidong woke up after being choked by the champagne. With one hand on his forehead, he pointed at Mu Weiwei by the bedside with the other. You filthy girl. President Wang, catch her now. Wang Weidong turned to the woman who was speaking. As the supple body of the woman greeted his eyes, he suddenly felt like he was burning up. The drug had started to work, and Wang Weidong was too possessed to talk with Mu Weiwei. Like a wild beast, he threw himself upon Zhou Meiqi. Zhou Meiqi screamed out of humiliation and turned to Mu Weiwei with a pair of sharp eyes. Mu Weiwei, you are going to heck. Mrs. Li, just enjoy this wonderful, wonderful night. Mu Weiwei sneered and shut the door. She took hold of her luggage and left the suit without taking a look back. It was already 9 o'clock at night when she came back to Jinxiu compound. Although she had spat out the wine she had drunk, there was still some lingering in her stomach. She currently felt as if a flame was rushing across her body. Even if she had the air conditioner on to the lowest degree, she still found it very difficult to fall asleep in bed. What was worse, as time went by, she became increasingly thirsty and anxious. Mu Weiwei got up from the bed and had the bathtub filled with cold water. Then she poured some ice cubes from the fridge into the bathtub as well. She threw herself into the freezing cold water so that the unbearable heat slowly went down. Previously, she had thought that no matter what trouble she was in and what danger she had to face, Gu Siding would find her and keep her safe. But right now, he would not come or seek for her. He was protecting Ling Yin, who had killed her and survived by taking out her heart. Without the identity of being the daughter of the Gu family, she was no longer cared about, and no one would be concerned whether or not she was alive or dead, happy or wronged. Sitting in the freezingly cold bathtub with her arms wrapped around her knees, she was totally unaware of the cell phone that had been vibrating multiple times out in the living room. At Fu's enterprise, Fu Hanjing suddenly remembered that he had left one file behind at Jinxiu compound before he left the company. Since he needed the file early next morning, he called Mu Weiwei and wanted her to find the file first, so that Su Qin could go and get the file the next morning before heading towards the company. However, the cell phone kept ringing and no one answered it. Since the calls did not go through, Fu Hanjing drove to Jinxiu compound himself. The moment he opened the door of the apartment, he frowned at the freezing air that greeted his face. The entire apartment was as cold as an ice house. He switched off the air conditioner and went to the study to look for the file. Before he left, he found the door to Mu Weiwei's room opened. So he took a step forward to look inside it, only to find that the room was empty. Mu Weiwei? The light was on, so was the air conditioning. But where was the girl? He looked around the apartment and eventually came to the bathroom and knocked on the door. Mu Weiwei? He knocked a few times, but no one inside spoke. But the door was locked from inside. He put down the file and went straight into the study to find the backup key, which he opened the door with. The moment he pushed the door open, He found the girl completely soaked in the bathtub full of scattered ice, curled up. She looked completely pale, and her lips had turned purple. "What are you doing?" Mu Weiwei looked at the man who broke in with surprise, turned her head away, and trembled breathlessly. "None of your business. Get out of here." Fu Hanjing grabbed the hanging towel. Then he came over to her and pulled her up from the ice water and wrapped her in it. As the air of a man approached her again, she felt that the heat inside her arose once again, turning into a large flame from cracking sparks. Mu Weiwei even thought of the first time she slept with him at night, and the scene kept entering her head. The heat she had just cooled down burst out inside her body. "Get off me. I am drugged. Do you want me to assault you?" Having said those words, she couldn't wait to leave the space she shared with him, in case she lost her rationality and would do something unreasonable with him. However, her legs had frozen and become numb. One step made her collapse. Fu Hanjing took hold of the girl who was on the verge of falling down and took her into his arms with a sunken face. He carried her all the way into the bedroom and put her onto the bed. "Can you take off your own clothes?" Mu Weiwei glared at this man who always spoke something surprising. Fu Hanjing tossed a handful of sleeping gowns over to her and turned himself away from her, standing still. "Get dressed. We are going to the hospital." "It's none of your business. Just leave." Mu Weiwei turned him down with a cold voice. She really did not want to be around this man anymore. Fu Hanjing ignored her protests and said with force, "Will you do it, or I will do it?" With clenched, Mu Weiwei stretched out her frozen hands and tried to unbutton her wet gown. But it seemed that the buttons were trying to trick her somehow, so that she failed to unbutton a single one after a long time. After several minutes, Fu Hanjing turned around a little and looked at her. Seeing that she had not yet gotten changed, he came over to her and helped her to remove the wet clothes. Then he, without changing a single expression, wiped off the water on her with the towel and put on the clean sleeping gowns for her. The entire process took only 2 minutes. Mu Weiwei looked at the man who helped with the buttons. He was still wearing a cold expression on his face, yet she felt a touch of gentleness from him. Fu Hanjing was silent throughout the entire process. After getting her dressed, he took off his suit jacket and wrapped her in it. Then he took her up in his arms and started to walk outside. Mu Weiwei couldn't help but feel like crying when she felt his warmth and the coat over her. What she had not expected was that on this night, when she was feeling the most helpless, Fu Hanjing was the one that came to keep her company. As they entered the elevator, she whispered with a small sob, "Thanks." After Ling Yin took her heart away and Goose Siding deserted her, she was again sent by the Zhou family to become someone's toy. So when he appeared at this moment and gave her warmth, she found it very cherishable. Fu Hanjing brought her downstairs in silence, put her in the car, and buckled her up with the seatbelt. Then, he drove her to the hospital, which was attached to the Fu's enterprise, whilst making a call to He Chi on the way. The car had the heat on, and Mu Weiwei no longer felt cold. Instead, she was feeling increasingly uncomfortable because of the heat. She looked at the man who was driving with a pair of drifting eyes. "You better let me get out." If they continued to stay in the same car, she would not be able to control herself from lunging at him. "We will be there soon." Fu Hanjing pressed the accelerator and sped up. When they came to the hospital, he pulled the car over and carried her out of it. However, before he was able to carry her out of the car, Mu Weiwei, who had lost all of her rationality, looked up and kissed his lips out of anxiety. Despite her terrible kissing skills, his soul shivered the moment her kisses touched him. This pure and innocent girl, as he had remembered before, was now a very loveful woman. Rationality told him that he should carry her upstairs and bring her to the doctor, but the girl's soft lips fascinated him totally. Hichi was picking them up at the parking lot when he noticed the two people tangled together. He let out a cough to remind them of his presence. Fu Hanjing let go of the girl's soft lips and pressed her into his arms. Mu Weiwei kept bumping against his chest, and the thirst that was pressed down a minute ago surged on again. Fu Hanjing threw a look at Hichi and said with a dark voice, "She has been drugged." Hichi nodded understandingly and said, "If the car is not large enough, my dormitory is empty and you can solve your problem there." Before he finished his words, Fu Hanjing threw a cold look at him. "Give her some sedatives to calm her down." Hearing those words, He threw a look at him incredibly. Really? Giving her up now? You may not have any more chances to have her in the future, even if you want to. Look at the girl in his arms, so lovely and so loveful, and he decided to give her up? Could it have been that he appeared at the wrong moment? If he had come a bit later, they would have done it in the car. Fu Hanjun carried the girl upstairs and let out a sigh of relief inside his heart after seeing He giving her a sedative. After the shot, He threw a look at him. If you regret it now, it is still not too late. My sedative has not started to work yet. Fu Hanjing looked chill. You can get out now. He snorted and left the ward. Fu Hanjing sat down on the sofa in the ward and called the leader of the Fu family's security. Lei Ming, check what the Li family have been up to recently. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Lei Ming became startled from the other side of the phone. He asked, which Li? Was there a Li in the capital city that was big enough for his boss to care about? Longxing Enterprise. Fu Hanjung repeated. Lei Ming found it unexpected. What made an enterprise like Fu's Enterprise start to care about a minor enterprise like Longxing Enterprise? I will do that now. I will report it to you tomorrow. Fu Hanjing hung up the phone and glanced at the girl who was fast asleep in the sickbed. He let out a sigh of regret when he thought of what had happened a minute ago in the parking lot. What was going on with him today? How could a kiss from a drifting-minded girl make him distracted? He had found her annoying before. But after she helped them to discover the forgery and complete the collaboration with the Wilsons in silence, he started to wonder what kind of person she really was. And when he ran into her yesterday in the apartment, he somehow felt a bit delighted. It was 3 in the morning and Mu Weiwei started to have a fever. Fu Hanjing called He again. A while later, He passed him the thermometer and said, "We must test the body temperature first." Fu Hanjing said, "You are the doctor. Do what you are supposed to do." "All right then, I will do that." He came to bedside, lifted the blanket, and started to unbutton Mu Weiwei's gown. Before he was able to touch the button, he was stopped. "Come, what are you doing?" Fu Hanjing looked chill. He showed an expression of innocence. "I am trying to test her body temperature. How am I supposed to do that without being able to put in the thermometer?" "Get the nurse." "All the nurses are men today," He said, and was about to unbutton the gown so as to put in the thermometer. "Don't worry, we are doctors, and we do not care whether the patient is a man or a woman." Fu Hanjing approached him and grabbed the thermometer from out of his hand. "Move away." He moved away obediently and sat down on the sofa next to them as he mumbled annoyedly. "Fu Shiqin broke his leg before and was hospitalized, but you never visited him. Now this girl is just suffering from a very small fever, and you have come to take care of her in person. You fake brother. Have you ever considered how your brother feels?" Fu Hanjung checked the time, took out the thermometer, and covered Mu Weiwei up again with the blanket. He checked the thermometer and said, "Yes, she is suffering from fever. I will get some antipyretic paste and medicine, whilst you can feed her more water to help to drive away the fever." A while later, the nurse on duty delivered the antipyretic paste and medicine, saying that He was stuck in an emergency case. Fu Hanjing unbuttoned his sleeves and rolled them up before pouring a cup of water. Then he lifted the girl in deep slumber and made her lean against himself. Then he fed her the antipyretic medicine and a cup of water before putting her down. In the several hours following, he lifted her up to feed her water every half an hour. When the dawn came, Mu Weiwei opened her eyes drowsily and saw a cup of water coming towards her mouth. Since she was indeed feeling thirsty, she took a sip and then looked at the person who was feeding her water. Then she was so shocked that she almost got choked on the water. Fu Hanjing put down the cup and smoothed her back. Mu Weiwei found that she was leaning in his arms, so she instantly sat up straight. Be it because of choking on the water or because of embarrassment, she was deeply flushed. Seeing that she was awake, Fu Hanjing passed the cup of water to her. "Drink it up." Mu Weiwei held the cup in panic and was suddenly reminded of the past few hours when she drank some water in dizziness. Could it have been him who fed her? By putting her in his arms? And something more happened to the water drinking. He took her out of the bathtub last night in the apartment. He got her changed, and she kissed him too in the car on the hospital's parking lot, and she was even on the verge of sleeping with him. Oh man, that didn't seem so nice. Fu Hanjung was too busy making a call to notice the changes in her expression. Mu Weiwei watched the back of Fu Hanjun with a twisted expression. How could she ever possibly do something so beastly to him? If He had not showed up in time, she would definitely have slept with Fu Hanjun the night before. After making the call, Fu Hanjun turned around and saw her frowning deeply. Still feeling unwell? Mu Weiwei shook her head and stumbled with her words. I did not mean it. Last night. What do you mean? Fu Hanjun raised his eyebrows. That I forced myself on you. I didn't mean it. I was feeling dizzy, and I would have done that to any man. Mu Weiwei tried very hard to explain what she had regrettably done. However, what she had not discovered was that the more she tried to explain, the worse Fu Hanjun looked. You would have done that to any man? Mu Weiwei nodded. So I really didn't have any desire towards you, President Fu. Fu Hanjun's face sank even deeper. Anyway, thank you. For last night, Mu Weiwei said gratefully. If she could, she would have climbed off the bed and kowtowed to him. Kamal, though, she felt that she was not in desperate need of help. To be honest, she could have made the drug go away if she stayed in the bathtub for a few more hours. Yet he decided to carry her out, so that she almost attacked him like a beast. But Fu Hanjun had been behaving very weirdly during the past 2 days. He put on the bandage for her yesterday morning, and in the evening, he drove her to the hospital and stayed by her side for the entire night. Could it have been because she had? Oh well, Mu Weiwei had slept with him? She was just trying to rack her brain to figure out what Fu Hanjun had done when He came with breakfast. Sister-in-law must have woken up. I bought some breakfast from the canteen. Do you want some? Sister-in-law? What in the world was sister-in-law in this case? Mu Weiwei turned to Fu Hanjun out of confusion. She had been sleeping for a few hours, and now she had become a sister-in-law? She was expecting that Fu Hanjun would have corrected He for his nonsense when he turned out to be deaf to this title. Seeing He here, Fu Hanjun grabbed his suit jacket and came over to the bedside. I have an important morning meeting at the company. Fu Shichin will be here later. Tell him if you need anything. Mu Weiwei craned her head out of the blanket and stayed silent whilst trying to figure out the title He had addressed her with. She was frowning. Fu Hanjun saw her twisted expression and thought that she wanted to say something. Anything wrong? Mu Weiwei saw that he was checking the time, so she shook her head. No thanks. After seeing Fu Hanjun off, He carried the breakfast to her bedside. Sister-in-law, you can't have eaten anything last night. The porridge at our hospital is definitely delicious. Dr. He, could you please change the way you address me? Mu Weiwei reminded him, feeling displeased. He talked as if she really had been in a relationship with Fu Hanjun. Well, that is just a matter of time before you are addressed by this title. You will get used to it, He said as he sat down on the sofa and started to eat the wontons. Mu Weiwei had lost her appetite after being called sister-in-law. Dr. He, President Fu and I are really not in a relationship. Fu Hanjun is a cold-blooded robot. He only cares about work. Do you think that there is any other woman who has ever been so well taken care of by him ever? He ate and mumbled, and then he threw a look at the girl in the sickbed. As far as I know, you are the first girl. So what else should I call you apart from sister-in-law? That's because Grandma Fu wants them to take care of me. Mu Weiwei stressed. He snorted. If I had not appeared in the parking lot last night, you would have done it in the car, judging from how deeply you were kissing. Mu Weiwei. An hour later, Fu Shichin arrived. He stared at her for 10 minutes by the bedside. Then he asked, how come you flirted with my brother again? Yesterday morning when she cut her hand, he helped her to stop the bleeding by bandaging and wrapping it. At night, he went to Jinshio compound to carry her to the hospital. Even he, as the brother, had never experienced such excellent treatment. Mu Weiwei threw an "Are you an idiot?" look at him. I have no interest in your brother. No interest in my brother? Then why did you force yourself onto him when he was drunk from the banquet? Fu Shichin snorted. It was impossible to believe her words when she said that she had no interest in his brother, when she had been trying so hard to charm him before. Hearing that someone was in the ward, He woke up drowsily. Hearing what Fu Shichin said, He suddenly became incredibly awake. You really slept with him? Mu Weiwei truly had no interest in talking with these two people anymore. She had the blanket over her head and tried to fall asleep. But He was already interested by the topic of gossip, and so he asked Fu Shichin further, I had thought that Fu Hanjun is up to something because she is pretty. But it seems that it was sister-in-law who had been up to something to begin with. Are you sure you slept with him? Fu Hanjing is well and fine in bed? Hey, what do you mean well and fine? You are the incapable one. Okay? Fu Shiqin started to defend his brother out of habit. Kam He-chi said, your brother has been single since birth. He doesn't date or marry anyone. He is a robot who does not even have any adult videos on his computer. When she gave him such a passionate kiss last night, he ended up giving her up. What other issues can it be apart from being incapable in that area? Hearing his words, Fu Shiqin threw a weird look at Mu Weiwei in the sickbed. This girl had been badgering his brother before, but after the night, she somehow lost her passion. Could it have really been the fact that his brother was incapable in that area, so she gave up courting him? So, he poked her blanket and asked, well, you said that you have no interest in my brother. Could it have been because of this issue? He kept asking curiously, standing on the other side of the bed. What is his size? How long could he last? Mu Weiwei couldn't stand the questions. She lifted the blanket and sat up. Why not ask him yourselves if you guys are so curious? He won't tell us. Fu Shiqin looked serious. He kept on asking, you know the best apart from my brother himself. You have seen it and used it. Mu Weiwei was speechless and returned with a casual reply. All right, you are all correct. Okay. Fu Shiqin collapsed. When God gave him a perfect appearance and an intelligent brain, he also deprived him of an even more important thing. He let out a sigh of regret and said, there is an experienced Chinese doctor at the hospital who is quite professional in this aspect. What about asking your brother to check in with him and see if his problem can be solved? Mu Weiwei covered her ears, refusing to hear any more words from these two people. At 7 in the afternoon, Fu Hanjing left work. He then went to Jianxiu compound to get some of her clothes and drove to the hospital. After he entered the room, he found the room filled with an air of strangeness. He placed the bag of clothes on the bed and said, get changed. You are going home. Hearing that she was discharged, Mu Weiwei picked up the clothes and changed in the bathroom. Fu Hanjing threw a look at Fu Shiqin and He-chi, who had a weird expression of sympathy on their faces, and thought that something was wrong with Mu Weiwei. Didn't you say that she has recovered? Brother, He-chi says that there is a very skillful Chinese doctor at the hospital. What about having a checkup yourself? Fu Shiqin inquired with a serious expression on his face. Fu Hanjing frowned slightly. What made them make this pitiful face? It seemed that they were doing that for him, not for her. Spill it. Fu Shiqin and He-chi exchanged a glance, both looking embarrassed. No man would want anyone else to know about this kind of unmentionable disease. But since he already had the disease, he must have it cured. He-chi, you are the doctor. You can tell him the truth. He-chi said, you are brothers. I am not family, so you speak. If he irritated Fu Hanjing, he would be in big trouble. Fu Shiqin was his brother, and his punishment would not be that big anyway. Brother? Well, Fu Shiqin stuttered for a long time, not having any idea of how to put it. Fu Hanjing already looked very impatient. What is it? Well, Fu Shiqin scratched his head, finding it very difficult to speak out. Mu Weiwei, at this moment, had just gotten changed and walked out of the bathroom. She helped the two of them finish their sentence. They wonder whether you have some problems in bed, because you have never had a girlfriend, and you are unmarried, and you never have a sex with anyone or even have any adult videos on your computer. Calm. Fu Shiqin and He-chi both became petrified. That was the truth. But could she just slow down a bit? Fu Hanjing's face sunk and fixed his eyes upon her. Mu Weiwei felt a bit uncomfortable from his stare and pointed at the two people behind them. That was what they said. Fu Hanjing turned his head sideways and gave them a killing look, making the two of them shiver. Who told you all of this? Fu Shiqin and He-chi exchanged a look and pointed at Mu Weiwei. She did. Mu Weiwei. Seeing the killer look on Fu Hanjing's face, He-chi instantly made Mu Weiwei take the blame. She said that she has no interest in you because you have a problem in bed. Fu Shiqin added when he realized what it was going on. Yes, she told us about it. That is why we are wondering if you need a doctor. Mu Weiwei's lips twitched. It had been these two dumb-headed persons who had been gossiping the entire afternoon, and now they made her take the blame. When they found the situation was turning disadvantageous for them, Fu Hanjing stared at her for 2 more seconds. Instead of spending any more time on explaining anything to Fu Hanjing and He Chi, he asked Mu Weiwei to leave with him before he went out of the ward himself first. With a heavy heart, Mu Weiwei stepped into the car. She had thought that he would leave after he drove her to Jinxiu compound. However, after he parked the car, he followed her back into the apartment upstairs. The moment they entered the apartment, she heard her phone ringing. She put down her things and went to answer the phone in the bedroom. "Goddess, you missed class today. I have been calling you the entire day." Ji Chung called. "I am so sorry. I was suffering from a fever and I have just come back from the hospital. That is why I missed class." Ji Chung and Luo Qianqian exchanged a few words on the other side of the phone and said, "Goddess, where do you live? Me and Qianqian can visit you now. It is okay. I will meet you tomorrow when I get better." Mu Weiwei threw a look at this luxuriously decorated apartment. She found it very difficult to explain to them why she was able to afford this apartment alone, if they were here. Having hung up the phone, she went through the missed calls. Apart from the calls from Ji Chung and Luo Qianqian, Zhou Meiqin had called her numerous times too. Only now did she realize that one day had passed since she left the hotel the night before. When Zhou Meiqin failed to set her up, she was somehow punished. Right now, she must be seeking every way to take revenge on her. Meanwhile, Fu Hanjing had also received the report from Lei Ming in the study. "Boss, I have checked what you have asked me to. Longxing Enterprise is aiming at a large project with Tiansheng, and the contract was signed yesterday." Fu Hanjing closed the study. Anything else? What made Lei Ming confused was why his boss started to care about Longxing Enterprise. So he called Su Qian this morning and asked about it. Su Qian said that Lei Ming should pay more attention to the information related to Mu Weiwei. They signed the contract with Wang Weidong from Tianjin. Lei Ming paused for a moment and continued. They had planned to give Mississippi Mu to Wang Weidong as a present, but Mississippi Mu ran away from the hotel yesterday, and Li Jiaqing's wife Zhou Meiqin and Wang Weidong ended up being in the same room until noon. Also, Wang Weidong had already sent out people to keep track of Mississippi Mu this afternoon. Having heard this, Fu Hanjing stayed silent for a moment before dispatching an order. From tomorrow onwards, get someone to follow her to make sure she is safe. He did not want anything similar to happen again. It made him feel uncomfortable when the woman he had touched was being coveted by someone else. Although Lei Ming was curious as to why his own boss suddenly started to care about Mu Weiwei, he did not dare to ask him directly. "Okay, I am on it now." Having hung up the phone, Fu Hanjing came out of the study and ran into Mu Weiwei, who had just come out of her room. She was on her way to make preparations for dinner when she found him still there in surprise. "President Fu, aren't you going home?" "I am out on business tomorrow morning after the meeting." Although Mu Weiwei found it uncomfortable to share the same roof with him, this man had spent the entire night taking care of her, and she was living in his place, so she couldn't possibly drive him away when Fu Hanjing refused to leave. So she opened the fridge, took a look inside and said, "I didn't buy any food today, so you don't mind eating noodles for dinner, do you?" "Very good." Fu Hanjing didn't return to the study after saying those words. Instead, he stood on the spot and watched the back of the person who was busy making the food as if he were waiting for something. Mu Weiwei felt a bit awkward at being stared at like this. She threw a look at him. Could he have gotten so hungry that he couldn't wait for dinner? If you were too hungry, what about eating the bread in the fridge? Fu Hanjing waited for a long while and asked directly, after he realized that she was not planning to tell him anything. "Weiwei, is there anything you want to tell me regarding what happened yesterday?" Mu Weiwei thought for a moment. Although it had been she who refused to visit hospital the day before, this man had been showing a great deal of kindness towards her anyways. He not only drove her to the hospital and demeaned himself by taking care of her the entire night, so it was totally reasonable for her to show some gratitude. She wiped her hands instantly and came to his side, bowing. "President Fu, thank you for helping me at the hospital." However, her gratitude did not please Fu Hanjing, but actually displeased him instead. "That is not what I meant." Mu Weiwei was confused. Did he mean that she was not sincere enough in showing her gratitude? "Don't you have anything to tell me about being drugged?" Fu Hanjing reminded her. On the way home from hospital, he had expected her to tell him something. Yet she had kept her mouth sealed throughout the entire time. Mu Weiwei threw a look at this man who seemed a bit furious and said confusedly, I ran into some trouble. I can fix it myself. They were not in a relationship where she told him what displeased her and what made her miserable. Fu Hanjing pursed his lips, turned around and headed towards the study. Had he been too fierce when he was driving her out of Landscape Villa? That was why she was scared of him and tried to keep a distance from him purposefully? 20 minutes later, Mu Weiwei had the noodles served in a bowl and went to knock on the door of the study. President Fu, dinner is ready. Fu Hanjing opened the door and came out of the study. He was greeted by the appealing smell of warm noodles in the living room. He felt hungry. He sat down and took a few bites. The tomatoes were boiled so that they tasted both sweet and sour, and the egg felt soft and tender. The noodles blended with the open and smooth texture of the soup. Although the noodles were not as exquisitely made as the ones made by his home chef, the bowl of noodles tasted like home. The light of the dining room cast a mild gleam upon the girl sitting opposite him, making her look so beautiful. That was something he had never noticed before. Seeing that he stopped eating after a few bites, Mu Weiwei looked up in surprise. Not tasty? It is very tasty. Fu Hanjing continued to eat the noodles, and he even drank up the remainder of the soup. After the dinner, he did not return to the study to deal with the piles of documents, but continued to observe the girl opposite him whilst sitting in the chair. Mu Weiwei felt his gaze on her, and she found it difficult to continue eating. You do not need to be so scared of me in the future, Fu Hanjing said. Mu Weiwei looked with curiosity at this man who was speaking. Had Fu Hanjing gotten possessed by something since yesterday on? Kami started to talk to her in a weird way, and looked at her in a weird way too. No one spoke for a minute. Then Fu Hanjing stood up to get a cup of coffee from the coffee machine. The noodles were very tasty. Mu Weiwei smiled, tidied up the tableware, and washed them in the kitchen. Mu Weiwei's mother loved cooking, and she picked up some skills from her. She had been living in the Gu family and did not have to cook for herself. But there was one time when Gu Siding was suffering from a stomach issue, and that was what had made her learn to make some simple home dishes with the chefs. After washing the dishes, she thought of the deadline for the Film Academy application. So she said to Fu Hanjing, I would like to check something on the internet. Can I use the computer? Sure, go ahead. Fu Hanjing agreed without hesitation. He then headed into the bathroom to take a shower. Mu Weiwei took out the identification card that she had taken from her things from Jolina, went into the study, and opened the official website of Film Academy. She glanced through the requirements for the application, registered an account, and started to fill in the application form. Since the photos and identification card were needed, she had to turn on the scanner and spent almost a whole hour trying to finish the application. Why Film Academy? Fu Hanjing had appeared behind her somehow. As far as he remembered, she had always been a piano learner, and the rumors said that she was gifted. The entertainment zone was too complicated for a girl to be in it. A dream, maybe. Mu Weiwei closed the page, stood up and said, I am done now, thank you. This man was so intimidating that his appearance made the entire study fill with an inexplicable kind of pressure. So she decided to leave after expressing her gratitude. Hang on, Fu Hanjing said, and took a hold of her slender waist and placed her on the desk. I have one thing I would like to confirm. Please cooperate with me. Mu Weiwei leaned backwards, trying to pull herself away from him. The man leaned forward and placed his hands on the table on either side so that she could not even get off the table. What is it? Can't we get another? Before she finished the words, the man took hold of her chin and forced her to look up at him. Then, his lips that were full of love were pressed upon hers without any warning and started to invade her lips and tongue. Mu Weiwei was totally dumbfounded by the kiss. Before she realized what was going on, the man's burning tongue had already reached her soft and tender tongue, so that her lips and tongue were full of the special scent of that man. She leaned herself backwards, trying hard to get rid of him. Yet the man leaned forward with her until she finally lost her balance and fell onto the table. The moment she was about to fall, a hand held the back of her head so that he placed her head gently onto the table in case her head hit on the hard surface. However, the man's invasion did not cease. Mu Weiwei tried hard to push the man away who had his chest lowered towards her. Yet instead of getting him off her, she ended up releasing his bathrobe so that her hand felt the man's sturdy chest. Annoyed, She took a heavy bite on the man's lips, and the sweet taste of blood soon spread over their lips and tongue. Startled by the pain, Fu Hanjing left her lips, stretched out his hands to wipe off the blood on his lips, looking gleeful. Then he pulled her up so she could sit up straight. Yet he still refused to let her go. Furious, Mu Weiwei glared at him, panting heavily. "What do you want to confirm anyway?" A patch of redness painted the man's thin lips, and he smiled, exactly like an unbearably enchanting monster. "I want to confirm if I am interested in you." And she did taste much better than he had expected. Mu Weiwei took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and said seriously, "President Fu, I did do something stupid and offended you numerous times before. I apologize to you now here, but I truly have no interest in you. None at all." Fu Hanjing stretched out his fingertips and brushed away the girl's loosened strands of hair behind her ears and showed a touch of delight. "If it is because I did not show much gentleness the other night, please give me one more chance, and I am sure you will be satisfied." Come honestly, it was definitely not a gentleman's behavior to have taken away a girl's virginity in such a rude way. Mu Weiwei became so furious that she shivered slightly. She was already trying very hard to stay away from this dangerous man, yet something had triggered him so that he suddenly started to flirt with her. "President Fu, I approached you because I wanted to make use of you to help me with my revenge. Now, you can continue to make use of me," Fu Hanjing said with an unprecedentedly patient and mild voice as he stared at this girl's sparklingly bright eyes. "I can help you to take revenge and get everything that belongs to the Mu family, but you must become my woman first." "No need. Look at Li Jiaqing, any wealthy man is just unreliable. So I will get everything back with my own strength." Mu Weiwei tried hard to press down her anger. If she had not been aware of her own strength and status that made it impossible for her to beat him, she would have hit him hard at the moment. "Now, move away from me." "With your own strength?" Fu Hanjing burst into a small laughter. "I can make sure that you can't move an inch in this country." "Ha! So what a president of Fu's enterprise can do is to deal with a teenage girl like me in such a mean way," Mu Weiwei said between clenched teeth. "Businessmen are always tricky, and they always do whatever it takes to get whatever they desire." Fu Hanjing showed a faint laugh. Mu Weiwei stared right into this man's profound dark eyes coldly. "Then you can just let me die. I have already lost so much, and I do not care if it costs one more life." Fu Hanjing carried her off the desk, stretched out his hands, and touched her head as a way of consolation. "Just go and sleep. Good night." Mu Weiwei went straight to her room, locked the door, and blocked the door with all the tables and wardrobes. Mu Weiwei had put her into such a horrible position to have stimulated Fu Hanjing. After Fu Hanjing had forcefully slept with her, he was like an unsealed beast that went into his darned heat. Early in the morning, Mu Weiwei did not dare to open the door and walk out of her room. She leaned herself against the door, trying to hear if there was any movement outside the room. She planned not to leave the bedroom until Fu Hanjing was gone. Fu Hanjing got up early as usual. He was waiting for his clothes and the briefcase that Su Qian had delivered to him. With eyes upon this elegantly seated man who was drinking coffee, Su Qian asked, "Should we ask Mississippi Mu to join us?" Fu Hanjing threw a look at the tightly closed door. "No need. She does not want to see me right now." Su Qian was not very sure about the way his own boss treated women. When Mississippi Mu ran after him all the time before, he found her annoying. Now when Mu Weiwei had stopped bothering him, it became his own turn to badger her. What a perverted idea. After breakfast, Fu Hanjing got himself ready for the company. He engaged himself in reading the material for the morning meeting, whilst exchanging some words with Su Qian. Then he suddenly noticed a flower store on the roadside that was just opening. "Pull over." Su Qian instantly pulled over the car, turned around and asked, "What is it, boss?" Fu Hanjing looked at the flower store on the roadside and said, "What is the most proper flower to express the feeling of regret?" Su Qian threw a weird look at him and answered based on how he apologized to his own girlfriend. "Yellow roses or lilies?" "Go by the yellow roses," Fu Hanjing said. He must have startled her the night before. Su Qian got out of the car, went into the flower store, and bought a bunch of yellow roses. When he came back to the car, Fu Hanjing was already in the driver's seat. He grabbed the card from the bunch of flowers and scribbled some lines before stuffing it back into the flowers. You do not need to go to the company. Just deliver the flowers to the apartment. As Su Qian watched the black Rolls-Royce Phantom joining the flow of cars, he lowered his gaze to the yellow flowers and then followed the orders by taking a taxi back to Jinxiu compound. Right, it was the first time for his boss to send a bunch of flowers to a girl, and it was an important mission that was not to be messed up. Jinxiu compound. Hearing that Fu Hanjing had left, Mu Weiwei pulled away the tables and wardrobes behind the door and went out to freshen up. She was getting herself ready to meet Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian. She had just gotten changed and opened the door when she ran into Su Qian, who was about to knock on the door with a bunch of flowers in his arms. Mississippi Mu, boss asked me to deliver these to you. Mu Weiwei glanced at the delicate yellow roses which were meant for an apology and realized that maybe he was apologizing to her about forcing himself on her the night before. After a long time, Su Qian put the flowers on the table after noticing that she did not plan to take them. Mississippi Mu, it is the first time boss gives flowers to a girl. I hope you will like it. Mu Weiwei did not embarrass Su Qian, but when she thought of Fu Hanjing's words about going out on business, she still asked with a worried heart. Assistant Su, your boss is going out on business today? Yes, the plane takes off at 11. Su Qian answered with honesty. How many days will he be gone? 3. Mu Weiwei nodded. Okay, you can leave now. If he was going to be away for 3 days, then she would be safe for 3 days. But she still needed to find a place to live so that she could move out of this wolf's den. The moment Su Qian left, she took the flowers, went downstairs, and tossed them down into the dustbin. In the meantime, at the office of the Fu's enterprise, Fu Shiqin and all the top managers were staring at Fu Hanjing's wound on his lips, totally transfixed. Fu Shiqin remembered that when he drove Mu Weiwei back to the Jinxiu compound, he did not show up at Landscape Villa later. And this wound happened to be on his lips, so there was no doubt that the wound was generated because of Mu Weiwei. Then he, with a gossiping mindset, sent a text, Mu Weiwei, did you sleep with my brother again last night? A minute later, Mu Weiwei sent a text back. Your brother is in his heat period. Get a girl to help him vent his anger. Fu Shiqin threw a sneaky look at his own brother who was in the middle of a speech and replied instantly, You are here, aren't you? Could it have been because of his and He Chi's stimulating talks that he went to Mu Weiwei for some pleasure the night before? Mu Weiwei replied, Goodbye, you are no longer in my contacts list. It was not until the meeting was over when Su Qian came to the company in a hurry. Su, you are not a guy who is late. What made you arrive so late today? I delivered flowers for boss. Su Qian said with a smile. After he said those words, all the top managers from different departments who were about to leave the meeting leaned forward and asked, Second Master, is President in a relationship now? The wound on his lips must be from a girl, right? Assistant Su, is the girl pretty? Which family is she from? Of course, my brother has an extremely great taste for girls. Fu Shiqin said proudly, showing an expression of pride as if he himself had gotten a girlfriend too. Second Master, can you tell us which family is the girlfriend from? The director of Human Resources Department smiled and asked in a flattering way. This was their president's first girlfriend, and she might become the future Mrs. President. No comment. Fu Shiqin said in a mysterious way. It took only one afternoon before the love affairs of Fu Hanjing, the president of the Fu's enterprise, were spread over the entire company. When it reached the public relations department, the female staff became crazy with jealousy. Meng Ruya did not attend the morning meeting, and she did not arrive at the company until the afternoon, so she had no idea what had happened. She told her subordinates about the work briefly and said, I have something to do in the afternoon. You guys are on your own? You are going to meet Mrs. Fu, right? Judging from what you said on the phone, one female employee said enviously. Meng Ruya smiled elegantly. Mrs. Fu said that she has a friend who was opening a club last night, and she wanted me to join the banquet with her. Did you spend the night at the Fu family? Another female employee asked out of surprise. Meng Ruya nodded and replied with a smile, There was a family banquet and it was getting very late, so I spent the night there. She tried every means to showcase her close relationship with the Fu family. Manager Ming, the flowers from this morning must be given to you, right? When one female employee heard that she spent the night at the Fu family, she automatically associated the gossip she heard this morning to her. Meng Ruya smiled. She did not admit anything, nor did she deny anything. Manager Ming, Just tell us. The entire company knows that the president is in a relationship now, and he even asked Assistant Sue to deliver the flowers this morning, and you have brought flowers with you to the company too. And you spent the night at the Fu family, and Mrs. Fu even asked you to join her this afternoon. Is there going to be a piece of joyous breaking news being announced soon? Manager Meng, are you going to be our Mrs. President soon? Meng Ruya's elegant smile somehow stiffened. Who told you that this bunch of flowers is from the president? Assistant Sue was late for work today, and when the second master asked him for the reason, he said that he went to deliver the flowers to the president's girlfriend. Also, Director Lin says that the president's lips were bitten, and apparently it was from a kiss. And Manager Meng, who else could it have been when you spent the night at the Fu family? All right, just get back to work. I am going to pick up Aunt now. Meng Ruya took up the flowers and left the office, drawing a great deal of attention and envy. The moment she opened the car door, she tossed the flowers into the car. This bunch of flowers was bought by her as a present for the opening of the store. It was not at all from Fu Hanjing, and Fu Hanjing did not show up at the villa last night either. She had just driven away the annoying Mu Weiwei. Who else was standing in her way now? Mu Weiwei tossed away the flowers and received a call from Ji Cheng, who asked her to come over to her house with Luo Qianqian. She and Luo Qianqian met first, and then they took a taxi and headed towards Ji Cheng's home. On the way there, her phone rang again. She answered the call and found that it was the firm voice of Mr. Ming Zonghua. Girl, are you at school? I have asked for leave. I am outside. Mu Weiwei replied. Ming Zongyuan smiled mysteriously. Where are you now? I will ask my driver to pick you up. There is someone important I would like you to meet. Mr. Ming, I have an appointment this afternoon, and I can't be there. Mu Weiwei turned down the invitation. I told you about my grandson, you right. He has just returned from abroad, and I would like you guys to meet up. I have shown him your picture. Where did you get my picture? Mu Weiwei frowned. I snapped a shot when you were here last time. Ming Zongyuan said unashamedly, and continued to speak highly of his own grandson. He is a very handsome guy, and his personality is great too. He is an architect, and he has won many prizes overseas. Mu Weiwei put her phone away from herself and shouted, Mr. Ming, I am sorry. Mr. Ming, the reception here is very bad. What did you say? What? She hung up the phone and switched it off entirely. This old man was being serious when he said that he wanted her to be his granddaughter-in-law. She had turned him down, and now he was pushing her. She was still a student who was yet to graduate from high school, and now he wanted her to go on a blind date. Luo Qianqian watched her switching the phone with a weird look. Who was it? You look scared to death. I'm a weird old dude. He wants me to go on a blind date with his grandson. I am still young. Okay? Mu Weiwei frowned, feeling troubled. She had to find a place to live so that she could move out before Fu Hanjing returned. If she couldn't find any accommodation, she would have to end up being in the school dormitory. But living with Zhou Lina and Zhu Xiaoqin sounded disgusting. That is not weird. Ji Cheng claims that she wants to marry you every day. Luo Qianqian stressed. Ji Cheng had been fascinated by her idol Fu Shi, yet after knowing her, Fu Shi was now second in rank. She had become Mu Weiwei's most loyal fan, who was totally delighted to see her at any time. Mu Weiwei thought for a moment and realized that Ji Cheng was really that kind of girl. Ji Cheng was a lovely girl who had average scores and no big dreams. Luo Qianqian, on the other hand, was a rational and calm school student who had always had very high grades. She wondered what brought these two girls together as friends. They two kept chatting and came to the military courtyard where Ji Cheng's home was located. The moment she entered the room, Ji Cheng pushed Mu Weiwei into her own bathroom. Goddess, I have got clothes and a towel ready. Take a shower and wash your hair first. Mu Weiwei said, I washed it yesterday. What was this strange way of greeting when the host forced the guest to take a shower as soon as the guest stepped into the door? Then wash it again. Ji Cheng pleaded with her two palms clenched together. Mu Weiwei could not resist her, so she took a shower, washed her hair, and got herself dressed into the nightgown on her request. Ji Cheng was in the middle of showing Luo Qianqian the presents she had received. Look at this bracelet, and this doll, and all these brooches. Aren't they pretty? Mu Weiwei threw a look at the bed that was covered by various kinds of small ornaments. They were apparently bought from different foreign countries. Luo Qianqian threw a look at them and said, So these are all presents brought back home by your extremely handsome cousin? Jiqing nodded and said as she brought out the necklace around her neck. And this necklace too. Look, there are carved letters on it. Luo Qianqian threw a look at them and found that those were in Greek. What does this mean? Excellent grades for all examinations. Ji Chung said. Mu Weiwei took it and threw a look at it. Then she returned it to her, frowning. To heck with excellent grades for all examinations. The carved letters meant my little angel. Silly girl. She was not even aware that she was being flirted with. Ji Chung took back the necklace and put it on again. Feeling excited, she brought out 2 more jewelry boxes. Stretch out your hands. Mu Weiwei and Luo Qianqian exchanged a glance, and then each of them stretched out their left hand. Jiqing opened the jewelry boxes and put a piece on for each of them. All of the bracelets had the same style. See? They are all the same. I asked my cousin to bring them back for me. Mu Weiwei observed her wrist and the exotically styled bracelet and said with a smile, Thanks, it is very pretty. Luo Qianqian dangled her wrist and said, Thanks, but I don't have a present to give back to you. No need. This is the symbol of our friendship. Ji Chang had one arm over Mu Weiwei's shoulder and the other over Luo Qianqian's. Let's go and get changed. I am going to present to you my extremely handsome cousin. Why are we getting changed? I am not on a blind date. Luo Qianqian complained. Mu Weiwei nodded. I just got changed before I came here. My cousin's club is opening today, and the occasion is way too over the top. So we have to look formal too. Ji Chung said as she took out the dresses she had picked for them previously. Why do you want me to look so cute? Luo Qianqian's face sank when she saw the pink and blue dress of sweetness in her hands. Well, it is the style of my wardrobe. Maybe you can pick another one? Ji Chung said as she opened the wardrobe. The wardrobe was full of rosy and cute dresses and clothes, making Luo Qianqian give up on choosing anything else. All right, I will wear this one. Mu Weiwei dried her hair and changed into the gown that Ji Chung had prepared for her. Goddess, I want to marry you. Ji Cheng's eyes sparkled when she saw her in her dress. Wait until you are a man in your next life. Mu Weiwei chuckled. My mother bought this dress for me, but I am not tall enough to wear this. You look so pretty in it, just like a fairy lady. Ji Chung said with excitement as she spun around her. Just as they were talking, her phone rang. She went to pick it up, still bubbling in excitement. Hecko, cousin? Well, we will be there in 2 hours. Having hung up the phone, she urged them. Hurry up, put on makeup, we are out of time. Mu Weiwei raised her eyebrows. Makeup too? Ji Chung threw a look at her. Without makeup, Mu Weiwei already looked amazing. Forget it. You do not need any makeup, we will put some on. Mu Weiwei was happy that she did not need to go through the trouble after hearing what she said. So she threw herself down in the seat beside and started to search for renting information in the neighborhood around school. After a long time, she heard the 2 girls talking with each other. Ah, I missed my eyeline. Darn, my eyeshadow keeps on getting heavier. Mu Weiwei put down the phone and went over to help them. She helped them to remove the makeup they had put on, removed the eyeshadow, and helped them with their eyebrows. I will do the eyelashes myself, Ji Chung said with a smile as she had her face between her hands in front of the mirror. Her face looked completely fresh. Oh, my eyes look very large in this way. Ah, my goddess is good at everything. Mu Weiwei was in the middle of helping Luo Qianqian with the eyebrows, so she ignored Ji Chung. She was capable of doing what they could do only because she had learned a bit more than them and turned out to be a few years older. When the 3 of them were ready, Ji Cheng's cousin had his driver pick them up. The 3 of them went into the car together. After they exited the car, Mu Weiwei noticed all the expensive cars parked outside the club. This was indeed a very exaggerated occasion, just like what Ji Chung said. They were about to enter the club when a car pulled over, from which Ming Zheng stepped out and said with a smile, Hey you, girl, why didn't you come when I asked you to at first? Mu Weiwei. So, when Mr. Ming was asking her to go on a blind date, he was planning to have her and the blind date in this place? Ji Chung called out to Ming Zongyuan when she caught sight of him. Grandfather, you are here too. Grandfather? Mu Weiwei raised her eyebrows. Could the world really be so small? Ming Zongyuan looked at the 3 girls and asked, You all know each other? She is the one I told you about, the very excellent piano teacher. Ji Chung proudly presented Mu Weiwei to her grandfather. Ming Zongyuan came to a realization. So the pretty and skilled girl her granddaughter kept on talking about every day turned out to be the one he knew. It was true that families would always belong together. This must be the destiny of heaven's order for his sweet grandson. Mu Weiwei threw a look at Ji Cheng, and then she noticed the bright smile on Ming Zongyuan's face. She felt that she had been fooled by Ji Cheng. Ming Zongyuan showed them into the club, and instead of going into the guest-filled dining room, they went to the backyard. It was a club decorated in the Baroque style, which created an elegant and noble aura. Sit here for a moment. I will bring my grandson here after going to greet everyone in the dining room, Ming Zongyuan said with a smile. Mu Weiwei laughed dryly. You had better not. Come back. Come after Ji Cheng saw off Ming Zong. She sat down and pointed at the club and said, Look, my cousin designed all of this. Isn't it amazing? Mu Weiwei glared at her and said, So, you tricked me into coming here on a blind date too? Ji Cheng let out an embarrassed laughter. Goddess, I like you so much, but I can't marry you. So if my cousin marries you, then every good thing will be in the same family. Mu Weiwei felt her forehead and said, Your cousin. She was just about to speak when Luo Chanqian asked, Where's the bathroom? My belly feels weird. Ji Cheng put down her drink, stood up and said, Goddess, sit here and wait for us. I will go with her. Mu Weiwei nodded and saw them off. Ji Cheng must have been too silly to realize that her cousin was into her instead of Mu Weiwei. And what made her bring her on a blind date with her cousin? The carved letters on the necklace and all those things for young girls. If a man was not interested in a woman, why would he be bothered to buy all of those things? Also, Ji Cheng had told them before that she was an adopted daughter of the Ji family, meaning that she and her cousin were not blood related. She kept talking about how excellent her cousin was, and it was clear that they two were in a very close relationship. She was just thinking about how to get rid of this awkward blind date when someone approached her and sneered. Mu Weiwei, seems that you are indeed a tricky woman to have sneaked into such a place. Mu Weiwei looked up and recognized that the speaker turned out to be Mrs. Ming, who had been to the Fu family before. That was to say, she was Ming Ruya's mother. Wu Shilian had observed her for a while from a distance and recognized that she turned out to be the shameless Mu Weiwei who stayed with the Fu family. It was said that she had been driven out of the house before, but now she had shown up here in this place. Because of her, Ruya's relationship with the master had somehow cooled down, and she was trying to find a way to take revenge. Wu Shilian approached her, looking disdainful. So which sugar daddy did you have to after being driven out by the Fu family? The people who were able to attend this occasion today were either nobles or the wealthy, and so Mu Weiwei was definitely not qualified to come to this place at all. Therefore, she must have stayed with a man so as to be but to enter the event. Mu Weiwei dug into the cake leisurely with her fork and put it into her mouth. The sweetness of the cake was just right, and it must have been a product of a Michelin-starred chef, probably one with 3 stars. Seeing Mai Weiwei ignoring her, Wu Shilian snorted coldly. Do you think that just because you have slept with Fu Hanjing, you are the daughter-in-law of the Fu family? Just because you are here because of a man doesn't necessarily mean that you are a decent aristocrat. Mu Weiwei took a sip on the fruit juice and said calmly, I am not sure if I am a decent aristocrat, but the way that Mrs. Ming is talking is making you look like an indecent person. No women from any aristocratic families would speak in such a mean way at such a formal occasion. Who are you swearing at? Wu Shilian bellowed with an ashen face. Mu Weiwei raised her eyebrows and sneered. Did I refer to you? As the two were arguing, many guests were drawn to the site. Someone recognized that Mrs. Ming was a guest of Mrs. Fu, so they stepped forward and asked, What is it going on, Mrs. Ming? Mrs. Fu often brought the daughter of the Ming family to different banquets, and apparently, she had already accepted her as the daughter-in-law. That was why they should somehow flatter Mrs. Ming ahead of time. Wu Shilian squinted at Mu Weiwei, who was still seated there drinking afternoon tea, as if nothing had happened. Nothing, just an arrogant girl who has sneaked into the party. Ming Ruya also showed up when she heard the noise. A touch of hatred flashed across her eyes when she spotted Mu Weiwei. Although she had been driven out of the Fu family, she had still slept with Fu Hanjing, and she had succeeded in getting the painting from Mr. Ming, which had humiliated her in front of the Fus. Seeing the crowd getting larger, Wu Shilian said to the female guests who were the majority in the crowd, Watch out everyone, this girl specializes in seducing someone else's husband, especially ones who have a lot of money. Hearing the words, the female guests all turned to Mu Weiwei with a disdainful look when they noticed how pretty this girl actually looked. Mu Weiwei lowered her eyes and saw the tasty dessert on the plate. Her good mood had been totally ruined, so she looked up and confronted Wu Shilian with a look of coldness. Mrs. Ming, who do you think I have charmed, and what is your slander based on? Even though Mu Weiwei had courted Fu Hanjing, Meng Ruya was still not the formal daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Nor had she been engaged to Fu Hanjing either. Even though she had slept with Fu Hanjing, she had not charmed Meng Ruya's man. Wu Shilian got stuck with words. She was just annoyed that this girl had moved into the Fu family and slept with the man her daughter had laid eyes upon. But if she spilled out the truth, she would humiliate the Fu family. So she couldn't just simply say that she had charmed Fu Hanjing. You know pretty well what dirt you had done. I am just trying to save your face. Mu Weiwei narrowed her beautiful eyes, showing a bit of intimidating air. Mrs. Ming, if I have done something dirty, you must tell me what on earth it is. If you refuse to point it out, then you better apologize to me. I do not accept any false accusations. Her aim was to be a part of the entertainment industry, and if the accusation was not clarified right here right now, people would think that any role she received was an exchange of SX. Also, she did not want to be considered as such a girl anyway. Seeing that the crowd was standing on her side, Wu Shilian snorted in a loud voice, "Who do you think you are that I have to apologize to you?" Mu Weiwei stood up with the fork and glanced at Wu Shilian's exquisite leather handbag. Mrs. Ming, your bag looks pretty. Wu Shilian lowered her look and said, "It is the discontinued version of MG, something you will never get." Mu Weiwei raised the corner of her lips and looked on coldly. Are you sure you are not going to apologize to me for what you just said? Wu Shilian snorted proudly. I have said nothing wrong. Why should I apologize to you? Mu Weiwei let out a sigh of pity and stabbed the expensive leather handbag that Wu Shilian had been showing off with the silver fork, leaving a scratch mark on the smooth surface. She had been in a very bad mood recently. She could tolerate Fu Hanjing since she simply couldn't irritate him, but she couldn't tolerate a woman like this one. Wu Shilian and Meng Ruya were shocked and screamed in horror. This is the discontinued version of MG. There are no more than 10 available in the world. And you have just scratched it? The female guests felt sorry for Mrs. Ming and her ruined MG handbag, which was said to be the discontinued version. MG was the top luxury brand, and during recent years, fewer and fewer products had been produced. Their products were also getting more and more expensive. A discontinued version handbag like this might not even be able to be bought no matter how much money one had. The discontinued handbag of MG? That must have cost at least 800 or 900,000 yuan. If there are only fewer than 10 of such handbags across the globe, then it might actually cost more than 1 million. MG has not produced new things for years, and every single piece costs an arm and a leg. This girl is simply too fierce. She has ruined such an expensive handbag just because she was angry. The guests had now established a terrible impression of Mu Weiwei, and even more so after they heard what Wu Shilian said. Mu Weiwei, this handbag costs 1.8 million yuan. Now even 2 million yuan does not buy one like this. You have ruined it totally. Meng Ruya confronted Mu Weiwei angrily. That was her bag. She had lent it to her mother, and it was now totally ruined. Mu Weiwei tossed the fork back onto the table, showing no regret for what she had just done. If she had apologized to me a moment ago, none of this would have happened. So now, you are blaming this on me? Will you be dead, or something if I scold you? Now you have ruined my handbag after a few words that I said. Would you have killed me if I had said more? Wu Shilian's heart ached so badly when she saw the scratches on the handbag. Soon, Mrs. Fu and the lady of the Ming family heard the chaos and gathered around. When they saw Wu Shilian's anxious and angry face, they asked Ruya, what happened? Meng Ruya looked wronged, and soon her eyes were filled with tears. Then she said, my mother saw Weiwei sneaking into this place and was trying to persuade her to leave rather than staying and causing trouble here. She became annoyed and then ruined my mother's bag out of anger. It is the discontinued version of MG, and it cannot be bought on the market. Mrs. Fu was born into nobility, and she was pretty aware of the luxurious brand of MG. There had been fewer products presented by MG during the past few years, so their products were becoming more and more precious. She was actually quite jealous of Mrs. Ming, who had brought the handbag here to this occasion. Did you really do that, Mu Weiwei? She said that I specialize in seducing powerful and wealthy men. What I want is an apology. Mu Weiwei sounded full of justice. She did not think that she had done anything wrong. What had Wu Shilian said disgusted her. And so did this handbag. Those were just words, and you did not have to do anything like that. This is the Ming family's celebration, not a place for you to throw your temper. Mrs. Fu scolded her furiously. It did not matter what fuss she had made at the Fu family, because those incidents were just family affairs. When she did something so humiliating at someone else's celebration, the Fu family would also be humiliated at the same time. And how would she be able to afford the handbag when she ruined someone else's handbag? Old lady of the Fu family would have to cover for her in the end anyway. Just words? Mu Weiwei let out a cold laugh. She coughed through her hoarse throat gained because of her oncoming flu and continued on. She said, I charmed a rich and powerful man to come here to this occasion. This would inflate as a widely spread rumor by the time the banquet is finished. This is something that I have never done, and if I get into a relationship or get married in the future, women would consider me as a fox who charms men and men would consider me as an easy girl. Rumors go around, so why should I not get an apology from her? In addition, she was planning to enter the film industry, and if the clarification was not concluded today, she would have left herself a mark of blackened history. Why would you sneak into such a banquet if this is not your plan? Wu Shilian said. She must be seeking for another rich man to support her after she was driven away by the Fu family and found that she had nowhere to go. Ji Chung and Luo Qianqian had just returned from the bathroom and saw a group of people surrounding Mu Weiwei. They had also heard what Wu Shilian had accused Mu Weiwei of. Who did you say sneaked in? Weiwei is here at my cousin Ming Ye's invitation and brought in by my grandfather. How dare you say that she sneaked in? Wu Shilian threw a look at Ming Ruya, not sure if what Ji Chung had said was true or false. Ming Ruya was, after all, a manager of the public relations department. She was quite good at facing crisis. She is dressed like this, and she doesn't even have an invitation card. It is hard to tell if she was invited in or sneaked in. Mrs. Fu turned her head and looked at the lady of the Ming family and asked with a low voice, She is here really at your invitation? The club was, strictly speaking, opened by Ming Yi. If she was really here at the host's invitation, then they truly were not in a place to scold her for anything. The lady of the Ming family thought for a while and said, The old master did say that he was going to bring a girl to meet Yi. I am not sure about the details. Seeing that the crowd still did not buy her words, Ji Chung waved at Ming Zongyuan and her cousin Ming Yi who were approaching them. Grandfather, this woman said that Weiwei sneaked in. They even badmouthed her. I brought her in. If she should not be here, then does it mean that I should not be here either? Ming Zongyuan shouted with a serious face and a vigorous voice. He had meant to set up a blind date between Mu Weiwei and his grandson, but these people had now made such a mess that the girl might have run away. If that happened, who would make it up to him for losing a granddaughter-in-law? Dad, this is just a misunderstanding. Sorry, I was too careless to notice this. The lady of the Ming family came over to help Ming Zongyuan sit down. Ming Yi was dressed in a black suit. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and bowed to Mu Weiwei. Sorry that you have run into such trouble. Mu Weiwei smiled. I was being impulsive. Sorry for the trouble. Those female guests who had given a hand to Wu Shilian all looked embarrassed at this moment. They had really thought that this girl was a fox who charms men, but she was going on a blind date with the grandson master of the Ming family. So why would she ever want to charm any men? Mr. Ming was not involved in the political field, but one of his two sons was a high-ranking officer in the military and the other an important man in the field of politics. Ming Yi was the most beloved grandson of Mr. Ming, and apparently, Mr. Ming was very satisfied with this girl that he might be taking her in as a granddaughter-in-law. Calm as the host of the club, Ming Yi stepped forward and said, Please clarify all the misunderstandings, and as for the ruined bag, I can make the compensation for not taking care of you earlier on. That woman said that Weiwei charms men. When did you ever see my Weiwei charm any men? Ji Chung glared at Wu Shilian and Ming Ruya angrily. She would hate these two people if they had ruined the blind date between her goddess and her cousin. Mu Weiwei's lips twitched and threw a look at Ji Chung, who was apparently more angry than she herself. Honestly, could she stop saying that she was her family's, when she was not? A girl's reputation is very important, and Mrs. Ming better have a good reason to explain what you have just said. Who has the Mu girl charmed? Bring him here and expose the truth. If nothing like this happened, apologize to her now. Mr. Ming sat on the chair with 2 hands resting on his cane. His back was straight, and he looked quite imposing. What on earth is going on in your mind when you try to ruin the reputation of a young girl without evidence? You have a daughter yourself. Mrs. Fu spoke up when she saw the situation. Mr. Ming, it is just a misunderstanding. Mrs. Ming has said something wrong and Wei Wei has ruined her handbag too. They are even. Let's not ruin your banquet just because of such a trivial matter. She had never expected that Mu Weiwei could have done something that pleased Mr. Ming so that he wanted to set up a blind date for her and his own grandson Ming Yi. Having heard the words, Mu Weiwei did not plan to let the entire matter go away. Instead, she said, as long as Mrs. Ming apologizes to me, I can compensate for the handbag. You? Wu Shilian snorted. How shameless you are to let the Ming family compensate for you. I meant, I myself will make the compensation, not others. Mu Weiwei said with a low voice. Mrs. Fu frowned in displeasure. If she did not want to get money from the Ming family, she would turn to old lady for the money. What money did she have to make the compensation after she was driven out by the Li family? Ji Chung threw a worried look at Mu Weiwei. This handbag cost almost 2 million yuan. So where would she get the money for the compensation from? Wu Shilian threw a look at her own daughter. She understood that if she continued to be stubborn, the Ming family would be displeased. So she clenched her teeth and said, Yes, it was a lie that you charmed men. I apologize for what I have said. Meng Ruya clenched her teeth out of loathing when she saw her mother bending down in front of so many nobles. Mu Weiwei, my mother has apologized. Now, how will you make the compensation? All right, I can force myself to accept the apology. Mu Weiwei nodded, took a step forward and stretched out her hands as she said, If you want me to make the compensation, then I will have to be convinced that your handbag is authentic. Wu Shilian took out the private things from the bag and handed the empty handbag over to her and said, I spent more than 1 million on this handbag, and you dare to say that it is not authentic? Mu Weiwei took over the handbag and without even sparing a look at it, she turned to the female guests and said, Which of you are a VIP member of MG? I would like to borrow your member number to call the VIP customer service of the headquarters of MG. Hearing these words, Mingyi presented his own cell phone and said, When I was studying in Italy, I once bought bags from MG for my mother and aunt. I have their membership number. Having said this, he then dialed the number of the MG headquarters in person and put it on speakerphone too. The moment the call went through, he explained to the receiver in Italian that they would need to communicate in English. He was about to ask Mu Weiwei what she needed to tell the receiver when Mu Weiwei already started speaking to the customer service staff in her pure British English. Hecko, someone here has a MG bag and we would like to test if it is authentic? Having heard the words, the customer service receiver said, Ma'am, we can check it out for you through video or photo. You can have the bag delivered to an MG counter for a specialist to take a look at it. Mingyi cooperatively switched on the camera. The customer service receiver from MG headquarters was a blonde woman. Mu Weiwei vividly showcased the appearance of the bag, the logo inside, and explained some details to the receiver in front of the camera. After the customer service receiver observed it for a while and inquired with a serious expression, Please, ma'am, does this bag belong to you? Meng Ria took a step forward and said, Excuse me, this bag is mine. When the customer service receiver saw Meng Ruya, she asked in a formulation, Please, ma'am, give us your name, nationality as well as your contact information. We will contact you as soon as possible. Meng Ruya presented her own name and contact information and threw a cold look at Mu Weiwei. After the examination, she had to turn to old lady of the Fu family and the Ming family for help for the 1 million compensation fee. Some guests took pleasure in Mu Weiwei's trouble. There were many girls who wanted to become the daughter-in-law of the Ming family, so why did this little girl receive the priority? And she was even blagging that she would be able to pay 2 million yuan in cash as compensation. Just look at the cheap dress on her. How would she be able to get 2 million yuan by herself? Luo Qianqian and Ji Chung held their hands tightly together and said in a small voice, How would she be able to get 2 million yuan? Don't worry, grandfather and cousin are on our side. Ji Chung clenched her teeth and said, If she doesn't want grandfather and cousin to cover the bill, I can lend her the money. I have great amounts of gift money from New Year. Compared to the crowd who looked very nervous, Mu Weiwei seemed calm and leisurely. She was patiently waiting for the reply from the MG customer service. After the receiver wrote her notes, she spoke a large paragraph of English with a serious expression. Those guests who understood English started to discuss in astonishment. Meng Ruya turned pale instantly and tried hard to communicate with the receiver in English. However, the receiver turned even colder and then hung up the phone directly. Wu Xiulian had no idea what they were talking about, but she had sensed that something was not right. Ruya, what happened? What did MG say? Meng Ruya turned to Mu Weiwei, who had been calm right from the beginning, and clenched her teeth so tightly in anger that she almost crushed them in her mouth. What is the result? How much must Mu Weiwei pay us? Wu Xiulian tugged at Meng Ruya's clothes. Ming Yi threw a surprised look at Mu Weiwei and turned to Wu Xiulian and explained, Mrs. Ming, this bag is not sold by MG and it is not authentic. How could that be possible? I bought it using more than 1 million yuan. Wu Xiulian just couldn't believe the reality. She turned the bag over and inside out from bottom to top. We have bought MG bags before and the quality as well as the brand symbol are all the same. Xiulian, just forget it. Mrs. Fu tugged at Mrs. Ming, who was in a frenzy. She understood English, so she understood the conversation they had with the MG customer service. She said that if I apologize, she will compensate for the damage of the bag. Now she wants to find an excuse for herself? Wu Xiulian was not convinced. She had sullied herself by apologizing to her, and now she was not receiving the compensation? Mom, just leave it. Meng Ruya tugged at Wu Xiulian awkwardly. She felt so humiliated that she wanted to leave the event as soon as possible. She had taken the opportunity to humiliate Mu Weiwei so that Mrs. Fu could hate her utterly and so that she would never be able to find a husband that belonged to this noble circle. However, she ended up being the one who was humiliated in the end. She was so furious that she wanted to strangle this annoying BT to death, but she couldn't do anything with so many people around. The guests found it amusing to see Wu Xiulian struggling. MG had told them that they had never had this bag on sale before, and she was still so cheeky as to ask Mu Weiwei to pay her back. One female guest dressed in a black gown stepped out and explained kindly with a glass in her hand. Mrs. Ming, it is not Mississippi Mu who will be paying you back. It is you who will be paying back MG. At a cocktail party some time ago, she was trying to approach Fu Hanjing but was humiliated by Meng Ruya, who thought herself a member of the Fu family. Now, it was her turn to exact payback too. What are you talking about? Wu Xiulian was astonished. It was Mu Weiwei who had ruined her bag. Why must they pay back MG? The female guest in the black gown took a sip of her wine and explained to the guests who had not understood what had happened. Martin Green had already signed with the Gu family from Lande 5 years ago as the private designer for Mu Weiwei, the daughter of Gu Enterprise. During their collaboration time, all the works designed by him were not allowed to be sold on the market but became the private products of the Gu family. This bag was the one that Mu Weiwei had when she was attending the royal banquet of a land, and a minor designer who quit from MG copied this bag and sold it at a very high price. What you have bought is the forgery designed by him, and the authentic product belongs only to Mu Weiwei, the daughter of the Gu family. 2 months ago, Deborah, a famous singer from S-Land, attended the press release of her new album with this bag, but ended up being taken to court by MG and the Gu family. She finally made a compensation of more than 4 million yuan. MG had already published the announcement on their official website that this bag was not authentic, and they are in the process of getting every single piece back. Wu Xiulian was flipping between either being startled or angry, so much so that she almost passed out. How could this be possible? We paid for this bag too. The female guest in black gown smiled with schadenfreude, facing the troubled woman as she continued. MG pays a great deal of attention to their brand image, and the daughter of the Gu family has never liked to share her things with anyone else. That is why the Gu family hired Martin Green to become the private designer for their daughter, so that she alone is able to enjoy unique and perfect products. You better pray to God that you won't be asked to make a large amount of compensation, considering that both MG and the Gu family would both hire their lawyers. Hearing that she was involved with the Gu family, Wu Xiulian dropped her bag onto the floor. However ignorant she might be, She was fully aware of how powerful and lethal the Gu family were. They belonged to the nobility in a land, and they were also almost prestigious tycoons. There was never a good ending for anyone who irritated the Gu family. Mu Weiwei threw a cold look at the exquisite and expensive leather bag on the floor. She hated this bag to the deepest parts of her bones. Because after Ling Yin saw this bag, she had loved it so much that she asked her to give it to her as a present. That woman had asked FOT too many things from her, including her life and her heart. She felt extremely annoyed when she saw Wu Shulian holding this bag and showing it off in front of her face. For a long while, Wu Shulian still could not believe what was happening. She threw a fierce look at Mu Weiwei. What did you do with the phone call? Who would even know if that was really MG? What do you know about MG as a teenager from high school? Mrs. Ming, I made the call. Ming Yi reminded her with a low voice. You can wait until you receive the legal letter from MG to see whether or not that call was really from the company. Mu Weiwei smiled lightly, showing coldness in her eyes. Mu Weiwei might not know much about the fashion industry or luxurious goods, but she had grown up in the Gu family, and what she had seen and used were far beyond Wu Shulian's reach and imagination. Ever since she was 20 years old, Martin Green, the designer of MG, had already become the private designer of the Gu family. He designed her clothes, shoes, bags, and ornaments for the 4 seasons in a year, and no one knew MG better than she did. The moment Wu Shulian appeared in front of her with this bag, she had already known that it was a forgery. She had not wanted to irritate her, neither had she wanted to give her a lesson. But that woman had not been able to keep her mouth shut, so Mu Weiwei thought it was time to teach her a lesson after all. Wu Shulian might not believe what had happened, but the crowd did. It is just a forgery, and she even has the cheek to show it off and ask for compensation. Now she has smashed her own feet with her own stone. She is totally humiliated, let alone the large amount of compensation she has to make to MG and the Gu family. But they didn't know that it was a forgery. Maybe they would not lose this case? The Gu family are famous for being unreasonable. No one has a good ending with them as long as they irritate the Gu family. The reason why the Gu family signed Martin Green to create products for them is because they want something special and perfect. The Gu family would never forgive those who have made a copy of the things from their family and then showed it off. It will get nasty when they are displeased. They have even been able to sign the designer of a luxurious brand as their private designer for so many years. How much money do they have? Meng Ruya was calmer than her mother Wu Shulian. She turned to Mu Weiwei with a wronged face. Weiwei, I have been treating you as a sister since I got to know you for the first time. I have been giving you clothes and accessories all the time. What on earth have I done that you now treat me like this? Calm hearing these words, the crowd could not help but feel sorry for Meng Ruya and her mother. They had been treating this girl so nicely, but now they had been harmed so seriously. This Mu Weiwei was way too ruthless. So she had known about the news from MG, and then she caused trouble by scratching the bag on purpose. Mu Weiwei raised the corner of her lips, took a step forward and stared at the diamond necklace around Meng Ruya's neck and said, Sister Ruya, you did give me clothes and shoes, but have I also not given you my most precious thing? This diamond necklace is my mother's legacy. The female guest dressed in the black gown threw a look at the diamond necklace around Meng Ruya's neck and said, This neck is worth more than 10 million yuan at least, and it is her mother's legacy too. It is worth much more than all the clothes you have given her altogether. You have taken great advantage of this little girl, and even blamed her for setting you up. But you irritated and provoked her first. Should I replay the video so that people can watch what just happened a minute ago? Meng Ruya was totally speechless. She did trick Mu Weiwei into giving her the diamond necklace, claiming that it would be a good way for her to court Fu Hanjing. Mrs. Fu also knew that this necklace was given by Mu Weiwei. So Meng Ruya simply could not just tell lies by saying that this necklace did not belong to Mu Weiwei in front of Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu threw a look at Wu Shulian, who had turned pale. She patted Meng Ruya's shoulder and said with a gentle voice, All right, your mother looks unwell. Bring her back to take a rest. It would be very difficult for the mother and the daughter to stay a minute longer at this celebration, especially when the situation was becoming increasingly ugly for them. She was indeed satisfied with Meng Ruya and thought of her as a good candidate for her daughter-in-law. She was gentle, kind, and caring, but her mother was indeed an embarrassment. Meng Ruya was not convinced. But she understood that there was no need for them to stay here when the situation was going against their will. She waved goodbye to the Ming family politely and went out of the club with her tail between her legs, holding Wu Xiulian by one arm. As the evening fell, the lights of the club were all on, dazzling and bright. People who were well-dressed made toasts to each other, and none of them seemed to have been affected by the incident of the Ming family. Ming Zongyuan did not like engaging himself in social activities. So he stayed with the children in the yard, whilst the lady of the Ming family was in the banquet hall receiving the guests. Mrs. Fu, you seem to know Mississippi Mu as well? The lady of the Ming family could tell that the old master was planning to set up a date for her daughter and the girl, but what had happened today made her feel a bit uncomfortable. A girl from an old friend. She lost her family, and the old lady adopted her into the Fu family. Mrs. Fu did not like Mu Weiwei that much, but she did not badmouth her behind her back, because that would make her an uncivilized person. Also, if Mu Weiwei ended up being with Mingyi, she would give up on Fu Hanjing, and that would save the Fu family a great deal of trouble. In the yard, Mu Weiwei had thought that it would be an awkward blind date. Yet Mingyi was gentle, friendly, funny, and humorous. He took great care of the three young ladies. Also, he had noticed that her throat was not feeling well, so he asked his servant to get her hot drinks that were good for the throat. She was also served some mild food, and that made her feel that she was not on a blind date but at an interesting gathering with friends. Ji Cheng did not pay much attention to the food on the table, but stared at her cell phone screen the whole time. She did not stop until Ming Zongyuan scolded her. I am trying to find what Mu Weiwei looks like. She seems to be a huge tycoon. Mu Weiwei's lip corner twitched as she was sitting right next to her. Ah, why are there no pictures of her face? Ji Cheng put down her cell phone in disappointment as she mumbled. It is so difficult to imagine how a noble lives, when she can have Martin Green as her private designer and wears the limited version of the luxurious bland. Mu Weiwei smiles politely. It was not a very strange life for a noble from a land. The Gu family, however, was just trying to offer something better to her. Kam Ji Cheng gave up searching for news. Instead, she blinked at Mu Weiwei. Weiwei, don't you think that my cousin is extremely good-looking? Mu Weiwei laughed dryly. I can't say anything else since you say so? Ji Cheng asked with a bright smile. Have you considered marrying him? Ming Zongyuan added. I told you that my grandson is excellent. He has designed many famous buildings abroad. Ming Ye's smile stiffened. He took a sip at the wine without showing an expression. Grandpa, she is still young. Mu Weiwei nodded and said, Yes, I am really still young. Not that young. You are 18 years old. You can have a relationship for 2 years and then get married later. That would be right on time. Ming Zongyuan said without caring about what others were thinking. I don't think that works. Mu Weiwei answered with a dry smile. This old man simply had no idea who his grandson had a crush on, so he had set up a blind date for her. Mingyi took another sip of the wine, trying to press down something when he saw Ji Cheng persuading Mu Weiwei to become her cousin-in-law. After talking for a while, Ming Zongyuan asked Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian to take a walk, leaving her and Mingyi behind. Seeing the group going away, Mingyi smiled with an apologetic smile. Sorry, my grandpa is used to making the decisions here for everyone. He wants to have a hand in everything. Mu Weiwei smiled lightly, but I do think that you should tell Ji Cheng the truth as soon as possible, otherwise you will have to be a cousin forever. Mingyi never expected that she would say something like this, so he became slightly startled. You, my little angel, are the words written on the necklace, right? And it is a necklace that shows love in foreign countries. Mu Weiwei told him what she had discovered. Mingyi smiled helplessly. You did not tell her, did you? Mu Weiwei shook her head. Not yet, but I think that you better tell her yourself. Thanks, I will when she grows a bit older, Mingyi said. After the dinner, Mingyi arranged a car to drive her and Luo Qianqian home, whilst he himself gave Ji Cheng a lift. The moment Mu Weiwei entered the room, the fixed phone in the living room rang. She knew pretty well that it must be from the man she had blocked on her cell phone. Therefore, she pulled the cable out without answering the call, creating a peaceful quietness throughout the entire apartment. After the banquet at the club, Mrs. Fu received a call from Ming Ruya. Aunt, I just received an email from MG. They will send a lawyer here for negotiation, and the lawyers from the Gu family are coming too. I really didn't know that it was a copy. Having heard Ming Ruya's words, Mrs. Fu calmly asked, "How is your mother?" "Not so well. Her sickness has come back. She has just taken her medicine and laid down. She did not even eat a single bite at dinner." Ming Ruya sounded wronged. Mrs. Fu's heart softened after hearing what she had said. She did not have a daughter herself, and because of the frequent visits of Ming Ruya, she had already regarded her more or less as a daughter. "Don't worry, I will discuss it with Hanjung. We will help you solve the problem, be it from the Gu family or MG. Thank you so much, Aunt. You are the one who treats me the best." Ming Ruya stopped sobbing and said with gratitude. Since the old lady liked Mu Weiwei, what she had to do now was to cling to Mrs. Fu. After all, Mrs. Fu had always had a soft heart and liked her, and if she agreed to help her, there would definitely not be any problems. As for Mu Weiwei, who had humiliated her on the issue of Priam's painting and also on this occasion, she would be well prepared to pay her back next time. As Mrs. Fu returned to the mansion of the Fu family, she saw Fu Shiqin at home for dinner after work as well. "Shiqin, when will your brother be back?" "In a couple of days." "Why?" Fu Shiqin asked in astonishment. His mother never asked them about work. Mrs. Fu asked the servant to pour some water, sat down at the table and recounted what had happened at the club today, and said, "MG and the Gu family may have sent their lawyers for negotiation, so send the best lawyer from your company to solve this problem for Ruya." Fu Shiqin put down his bowl feeling nauseated and said, after letting out a sigh, "Her again? The lawyers from our legal department are busy dealing with the Wilsons on the collaboration details. They do not have time to care about her. She is your future sister-in-law. We must help her family because she will be part of our family soon too," Mrs. Fu said, sounding intimidating. After hearing those words, old lady put down her bowl and chopsticks in displeasure, losing all desire of eating anything more. "What do you mean by future sister-in-law?" She bought a forgery of Priam's painting and almost screwed up the signing with the Wilsons. If Mu Weiwei had not recognized the painting in time and persuaded Mr. Ming to spare us one, the business deal worth tens of billions of yuan would have collapsed. Does she really like forgeries? She buys a forged painting and a forged bag. She is always causing so much trouble. Fu Shiqin complained unhappily. Mu Weiwei? Mrs. Fu frowned slightly. So Mu Weiwei had helped to finish the deal with the Wilsons? She did not quite believe that she would be so capable, but if it had not been because of the deal, she could not figure out what else would have made Mr. Ming defend her in this way today. "Mom, it is a matter if you like Ming Ruya, but it is another if brother doesn't," Fu Shiqin said, lifted the bowl, and continued with the food. "Also, my brother has a girlfriend now anyways." "A girlfriend?" Mrs. Fu and Fu Shengying, who was busy reading his newspaper in silence, were both very surprised. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Fu Shiqin took out his cell phone and showed the picture he had snapped at the morning meeting and presented it in front of his parents' faces. "Look at the wounds on brother's lip. It must have been bitten by a girl when they were kissing." Fu Shengying lifted his glasses and observed the close-up shot of Fu Hanjing's face on the cell phone. The wound on his lips was indeed clear. "Are you sure that it is a girlfriend your brother has found? Do you expect that my brother has found a boyfriend instead?" Fu Shiqin was startled by his father's idea. He said seriously, "It is a girlfriend, a very pretty one." Fu Shengying nodded. "Good. As long as she is not the daughter from the Gu family, anyone else would be fine." Mrs. Fu threw a look at her husband and said with a serious expression, "The daughter from the Gu family would not work, nor would Mu Weiwei." Fu Shiqin felt his forehead. Mu Weiwei was exactly the girl his brother had eyes upon. She was just about to say something when his cell phone rang again. He answered the call with full courtesy when he saw the name on the screen. "Brother, what are your orders? How is her cold?" Fu Hanjing said in a low voice. He did not sound happy. "I did not see her. How would I know about it? Go and check on her now," Fu Hanjing said with a cold voice. "My dearest brother, it is almost midnight. Why don't you call her if you want to know about her so badly?" On the other side of the phone, Fu Hanjing stayed silent for a minute before saying, "She blocked me." Fu Shiqin was startled for a few seconds before spilling out his mouthful of rice. He tried very hard to restrain his laughter after swallowing down some water. Then call the home phone. She must be at home by now. Another moment of silence before he said, "The cable was pulled away." Fu Shiqin had his hands over the cell phone and laughed so hard at what had happened. So this was now the time when his brother would experience suffering. Why did his brother's helpless tones sound so pleasing? Fu Shiqin, be aware of your laughter, Fu Hanjing warned with a cold voice. Although he did not hear the voice, he could tell instantly what Fu Shiqin was doing at that moment. Fu Shiqin cleared his throat and stopped laughing. Well, it is too late tonight. I will help you check on her tomorrow. Why had he not noticed that the situation between Mu Weiwei and her brother was so much fun before? Okay. Fu Hanjing answered briefly and hung up the phone. Fu Shiqin put down the cell phone and said to his parents, See? Brother even calls to see if she is getting better from her cold, even when he is abroad. Who else has received such treatment in our family before? A cold? Mrs. Fu thought of Mu Weiwei, who she had met at the club today. It seemed that when she spoke, she sounded like she was suffering from a cold. But as soon as she got this idea, she kicked it out of her head. It couldn't have been her. Hanjing hated her so much before, and her son would definitely have laid eyes upon anyone else apart from that annoying girl. Fu Shengying folded the newspaper and asked curiously, Where's the girl from? Didn't your brother tell you when he will bring her home for us to take a look? Fu Shiqin threw a look at Mrs. Fu, who did not like Mu Weiwei, and realized that if she knew the truth, she might do something about it. So it would be best for his brother to tell them himself. Brother has not successfully won her yet, but my brother is very effective, so I am sure that he will bring her home for you to assess her. Maybe you will get a grandson next year. His brother never hesitated once he made up his mind. As long as he made the decision, he would complete the goal no matter what. Therefore, no matter how much Mu Weiwei tried to struggle, she would always end up being captured by his brother. Come here, Shiqin. Old lady stood up and left the dining room. Fu Shiqin followed up obediently. Grandma, what is it that is so secret that you want me away from the dining room? Old lady took a look around and whispered when she was certain that no one was nearby. The girl you talked about must be Weiwei, right? Fu Shiqin nodded vigorously. Grandma, you have a pair of eyes that can see truth. You are observant and you are so smart. Old lady smiled, feeling gratified as she said proudly, I knew that I had spotted the right girl. In order to move out before Fu Hanjing came back home on business, Mu Weiwei left Ji Cheng's home and went out to check different apartments. She was so busy that she was never at home. Therefore, although Fu Shiqin visited the apartment 3 times, he missed her every single time. However, all of her hard work paid off. She finally found a small apartment, which was as small as the bathroom in Jinxiu compound. Yet it was still enough for her to live alone in. She spoke with the landlord, signed the lease contract, paid the down payment, and was about to go home to move her things when Ji Cheng called her and asked her to meet up with her. They happened to be in the neighborhood, so she went over, straight to them. I just bought tickets for a musical. Let's all go and watch the show. Ji Cheng showed off the tickets she had bought. But I am still busy, Mu Weiwei said in embarrassment. She had to go and pack up her things before moving. She was not in the mood to watch a musical. You have stood us up so many times, just watch one musical with us, all right? Ji Cheng pursed her lips, looking displeased. Mu Weiwei let out a sigh of helplessness. All right, Her packing was mostly done anyways, and all she had left to pack were a few small things. Fu Hanjing would not return until tomorrow night. So even if she moved away the following morning, she would still miss him. The 3 of them arrived at the theater half an hour before the show started, and the audience members in other seats started to sit down as well. Mingyi, who was dressed in a casual outfit, was a bit startled at the sight of them. Then he showed a polite smile to them. Weiwei, Qianqian, you are here too? Kamo cousin, what a coincidence. You are here for a show too? Ji Cheng waved to him with a smile whilst glancing at Mu Weiwei carefully. Mu Weiwei waved to him with a dry smile. She had sensed that this little girl must have been up to something, but she was still fooled. And this unlucky brother must have thought that Ji Cheng had asked him to watch the show alone. That was why he had agreed to come. As a result, however, he was framed and pushed into having a date with someone else. Half an hour after the show had started, Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian took off. Mu Weiwei threw a sympathetic look at Ming Yi sitting next to her. You better tell her the truth as soon as possible, otherwise she is going to keep hooking us up like a fool. Ming Yi let out a sigh of helplessness. True. I really need to find an opportunity to tell her the truth. Otherwise, the silly girl would be constantly engaged in setting him up with a girl. After Ji Cheng left, Mu Weiwei and Ming Yi decided to leave as well. It is difficult to call a taxi at this time. I can drive you home. She was Ji Cheng's friend after all. If he did not drive her home, that girl would blame him. Mu Weiwei was just about to wonder if she should get in the car when Fu Shiqin, together with a very beautiful girl, passed by and let out a cry of surprise when he saw her. Mu Weiwei? What are you doing here? Mu Weiwei frowned. A terrible feeling hit her. I am on a date. Fu Shiqin took a hold of the girl next to him and said, We are on our way back. What about giving you a lift? Mu Weiwei had not wanted to trouble Ming Yi, so she agreed to get in his car instantly and waved goodbye to Ming Yi. Ming Yi did not force her either, so he said with a smile when he saw Fu Shiqin going to fetch the car, You are Cheng's friend, and you are mine too. Nice to meet you. Me too. Mu Weiwei nodded with a smile and said, Wish your little angel will understand your heart as soon as possible. Ming Yi stretched out his hands. Thank you for your blessing. Mu Weiwei was about to stretch out her hand to hold his when Fu Shiqin pressed the horn, urging her to hurry up. She waved goodbye to Ming Yi in a hurry, jogged over to the side of the car, and pulled open the door before taking a seat inside. It was not until that moment did she realize that the person who was sitting next to her in their seat was not Fu Shiqin's date, but Fu Hanjing, who was giving out a horrifying cold air. Mu Weiwei was startled for 2 seconds, and then immediately tried to open the door to get out of the car when she realized what was happening. But Fu Shiqin had locked the door ahead of time. Fu Shiqin, you god-darn captive. If he had appeared alone, she would really have suspected that Fu Hanjing was back. But he had a woman with him. That was why she believed that he was on a date and just so happened to run into her. That is none of my business. My brother asked me to get you into the car. Fu Shiqin said innocently as he drove the car. This man, who had been supposed to return the next day, returned in fury when he knew that she was on a blind date with someone. So the moment he got off the plane, he came to the theater straight away. However, what he had run into was Mu Weiwei and Ming Yi talking with each other happily as they walked out of the theater. In order to get her into the car, he had already tried his best to put on a show. Not being able to open the door, Mu Weiwei gave up and glanced at the man who had his eyes sunken to the lowest degree. Aren't you supposed to return tomorrow instead? Fu Hanjing subtly tilted his head and stared at her eyebrow for a few seconds. Are you satisfied with your blind date? Mu Weiwei puckered her lips in silence. Are you having fun on the date? Fu Hanjing sounded even colder. He was sparing time and space for her so that she could consider the relationship between the two of them. Yet she took the opportunity of him being away and had a blind date with someone else. They even watched a musical today. Mu Weiwei shrank her neck into her shoulders, feeling as if she had been caught right in the middle of an affair. Fu Shiqin, who was driving the car, felt a snow mountain sitting right behind his back, one that gave out such cold air that he could not even hold the steering wheel steadily. So when Mu Weiwei was missing for 2 days and refusing to answer his calls, she was busy going on a blind date with someone else. That was irritating. No wonder his brother flew home ahead of time. He came to catch her in the act after he got off the plane, even before he visited home. Fu Hanjing was waiting for her explanation, but Mu Weiwei turned her head around to watch the night scenery outside the car window, refusing to explain a thing. The air inside the car was full of heavy pressure. Fu Shiqin drove the car into the parking lot of Jinxiu compound, got off the car to take a breath. Then he threw a glance at Mu Weiwei, suggesting that she should explain calmly to his brother at home rather than having a quarrel with him, as that would only bring her more trouble. Mu Weiwei still did not want to explain anything. She went into her room and started to pack up the remaining luggage. She said to Fu Hanjing with luggage as she came into the living room, "Thank you for taking care of me recently. I have found a place to live." Fu Hanjing had no expression on his face as he raised his hands to check the Patek Philippe watch around his wrist. He took a seat on the sofa, exuding complete calmness, and showed no movement to stop her from leaving. Mu Weiwei took off with her luggage when she saw that he didn't stop her. But before she was able to make it to the door, her cell phone rang. She scooped out the phone and found that it was her new landlord. The moment the call went through, the landlord could not wait and instead burst out saying, "Mississippi Mu, I'm sorry, but my apartment has just been sold. It is said that the compound is going to be demolished so a mall can be built. I am afraid that I can't rent it to you. I will pay you double the down payment that you gave me. Fu Shiqin noticed the exact moment when the expression on Mu Weiwei's face changed from the spot where he stood. It seemed that Su Qian had completed the mission. It was completely normal that someone would demolish apartments to build a mall when he was in a bad mood. Mu Weiwei pursed her lips and hung up the phone. She then returned to the living room. Did you get someone to stalk me? It might have been Mrs. Fu who had told him about her visiting the banquet at the Ming family and the meeting with Ming Yi. But the reason behind him knowing that she checked out the apartment and rented the apartment must have been a result of him having her stalked. So the reason why he checked the time was because he had known that the landlord would call her at this hour. Fu Hanjing's dark, deep eyes were full of mist. He picked up the water that Fu Shiqin had poured for him and said nonchalantly, Wang Weidong and his men are trying to catch you. Mu Weiwei became startled. No wonder Wang Weidong and Zhou Meiqin had not come to her, especially after she had set them up the last time. She had been cautious when going out these days, fearing that the Li family or Wang Weidong would bring her trouble. But she had never seen anyone suspicious, nor had she discovered Wang Weidong's men or someone who stalked her. It seemed that his men had not only removed Wang Weidong's men, but also turned out to be too skillful for her to notice them. She stayed in silence for a long time and threw a look at Fu Shiqin, who was trying hard to conceal himself. Can you leave us alone? Fu Shiqin dashed off without another word. It was too scary at home, and he was better off running away quickly so as to keep himself safe. After the door was closed, deadly silence dominated the room. Mu Weiwei took a deep breath, came over to the sofa and looked directly into the man's profound eyes. Fu Hanjing, I am sorry that I pestered you before, but I am very tired now. I have got nothing left, and what I want is to live a quiet life on my own. Fu Hanjing's face softened somehow when he saw the agony below the girl's eyes. From now on, you have me. I can give you anything you want, and I can help you get back anything you want to get back. Had it not been her purpose when she tried to approach him at the beginning? Calm, and now when he wanted to give her whatever she had dreamt about, what made her turn him down? Mu Weiwei smiled and said with determination, But I do not want it. I do not want you or anything from you. She had been brought back to the Gu family to live by Mother Gu when her own mother passed away because of sickness when she was 1 year old. Gu Siding had been her dearest brother and used to be the man she once loved the deepest. He dominated her world, yet he scooped out her heart for Ling Yin, showing no condolences to her when she died. He had given her the most luxurious life for more than 2 decades, yet he had tossed her into the coldest and most isolated basement. Fu Hanjing talked with her in this way because he did not know that she was actually not Mu Weiwei. And would he still say the same thing after he knew that she was Mu Weiwei, the offspring of the worst enemy of the Fu family? When that time came, he might kill her too. She could not irritate him, so she wanted to stay away from him so that she could realize her wish of this second chance life. So, you were thinking about leaving after you have irritated me? Fu Hanjing looked profound. Mu Weiwei was in a very awkward position. It had been Mu Weiwei who had irritated him, yet she was the one who had to answer for the consequences. All right, she could accept the truth. Since she lived on in someone else's body, she had to pay the price. She took a deep breath, removed her overcoat and the t-shirt underneath. Then she removed her jeans until she only had her underwear left on. The girl's tender skin looked very white and moist under the lights, and her slender and pretty body shape was exposed to the man. As Fu Hanjing watched what she was doing, his eyebrows frowned and lips puckered. Mu Weiwei approached him, straddled his legs, and started to untie his well-made tie. What are you doing? Fu Hanjing's voice sounded cold to the deepest degree. Mu Weiwei had already untied his tie and tossed it onto the ground. Then she continued to unbutton his shirt. What you want, after all, is to sleep with me, right? Fu Hanjing grabbed a hold of her hand to stop her from doing anything further. Mu Weiwei looked up at him. How many times do we have to have sex before you can let me go? 5 times, or maybe 10. It must have been because of the night they spent together, so that he, whose virginity had been broken, had started to show interest in her body. Fu Hanjing released her hand slowly and lifted her chin gently with his long fingers. He slightly opened his thin lips to meet the loveful lips of the girl's. Then they were tangled. In the silent living room, the sound of panting arose, and the air started to become thick with love. The bossy air of the man invaded all of her senses as if it wanted to be blended with her soul. The kiss was so violent that her tongue became completely numb. Involuntarily, she had already been pushed onto the sofa and ended up being under his body. The moist lips released her red lips and covered her eyebrows, eyes, and the tip of her nose in such a gentle way that it felt like he was facing the most precious treasure in the world. She rebelled by turning herself away as the man took a soft bite of her small earlobe. His soft lips rubbed against her cheek as his low yet clear voice entered her ears. "You want me to leave after 5 or 10 times?" Mu Weiwei snorted as she said to Fu Hanjun, who was so close to her at that moment in time. "So what? You want me to be your long-term product?" The man's eyes, which were always calm and cold, withdrew all of the chilliness and showcased extreme gentleness, just like a refined wine that made people drunk. "Mu Weiwei, what I want is a lifetime. Kame lifetime is too long. I will be fed up even if you are not." Mu Weiwei turned away, trying not to meet his eyes. Fu Hanjun lowered his eyes, looking a bit annoyed. 3 years then. You give me a house, a car, and money. I can be your mistress." Mu Weiwei continued, ignoring the fury inside his eyes. Fu Hanjun said one word after another as he looked at her. "That is not what I want." "Then what do you want?" Mu Weiwei snorted and asked with a cold smile. "You want me to like you and fall for you?" Fu Hanjun said. "You can't? You drove me out of the Fu family, and now you want me back when I am gone?" Mu Weiwei snorted and said, "Sorry, I am too far away to return." Fu Hanjun had no words to reply to her. It was true that he had driven her out of his home, and now he wanted her back again. It must have been the first time in his life to run into such a conflicting situation. Mu Weiwei shrank her shoulders impatiently and urged, "If you want to have sex with me, hurry up. I feel cold without clothes on." Having said those words, Fu Hanjun picked her up and walked into her room. Mu Weiwei clenched her teeth. Although she'd taken off her own clothes and bragged that she was open for the sex with him, when the time really came, she somehow felt like being a coward. After all, Mu Weiwei had slept with him. She had not. Even though she had some feelings for Gu Siding, yet Mother Gu and the Gu family were always with them. So what they had done was only kissing and hugging each other, nothing more. Therefore, she had no experience in sex. Fu Hanjun put her onto the bed and then dragged the blanket up over her to cover her up so that only her head was showing. "Weiwei, you better not challenge my patience again and again." Mu Weiwei blinked. So he was not going to sleep with her? "Don't let me see you being involved with any other men." Having said those words, Fu Hanjun stood up and left. Mu Weiwei let out a sigh of relief when she heard the door open and then close again. What was this man thinking? She had stripped herself down to her underwear, and he had also gotten hard, but he chose to leave her alone in bed and left? In the underground parking lot of the compound, Fu Shiqin was just wondering if he should leave or go up and check what was going on in the apartment. It was at this moment when he saw Fu Hanjun coming towards him from the exit of the elevator. He had no coat on him, and his tie was missing. The buttons of his collar were also open. Instead of being cold and serious as he usually was, he looked beautiful and unsatisfied. Fu Hanjun sat back in the back of the car and said, "Let's go back to the villa." Fu Shiqin turned around and saw the man sitting in the back seat who had been neatly dressed before he entered the apartment. Something must have happened inside for him to come out in this way. But if they had really slept with each other, his brother would not have finished it within half an hour. That was too fast. Drive. Now. Fu Hanjun leaned against the back seat, looking a bit tired because of the long trip. Fu Shiqin took his role as a driver obediently as he, every now and then, surveyed the man behind him through the rear mirror. "Brother, are you really serious about Mu Weiwei?" He had thought that his brother was just interested in Mu Weiwei physically, but judging from what happened today, it seemed that he had more to offer. Could it be that his heart was taken away this time? Yes. Fu Hanjun answered briefly. Calm at the beginning, he had thought that it was her body that he desired after they slept with each other that night. But gradually, he realized that he wanted more than her body. He had not had a single feeling towards her when she lived at the Fu family during those many months. But after she left Landscape Villa the other day and he met her again, a crazy thought had appeared in the deepest corner of his heart and a voice seemed to be telling him that the woman he had been waiting for had arrived. Fu Shiqin threw a look at him through the rear mirror. Then, "What are you doing down here?" What he meant to say was, "Look at how you are dressed now. What is the point of returning to Landscape Villa? She does not like me." Fu Hanjing said, "That is impossible. When she saw you before, she was like a dog that spotted fresh meat." Fu Shiqin did not believe him. The reason why she was turning a cold shoulder to his brother was because she was trying to leave him at large so as to catch him easily later on. And so far she had succeeded in doing that. Fu Hanjing opened his eyes and looked at the nighttime scenery outside the car window. That's true. He could tell from the look in her eyes that she really was not into him. And he even felt that she was in love with a man he did not know. Fu Shiqin wanted very much to spill out and say something as he looked at his own brother through the rear mirror. "My brother, you drove her out and now you want her back so she can love you. Is it really okay for you to behave in this way?" When they returned to Landscape Villa, it was already very late. Fu Hanjing went to take a rest in the bedroom. Fu Shiqin showered and laid down in bed when his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Fu Shi. "Shi, Dad said that our brother has got a girlfriend when I called him just now." "Shi, is that true?" Fu Shiqin thought for a second and realized that Fu Shi was the most experienced person in the entire family regarding girlfriends. So he asked, "But that girl doesn't like our brother. What do you think he should do?" "Shi, is there any woman who doesn't like a man like our brother? Which planet is she from?" Fu Shiqin, "Leave all the useless things out. Tell me, how should we help our brother get the girl?" "Shi, how should I know about it?" Fu Shiqin, "You have so many girlfriends. How do you have no idea on how to court a girl?" "Shi, those girls court me." Fu Shiqin, "Get out of here." "Shi, tell me what is going on." Fu Shiqin decided to cut the long story short. So he used a voice message to briefly explain what was going on between his brother and Mu Weiwei. "Shi, so her mind changed after that night?" "Shi, that is obvious. She is not satisfied with what our brother did that night. You know, our brother had not used his spear for so many years and it has rusted." Fu Shiqin, "That is what I have suspected too." "Monster, is that so?" Fu Shiqin was so frightened that he dropped his phone. He picked up the phone again and found that he had been talking with Fu Shi on a group chat with 3 members. Himself, Fu Shi, and Fu Hanjing, who was nicknamed Monster. For some reason, the entire villa was filled with an air of killing intent. Fu Shiqin instantly made a call to Fu Shi and said with a small voice, "What is wrong with you? Why did you start the chat in the group?" Fu Shi said, "My life is very important, so I have decided not to go home after filming." "Brother, take care." "Third brother, you started it." Fu Shiqin bellowed furiously. They were twins, but he was the one that worked day and night in the company whilst his brother was in the entertainment industry being a superstar, living a leisurely life. "But that was what you thought too, wasn't it?" Fu Shi said when he thought of that pitiful brother of theirs. "What about you sucking up to our future sister-in-law? If our brother really likes her, she is the only one that can save you. You want me to be the scapegoat again?" "Second brother, fighting." Having said those words, Fu Shi hung up the phone and switched it off. Fu Shiqin was so annoyed that he almost smashed his phone. The biggest misfortune he had in his life was to be born 1 minute before Fu Shi. This boy had always made him his scapegoat just because he claimed himself as being a little younger. Throughout the entire night, he stared at the single sentence Monster wrote in the group. For some reason, he felt that he would not be able to see the sun the next day. Therefore, he drove straight to Jinxiu compound the moment dawn arose. Mu Weiwei, who had not slept well, opened the door drowsily. Fu Shiqin placed one bag after another of things onto the table after he entered the apartment. Steamed dumplings and seafood porridge from Dingfinjuan, freshly squeezed fruit, and the present my brother has brought back for you. I am delivering it on the behalf of my brother. Mu Weiwei lost her desire to sleep. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at this man who was trying to lovely to her so early in the morning. "What do you want?" Fu Shiqin closed his hands and almost went down on the floor to kowtow to her. "Please, save my life." Mu Weiwei frowned. "What on earth is going on?" Fu Shiqin smiled. "My brother was not very happy when he went home last night. Could you please have a date with him?" The fundamental thing was that she was found attending a musical with another man. Mu Weiwei said, "Sorry, I do not have time." What relationship did she have with Fu Hanjing, so that she must go on a date with him? Fu Shiqin put down the exquisitely packed present and said, "See, my brother remembered you and bought you a present. Can you have a conscience?" "Sorry, I really do not have a conscience." Mu Weiwei snorted. "If you do not agree with me, don't eat the breakfast." Fu Shiqin became so annoyed that he took away the breakfast he had brought with him. "And this thing too." Mu Weiwei pointed at the present on the table. "My brother gave this to you. If you want to return it to him, you can do it yourself." Fu Shiqin said, and left with the breakfast he had brought with him. Fu Shiqin walked downstairs and banged his head against the steering wheel. His brother had been annoyed by Mu Weiwei going on a blind date, and then he and third brother suspected that his spear had rusted. He thought that he might die if he went to work today. He was just feeling troubled when old lady called. "Shiqin, have you guys been visiting the apartment and causing trouble to Weiwei?" Fu Shiqin suddenly felt that his brain was clicking. So he spoke to his grandma with a very docile tone. "Grandma, that is not true. It is just that she and brother are having some trouble. So could you ask her to treat my brother to dinner or go on a stroll or something, so that their relationship can be improved a little bit?" How could he ever forget about his grandma? He might not be able to persuade Mu Weiwei, but his grandma would be able to. She had always been obedient towards grandma out of everyone in the entire family. Old lady thought for a moment. "Sure, I will go and meet her at school this afternoon. You have to persuade her, otherwise I will not be able to live for long." Fu Shiqin sounded tearful. At Jianxiu compound, Fu Shiqin had just left when Fu Hanjing's assistant, Su Qian, came and knocked on the door with two men carrying two huge paper boxes. Mu Weiwei had thought that Fu Shiqin had returned, so the moment she pulled the door open, she said, honestly, "Mississippi Mu, good morning. Boss asked me to deliver some deals to you." Su Qian cut straight to the chase. Mu Weiwei was startled for a second, wondering what deal she had with Fu Hanjing. Su Qian entered the room with his men, put down the boxes on the table, and moved out the documents inside, one pile after another. "Mississippi Mu, this part holds boss domestic real estate properties, and this part contains those of his abroad." Mu Weiwei blinked. "What is it going on?" "Mississippi Mu, if you fancy any of them, you can just sign the procedure contract and it will be yours. And, if you like them all, you can sign them all too." Mu Weiwei asked with eyes upon the documents on the table. "Has your boss gone crazy?" Su Qian smiled slightly and continued with his work. "These are car keys. All the cars are already parked downstairs in the parking lot." Mu Weiwei frowned as she looked at the rows of car keys on the table. He did go crazy. Finally, Su Qian pulled out a black card, placed it on the table, and said, "This is boss card. We have spoken to the bank, so you can spend as much as you wish." Mu Weiwei laughed dryly. She really had been offered the house, the car, and the money. So, he was really planning to support her as the mistress? And anything else? Su Qian asked. "What else do you need, Mississippi Mu? Something like a contract or an agreement, something to sign with your boss?" Mu Weiwei asked. If he was keeping her as a mistress, there should be a contract or something. Since Fu Hanjing did not want to release her, then she could just follow the plan by making use of the Fu family's power so as to stand at the same level as Ling Yin and take back everything she owed her. Su Qian shook his head. Boss has said nothing about it. Mu Weiwei threw a look at the property documents, car keys, and black card, wondering what on earth Fu Hanjing was up to. "Mississippi Mu, if there is nothing else, I will return to the company." Su Qian bowed slightly and left with his men. Mu Weiwei picked up her phone and called Fu Hanjing. "Everything has been delivered?" "Yes, so when will you be here?" Mu Weiwei asked straightforwardly. Fu Hanjing had just arrived at the company and was in the middle of listening to Fu Shiqin reporting his latest work. He sounded a bit distressed and cold. "Why should I be there? House, car, and money are all here. When you will be here to have sex with me?" Mu Weiwei said in a very standard tone, straightforward and clear, as if she were in a deal with him. "I am not going." Fu Hanjing sounded even colder. "Then why did you offer me all of these things if it is not because you want to have sex with me?" Mu Weiwei snorted. "Because you want them," Fu Hanjing said. Mu Weiwei was startled for a second. "Then give me permission to move out." If he could give her whatever she wanted, then why didn't he give her permission to move out and stay far away from him? That is not up for discussion, Fu Hanjing said, sounding determined. Mu Weiwei glanced at the stuff on the table. Since the deal has failed, come and take your stuff back. Having said those words, she hung up the phone, washed up, and went to school to attend the mock examination. Fu Shiqin discovered that after his brother hung up the phone, his already ice-cold face turned even colder. Fu Shiqin felt like crying at that very moment. What on earth had Mu Weiwei said that stimulated his brother so much? How would he be able to spend the rest of the day alive? Having reported his work, Fu Shiqin hurried away to call for help. In Yingxing High School, Mu Weiwei had just finished the examination for physics. Fu Shiqin's text messages surged in the moment she turned on her phone, which had been off for the entire day. Mu Weiwei, what did you say to my brother over the phone? What did you do to my brother? 5 more minutes. If you fail to comfort my brother, I will publish a post on Weibo that you have slept with my brother so that every woman in the entire country will tear you apart. The more Mu Weiwei read, the deeper her frown became. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian came over to her and complained. Weiwei, we are having our art examination next week, but you have not taught us piano for a long time. Mu Weiwei was just about to go with them when her phone rang again. It was from Old Lady. Hecko, Grandma Fu, what is it going on? Weiwei, I happen to be around your school. Has your school dismissed yet? Old Lady asked. We have just been dismissed, but I am getting ready to visit my classmates. Before she finished her words, Old Lady said with heavy breath, I am not feeling very well. Can you come to me right now? Calm hearing her feeble voice, Mu Weiwei said, I will be right there. She hung up the phone, explained to Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian, and then ran out of school with her bag. She quickly found the Fu family's car and got in. Grandma Fu, how are you? Old Lady patted her chest, showing a feeble smile. I just took the medicine. I am feeling better now. We really do not need to visit the hospital? Mu Weiwei asked worriedly. If it had not been for Old Lady, Mu Weiwei would have ended up being on the street and living an unimaginable life. Therefore, even if she was no longer Mu Weiwei, she should still show gratitude to her. Old Lady waved her hands and asked the driver to keep on driving before she took her hands and said, I just bought some food and was thinking about visiting you at the apartment. Let's go home together. Mu Weiwei smiled. She had no choice but to go back to the apartment with Old Lady and help her carry the food upstairs. There are just 2 of us, but the food seems a bit too much. It is very close to the company. We can ask Hanjing and Shiqin to join us. They have not had a proper meal these past few days because of the international collaboration. Old Lady said this as she entered the apartment and took off her coat. Mu Weiwei smiled embarrassedly. Grandma Fu was the help that Fu Shiqin had asked for, right? But she was in her house, and it was her grandson she was dealing with. As an outsider, she just couldn't do anything about it. Grandma Fu, put the things down. Let me do the cooking. Old Lady, however, was busy searching for something in the kitchen while saying, No need, call Hanjing and ask him to join us for dinner later. Mu Weiwei brought the phone into the kitchen. Grandma Fu, it would be best if you make the call. Old Lady let out a sigh of relief and pointed at her ears. I am too old to hear words clearly. It would be best if you make the call. Mu Weiwei forced herself to dial Fu Hanjing's number. A few seconds later, the man's low and clear voice arose. I said that I won't be there. Mu Weiwei cleared her throat and said in embarrassment, Grandma Fu is here. She has bought your favorite food. She asked me to ask if you wanted to join us for dinner. There was no answer from Fu Hanjing. He was silent. Mu Weiwei threw a look at Old Lady and asked one more time, Are you coming or not? Fu Hanjing hesitated for a second and said, I will be there in half an hour. Fu Shiqin watched as his brother's expression became happy before dismissing the meeting after hanging up the phone. The phone calls from this morning had tormented all the staff, and now, one more call soothed his temper. He claimed to never again show up in front of her in the morning, and 1 second after the phone call, he now said that he was going to see her anyways. Women were fickle, but his brother was even more fickle. Half an hour later, the doorbell of Jinxiu compound rang. Mu Weiwei was busy dealing with the seafood when she heard the doorbell ring, making her jolt in surprise and cut her finger. Her finger that was cut open had blood gushing out of it instantaneously. With her teeth biting her lips from the sting, she pulled out a napkin and wrapped up the wound in silence. The moment Fu Hanjing entered the apartment, he noticed the kitchen first. Seeing her holding onto her finger, he went directly to the first aid kit and went over to her. Which finger? Mu Weiwei hesitated for a second. I can do it myself. However, Fu Hanjing had already found the bandage. Show me. Mu Weiwei had to show him her finger and then allowed her finger to be wrapped with the bandage. Old lady, who was resting in the living room, looked in the direction of the kitchen in disbelief. Since when? Did they get so close? And what was going on with her eldest grandson? Wasn't he so fed up with Weiwei before? But now he looked so concerned about her well-being. Was that really him? Seeing that the wound was wrapped, Mu Weiwei turned back to the sink and was about to deal with the rest of the ingredients. Fu Hanjing took away the knife from her hands as he was standing behind her. "Come, do you want to chop your finger off?" "I was just being careless," Mu Weiwei said. If he had not come back all of a sudden, she would not have missed the fish. Fu Hanjing took off his coat and passed it to her. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and stood by the sink, dealing with the remaining seafood. Mu Weiwei was startled standing next to him. So this pair of hands, which dealt with business that was worth hundreds of millions of yuan within a few minutes, were dealing with seafood right now? This was really like committing a big sin. Seeing that some water splashing onto him, she put down the coat and fetched a new apron. "How about you? Put it on?" But then, she saw the pink rabbit on the apron and realized that a cold person like him might not suit this cute clothing style. She was just about to take it away when Fu Hanjing turned around and lowered his head to her. "Put it on for me." Mu Weiwei stood on her tiptoes and hung the apron over his neck, then came around to his back and tied it up for him. Done. So this man, who always had an expression of coldness and seriousness, was wearing a gray apron with a pocket which had a pink rabbit on it. That scene was very conflicting yet lovely too. When Fu Hanjing was busy dealing with the ingredients, she did not think that it was proper to stand around doing nothing beside him. So what she did instead was stand by his side and give him some plates to put things on. She had thought that Fu Hanjing would not have been good at things like this since he never cooked, but it turned out that he was unexpectedly proficient. Within no time, he was done with the seafood. "What is the dish?" Mu Weiwei said. "The fish is for the soup and the rest of the seafood is for the seafood rice." Fu Hanjing nodded. "Okay, you give the instructions and I will do it. I can do it myself. Go and keep Grandma Fu company." Mu Weiwei said instantly. "Your finger is injured." Fu Hanjing refused to accept her suggestion and insisted on staying in the kitchen. Mu Weiwei. She just had a small cut, not missing fingers. She could cook, but she could not drive him away either. So what she did instead was stand by his side and give him instructions on how to make the dishes. There was something weird about what was going on in the kitchen, but it was difficult to figure out what was weird about it. Grandma Fu, who was sitting in the living room, had already been totally distracted from the TV. Instead, she was watching the two people in the kitchen in disbelief. For some reason, she felt grateful that her eldest grandson had found her a granddaughter-in-law as Fu Shiqin entered the living room and saw the two people in the kitchen. He became dumbfounded. He saw his own brother, who was as lethal as the god of heck 2 hours ago in the company, now doing the dishes. He looked gentle like the spring breeze of March, and he appeared to be totally different from his usual status. More importantly, they were dressed in couple aprons. His brother had a gray apron with a lovely pink rabbit on the chest, and Mu Weiwei, on the other hand, was wearing a pink apron with a gray rabbit on the chest. What is going on? Fu Shiqin just could not believe what he was seeing. "Is your brother courting Weiwei?" Old lady asked with a whisper. Fu Shiqin nodded. It was so obvious that he was courting Mu Weiwei. But why had he driven her out if he was choosing to court her now? He disliked her before, but now he had turned it around so as to court her instead. What on earth was his brother doing? To have acted as an indifferent man before, and now was trying to court the same girl with difficulty? He denied that he was unhappy because of Mu Weiwei at lunchtime, but she just made a small call, and now he was here. Why had he not discovered before that his brother was so inwardly irritable? In the kitchen, Mu Weiwei helped to serve the dishes whilst Fu Hanjing was making the food. He had his eyes upon this busy girl constantly, and his gaze, that was full of coldness before, was now full of sweetness and smiles, harboring a strong sense of possession. He made up his mind to have this girl for himself. Soon the dinner was on the table and most of the dishes were made by Fu Hanjing under the direction of Mu Weiwei. Fu Shiqin could not wait to taste the seafood rice he had been drooling after for a long time, and the juicy, salty rice turned out to be so delicious that he almost burst into tears of excitement. He was just in the middle of dinner when his brother pinched one large shrimp with his chopsticks and gave one to him and one to old lady. Fu Shiqin looked up in astonishment. He had been eating with his brother at the same table for almost 2 decades, and it was the first time for him to do such a thing. He was just in the middle of feeling moved by his brother's behavior when he saw his brother removing the shecks of the shrimps, mussels, and scallops. Then, he gave all of them to Mu Weiwei. He was even on the verge of feeding her. Having received so much seafood, Mu Weiwei, out of politeness, gave some scallops back to him in return. "Help yourself, you don't need to help me." Grandma Fu became very pleased inwardly as she saw what was happening. This cold-hearted grandson had finally understood what he ought to do in a relationship. They were just eating when Fu Hanjing's phone rang. He stood up to answer it, and his joyful face turned cold instantly. The company does not have an obligation to deal with an employee's personal matters. Manager Ming is just an employee, and we have nothing to do with each other. Don't misunderstand us, and do not do anything that would cause a misunderstanding amongst others. Mu Weiwei threw a look towards him and could tell that it must have been Mrs. Fu who had called him. She must have asked him to deal with the MG incident involving Meng Ruya. However, Meng Ruya had told her before that Fu Hanjing had helped her and the Meng family to settle many problems, and he never once rejected her request. But what was going on today, so that he refused his own mother? Fu Hanjing could tell that she was looking at him, so he threw a sideways glance at her and said, "I will organize a meeting with you two later." Fu Shiqin could not help but take a look at Mu Weiwei when he heard those words. What that meant was that he was bringing her back home for them to meet each other. And when he said that he did not want any misunderstandings, he probably meant that he did not want any misunderstandings with her. Fu Hanjing took a seat after he ended the call and casually asked, "You had a problem with the Meng family the other day?" "Yes, we had a fight. I ruined Mrs. Meng's bland bag and should have compensated her for it. But MG's customer service said that the bag was not officially sold by them or the private designer, Martin Green. So they will probably ask Mrs. Meng to compensate them instead." Mu Weiwei said calmly. "You were not bullied?" Fu Hanjing asked. "Of course not. I am never bullied." Mu Weiwei smiled brightly and said with pride. Fu Hanjing nodded calmly, "Then all is well." Fu Shiqin looked very disdainfully at his own brother. Oh well, it did not matter how the others were doing as long as she was fine, right? After dinner, Fu Shiqin saw old lady into the car and then went into the study to answer some calls about work. He became a bit depressed when he saw the unopened presents on the table. After the phone call ended, he ripped open the wrapping paper on the presents and took out the ruby necklaces within. Mu Weiwei was just doing the dishes when she saw a necklace dropping down from above her head. Before she realized what was going on, she already had a necklace around her neck. Her beautiful, jade-like skin made the ruby look very radiant. "You look very beautiful with it on you. Thank you for dinner." Mu Weiwei lowered her head and was about to take it off when Fu Hanjing caught hold of her hands. "I don't want it." She had spent so much time in the Gu family and witnessed all kinds of luxurious goods, so she could tell how expensive this ruby was with one glance. This is a very precious ruby from B-land, and when a man sees his beloved girl, he will give her this type of ruby to ask her to spend the rest of her life with him. Fu Hanjing's black and profound eyes were full of love, and his voice sounded charming and loveful. Mu Weiwei blinked. "So, this is a confession?" She was just thinking about how she should get rid of this necklace when Fu Hanjing lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. "We are going now. Sleep soon." Wait. Calm before Mu Weiwei could take off the necklace, Fu Hanjing had already left with Fu Shiqin. When Mu Weiwei removed the necklace, the man was already gone. She looked a bit distressed as she saw the ruby necklace in her hands. The place where this kind of ruby was produced in B-land used to belong to someone who fell in love with a girl that was about to marry into the royal family. This ruby was used to ask for the girl's hand in marriage. Eventually, The owner managed to marry his beloved girl, and they spent the rest of their lives together. Therefore, the nobilities of Land regarded this ruby as a symbol of love. A couple of years ago, Gusiding gave one such ruby necklace to her too. This romantic symbolized ruby did not bring them together. When she died and was reborn again, she came over to Fu Hanjing's side instead, the Gu family's worst enemy. He, however, gave Ling Yin her heart, and their affairs were known everywhere, like rumors. At the Li family, Li Xing'er visited her home when she was free, and Zhou Meiqin's brother, Zhou Hong, and his wife Wang Fan were also together at the Li family home. They had a large table of food ready so as to celebrate Li Xing'er's new role in the movie together with Zhou Meiqin and Li Jiaqing, as well as the successful collaboration between Longxing Enterprise and Tianqing Enterprise. Zhou Meiqin was out on business for a couple of days, and Wang Fan greeted her by offering her the newly blazed soup. "Sister, you left in a hurry. Everyone is waiting for you." "Why?" Zhou Meiqin snorted. "Mu Weiwei, the BTCH, has gotten Xing'er such important movie resources so that we now have a large collaboration agreement. We have to celebrate," Wang Fan said with a smile. Zhou Hong was at Longxing too, and he was the one responsible for this project. She, of course, was very happy to see this collaboration finalized. That which even humiliated Lina at school. When the school and the teachers know what she is up to, she won't be able to stay at school anymore. "Enough." Zhou Meiqin smashed down the bowl of soup and glared at Wang Fan. "None of you must spill this matter. Anyone who does will die." "Why not? President Wang will not betray us." Wang Weidong loses interest in old things very easily, and soon he will be tired of her. "I told you not to say anything, or you can get out of here," Zhou Meiqin said with clenched teeth. Because that night, Wang Weidong was not ruining Mu Weiwei but herself. She did not dare to tell anyone about being injured, so she was outside of her home for a couple of days. But now, when she came home, her family said that they were celebrating the successful deal acquired from her being ruined by that old scumbag. Wang Fan and Zhou Lina exchanged a look. Knowing that it was not wise to offend her, she said, "Okay, we will keep it sealed." "Why are you defending the girl? She has been with President Wang. What does it hurt to cause some rumors?" The old lady said as she walked out of the kitchen, seeing Zhou Meiqin getting furious for no reason. Mu Longxing had wanted to give the company to that BTCH, but it was a company built by her son. But she still turned out to be the heir in the end. Horrible. But God was wise enough to kill Mu Longxing and Mu Yao, so that this little BTCH was left alone with just a pretty face. "Yeah, Mom. Why are you defending Mu Weiwei?" Li Xing'er was confused too. Furious and angry, Zhou Meiqin said with gritted teeth, "President Wang's wife is a very intimidating woman. The deal has just been signed, and there are many things to work on with Tianqing later. If President Wang's wife knows about it, the deal may be off. Also, Xing'er has a long way to go in the film industry. If the matter gets spread around and paparazzi know about it, then it will be very bad for all of us. What is the point of not keeping the secret?" When Old Lady heard about the seriousness of this affair, she nodded with agreement. "Yes, we must keep it secret, or we will be in trouble. Keep your mouth sealed. Don't cause me any trouble," Zhou Meiqin warned everyone there. It had been she who slept with Wang Weidong the other night, and Mu Weiwei had also taken pictures of them. If the rumors came out, they might have vented their anger, but if Mu Weiwei became annoyed, she would publicize the pictures, and she would be doomed. So no one was allowed to speak of this matter before she caught her and took hold of those pictures. Otherwise, she, as the deputy president of Longxing Enterprise, would be a laughing stock in front of everyone, and Li Jiaqing would not stay with her, no matter how much he might love her. What was more, Old Lady had been angry at her for giving birth to 2 daughters, instead of a son for the Li family, and a divorce would definitely happen if this matter was revealed. I see. Wang Fan promised an understanding. "Xing'er, you must act well when the role is given you, and do your best to get the Gold Phoenix Award, otherwise she would have been humiliated in vain." "Don't worry, Mom." Li Xing'er took hold of her arm and said with confidence, "I will definitely get the Gold Phoenix Award, and you will be invited to attend the ceremony with me. You will watch me with your own eyes as I receive the award and become the youngest movie queen in the whole field." She had spent only 2 years gathering the popularity that others would need 6 or 7 years to achieve. But a TV series actress would not find it easy to become a movie actress. When she was given the opportunity, she would definitely not miss it. Only by being famous would she be able to find a position for herself in the industry. Hearing what her daughter said, Zhou Meichin became slightly pleased. Then prepare yourself and shine brightly in your first movie. I know. Let's eat then. Here are your favorite dishes. You are the hero of the family. Li Xinger walked into the living room with Zhou Meichin's arms linked with hers. Zhou Meichin had not been in the mood to have a celebration party with them, but she tried to calm herself down and share the meal with her daughter who rarely visited home. She had just sat down and was about to reach out for the chopsticks when her phone rang. The caller was President Wang Weidong. Help yourselves, I need to answer a call in the study. Zhou Meichin looked cold, picked up the phone and went upstairs. After she went upstairs, she locked the door of the study and answered Wang Weidong's phone. Did you find the BTCH or not? Not yet. Wang Weidong smiled sinisterly and said, What about? Meeting and talking? He liked tender young girls, but he found it very exciting to have slept with someone else's wife. What was more, Zhou Meichin had been in great shape, and when she got HRNY, she could be more stimulating than other unexperienced girls. There is no need for us to meet. Zhou Meichin was so furious that she trembled when she heard what he intendingly suggested. Mrs. Li, one night can lead to much affection. We are not a couple, but we have been through one night of fun together. Wang Weidong said with a smile, sounding obviously like a dandy. Wang Weidong, you better catch that BTCH as soon as possible, otherwise it will be bad for both of us. Zhou Meichin was disgusted, but she had to talk with him because Mu Weiwei was not captured yet. What are you afraid of? Can't I be better than Li Jiaqing? Wang Weidong still sounded dandy. President Wang, if your wife and your father-in-law know about it, do you think that you can still survive in Tianqing? Zhou Meichin warned with gritted teeth. If I am not doing well, you won't be either. Wang Weidong had to change his tone when he heard her threat. The reason why he became the president of Tianqing was only because he married the daughter of the top director. If this affair was revealed, he would no longer be accepted in the family anymore. Strangely enough, I have sent out several groups of people to find the BTC. She has still not been found, and my men either quit or disappear. Wang Weidong thought for a moment and asked, Do you think that this little witch has sought refuge from someone? No way. Mu Longxing and Mu Yao are both gone, and she has no refuge at all. It must be your incapable men who could not even catch an 18-year-old girl. Zhou Meichin wanted very much to flay Mu Weiwei alive when she thought of the insult she went through the other night. Calm hearing her disbelief, Wang Weidong said seriously, Something is wrong this time. My men should have caught hold of this girl already. Someone must have helped her on the sly. Otherwise those men would not have quit and left the capital when they were so well paid. Impossible. Who can she turn to? Zhou Meichin thought for a while, failing to figure out who might have helped Mu Weiwei. But Mu Weiwei, who set them up the other day at the hotel, did turn out to be different from the innocent girl she had known before. She still had the pictures of her, and if she was not found and the pictures were not reclaimed, she would not be assured. She spent great amounts of energy and time just to get to where she was today, and she must not be ruined by that witch. No one leaks a single thing when they quit. Apparently, the opposite party is someone powerful. Don't get me involved with anyone with power because of this stupid matter. Wang Weidong warned with a cold voice. He might be obsessed with girls, but he was not stupid. It was not a normal thing that his men were unable to catch a young girl. Therefore, someone else must have gotten involved. She is just a young girl. Who do you think she can find as a refuge? If she had found someone, that person would have stepped forward for her. Zhou Meichin was just talking when someone knocked at the door. She lowered her voice and said, Find some reliable people. I can pay them well. She was not going to forgive this BTCH who had insulted her so much. The 3-day practice examination finally came to an end. Mu Weiwei had just walked out of the classroom and switched on her cell phone when Fu Hanjing rang. She looked around and picked it up somewhere less populous. What is it, Mr. Fu? Your examination is finished? Yes. What time are you coming home? I am getting ready for the artistic examination, and I will be home late. Mu Weiwei answered. Honestly speaking, she was not that willing to meet him. The meal they had had last time almost made her faint. Okay, see you tonight. Fu Hanjing said and rang off. Tonight? Mu Weiwei really had the impulse to smash her cell phone. Didn't he just say that he never visited this place often? What did he mean by dropping by so often? They were not living together. Weiwei, Ji Cheng, and Luo Qianqian came over to her and stopped on either side of her. I have talked with the teacher and the classmates of the dance classroom. You can practice with us. Luo Qianqian gave her a paper bag. Here are your dresses and shoes. Thank you. You two are so sweet. Mu Weiwei said gratefully as she glanced at her two friends. There were just a few weeks left before the artistic examination of the Film Academy took place. Apart from the music and line speaking, dancing was also requested as well. After the test, she was going to attend a film audition. It was a martial arts film that required a great deal of martial arts practice, so she needed to get herself exercising again, so as to be able to face the test and audition in her best form. She could do some leg stretching at the apartment, but it was not enough to practice bigger moves. So she had to practice with the students of the dance class. I hope you can be accepted by the academy and become a famous star, so I can cling on to you. Ji Cheng said childishly as she saw the large-sized poster of Zhou Lina on the wall. She lost the battle against you in piano playing, so she turned to an album company for some soul performance. How blind could those people have been? Don't care about others. Get yourself prepared for the test. Mu Weiwei said, as she walked into the changing room next to the dance classroom to put on the dance dress and shoes. The students were practicing ballet, which was what she was good at, so she practiced with them. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian studied in the corner of the classroom as they were waiting for her and not participating. Most of the students were Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian's friends, so they were friendly towards her. Soon, they started to have conversations with each other. They were just focusing on the dances for the test when the deputy principal, Yimei the music teacher, and Zhou Lina showed up. Ms. Liu, Lina's new song will have a music video which will be filmed at the school. We need some students to dance for her. Get some of your students here for the practice. It should be a wonderful opportunity. Principal, Ms. Yi, the test is next month and we are running out of time to practice. We don't care if you have an MV on or not. One girl rejected immediately when she heard the request. She had never liked Zhou Lina after all. Dressed in an elegant, purple dress, Zhou Lina had her hair over her shoulders and said as she came into the classroom, "You won't do it in vain. After the MV is shown, you will benefit from it too, right?" Zhu Shaoqin and Zhou Lina's fans could not help but speak up when they saw the girls giving up on the opportunity of performing for Zhou Lina. It is good for you to dance for Lina. Don't overestimate yourself. When Lina's song is aired, you will also become popular. Hee. Ji Cheng closed her books and went over to Zhou Lina and her group. Zhou Lina, have you forgotten about being defeated in Few Follets number 5? What about resuming the battle you escaped from last time? Hearing Few Follets number 5, that almost ruined her reputation, Zhou Lina glanced around the classroom. Sure enough, she saw Mu Weiwei, who was stretching her legs, and suddenly felt annoyed. Hearing Ji Cheng's provocative words, Zhu Shaoqin snorted. Lina was in a hurry for her TV program. Of course she can play the piano. What are you being so proud of? All right then, you were in a hurry then, but you are not now. Ji Cheng stared at Zhou Lina with arms crossed over her chest and said provocatively, so play it now to see if you are capable or not. She had been trembling in fear back then, and now she claimed that she couldn't play it because the program needed her. Yimei instantly distracted everyone by saying, "Anyway, Lina is here for the dancers." Lina has also hired her cousin, who is from the Capital Ballet Troupe, for practice. It is a great opportunity for you girls too. After that day, Lina had been practicing Few Follets number 5 at home, but she was never able to do it. The deputy principal followed. We may need this classroom for practice and filming. If you are to agree, you will not only be able to practice but also perform in an MV. How wonderful is this? You need this classroom? Ms. Liu said as she threw a look at the teachers. They have tests next month, and they are running out of time already. Where would they be able to practice if you take over their classroom? Then you can go home to practice if you are not willing to stay. Zhu Shaoqin said proudly as she stood next to Zhou Lina. Lina was the ambassador of Inqing High School, and of course she should be prioritized. This is a dance classroom, not a music classroom, nor Zhou Lina's home either. Why must we listen to your orders? Ji Cheng was very annoyed when she saw the principal and teacher who were treating Zhou Lina like a princess. Then sign with a company like Lina has. Or leave. Zhu Shaoqin, of course, was sucking up to Zhou Lina as her best friend. All the students became very annoyed. They had been learning dance for 2 or 3 years now, just for the test next week. And now at this crucial moment, they were being driven out of their classroom. My cousin Zheng Yuan will soon become the chief dancer of the capital ballet troupe. It is your honor to learn from her. She will perform with the troupe next month abroad. Zhou Lina glanced at the students in the classroom with pride. It is not a chance that is available to everyone. The new song was about dreams, and she needed a group of young dancers to dance for her, full of vim and activeness. So ballet dancers were an important element for the mixture with modern dancers. The company said that the schoolgirls could be used, and when the song was made, it could even become a promoting theme song for Inching High School. But these people were rejecting the opportunity. How stupid. Having said those words, Zhou Lina saw a very innocent-looking young girl coming into the classroom. She waved at Zhou Lina. "Lina, Sister Yuan, here you are." Zhou Lina hugged the girl and introduced her to everyone in the classroom proudly. This Sister Zheng Yuan, the upcoming chief dancer at the Capital Ballet Troupe. She will go to the Royal Ballet Troupe in the UK next month. To be her student is not an opportunity that is available for everyone. Some unpleasant memories emerged inside her head when Mu Weiwei saw Zheng Yuan coming in. Zheng Yuan was Mu Weiwei's cousin too. She was the daughter of Li Jiaqing's sister, and she was very competitive. Mu Weiwei had been a gifted child in music and dance, and she had learnt ballet together with Zheng Yuan during their childhood. There was a very important dancing competition years back, and Mu Weiwei had had the chance of winning. But Zheng Yuan did something to Mu Weiwei's dancing shoes so that Mu Weiwei's feet became injured. Zheng Yuan won the championship for that competition and entered the Capital Ballet Troupe and rose to where she was now. She would always take whatever was given to Mu Weiwei, and she would ruin whatever she could not take from her. She did not want Mu Weiwei to have whatever she could not have. She also took away Wei Ziqi's boyfriend, and Wei Ziqi was Mu Weiwei's good friend. Wei Ziqi became so sad that she went away, abroad, and hadn't contacted Mu Weiwei for months. "Be our teacher?" Mu Weiwei let out a cold laugh. "Are you sure you are capable?" Hearing her voice, Zheng Yuan smiled at her disdainfully. "At least capable enough to be your teacher." Mu Weiwei was indeed gifted, but after she had hurt her feet, she lost track of practicing ballet. Whilst, on the other hand, Zheng Yuan entered the top ballet troupe and had become much more capable than she was already. "Mu Weiwei, if you are not convinced, then compete with Sister Yuan. You have learnt ballet before, haven't you?" Zhou Lina taunted. She knew pretty well that it was years ago that Mu Weiwei learnt ballet, and that she had stopped dancing ballet after she went to learn folk dance. Zheng Yuan glanced at Mu Weiwei and the other students of the dance class proudly. There is no need for a competition. I am a professional dancer, which she is not. It may look bad if I am seen competing with her." Ji Chang clenched her teeth out of anger and snorted. "Weiwei is a pianist, not a dancer. You can compete with her playing piano if you want to." How shameless she was to use her professional skills to win the battle. Didn't she say that she is not capable enough to teach her? But now she, herself, does not want to compete anymore? Zhu Shaoqin and others belonging to Zhou Lina's firm fans sneered. Mu Weiwei showed a very cold smile. She was going to take revenge for Mu Weiwei. "All right then, let's compete." "Weiwei." Luo Qianqian approached and tried to talk with her with a whisper. "You are not a professional, and you are not in an advantageous position." That girl was capable, especially since she was with the Capital Ballet Troupe and the Royal Ballet Troupe. "It is okay. I have taught myself." Mu Weiwei gave an assuring look to her and Ji Cheng. Zhou Lina did not expect for her to agree to do the competition. "Mu Weiwei, don't ever think that Sister Zheng Yuan is bullying you when you yourself have agreed to this battle. If you lose, get out of this classroom," Mu Weiwei said with a cold voice. Hearing these words, Zhu Shaoqin said, "If you lose, you must become Lina's assistant for a month and are captive." They still held a grudge against her from when she stood out in the piano competition last time. They would not miss the chance to stamp on her when it came their way. Yimei suddenly came up with another idea. She stepped out and said, "If you two really want to do a competition, then let's do online voting. We will see who has more votes." Lina's new single would be out soon, and this contest would help her to gain some popularity. When the contest was finished, then Zheng Yuan, the chief dancer of the Capital Ballet Troupe, could be announced as the choreographer. In this way, the popularity of this MV that was being released next month would be guaranteed. Jolina understood that Yimei was trying to cook up the story online, so she did not object to the idea. I will call my agent, and they can do something about it. Yimei nodded and continued. If it's possible, your cousin can write a Weibo post before the streaming starts. You can open the scene by playing the piano, and then Zheng Yuan can enter. You and Zheng Yuan have fans, and when Li Xinger reposts the Weibo announcement, we will definitely be at the top of the headlines. As for Mu Weiwei, she was just a tool for them to use to cook up the story. I get it. I will tell my cousin. Jolina said. Yimei and the deputy principal talked about their plan and then made an announcement. If it is a competition, then we will hold it in the main hall in 2 hours. We will use online voting, and if you lose, you must spare the classroom for Jolina to make her MV and dance practice. Mu Weiwei answered. Okay, I have no objections. Zhang Yuan squinted at Mu Weiwei and looked at her with a sneer and disdain. Stupid. If she was asking for the trouble, then she would spare no efforts to give it to her. Jolina and Zhang Yuan's team went out of the classroom to prepare for the contest 2 hours later. Luo Qianqian and Ji Cheng surrounded Mu Weiwei, who was doing the leg exercises, and said, Weiwei, they are making use of you to cook up a story. Why do you still want to compete with her? I have some revenge to execute. This contest is unfair. Do you really want to be Jolina's assistant and be their captive? Luo Qianqian was angry and talked impulsively. Jolina had just won the championship and she had acquired fans. So had Zheng Yuan. Mu Weiwei was just an unknown student and voting was definitely not going to work in her favor. Also, it seemed that their agents would do something about that behind the scenes too. It was not a fair competition or voting system. Also, she was self-taught and she could not compete with Zheng Yuan, who was a professional. Can't you be confident? Mu Weiwei questioned, as she did a very elegant and beautiful spin on point. Ji Cheng was startled by her move, but she was still not assured. They are in charge of the voting, and you won't beat her in votes, even if you are capable. Zheng Yuan almost ruined my foot. I have to take revenge. Mu Weiwei answered. What? Ji Cheng instantly became furious. Luo Qianqian thought for a while and said, Try your best. We can come up with a way to equal out the voting. Ji Cheng looked at Luo Qianqian and said, What do you have in mind? You don't need to worry about that. Now, get her the best ballet dress and put on the most dazzling makeup for her. I will take care of the rest. Luo Qianqian said as she walked away mysteriously. Ji Cheng sat down by Mu Weiwei, who was stretching her legs and sighed. Let's do it. If we lose, I will be Zhou's captive together with you. I can swear her to death. Mu Weiwei smiled as she looked at Ji Cheng. She used to share everything good with Ling Yin. But Ling Yin took away everything from her and her heart, just because she wanted to survive. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian had only known her for a short while, and she had done nothing for them. Yet they took her side each time she encountered trouble. Cheng, thank you. 2 hours later, there were many students gathered in the school hall for the show. In order to get a better outcome in the live streaming, the principal and the company that signed Jolina hired professionals to do the live stream. Jolina and Zheng Yuan had already started to pull the poll on Weibo, so the first group of viewers turned out to be their fans. Before Zheng Yuan and Mu Weiwei started the dance competition, Jolina first played a solo performance, gaining a great deal of attention in the live stream. Isn't that the champion of the youth music contest? She is pretty and talented. She is a real goddess. Goddess Lina is showing off her performance again. After Jolina finished the performance, she bowed to the public, looking elegant and generous. Thank you for coming to today's live stream. We are going to film an MV, so we have invited Zheng Yuan from the Capital Ballet Troupe for the choreography. But someone is not very convinced by MS. Zheng Yuan's skills, so today, they are going to have a contest here. You can all vote here in the live stream. Instantly, comments flooded out. Wow, Goddess Lina is going to have a new solo song. How wonderful. Zheng Yuan entered the Capital Ballet Troupe at the age of 12, and someone is not convinced? We will see how Goddess Sheng gives that person a lesson which BTCH is not convinced. The livestream was dominated by Jolina and Zheng Yuan's fans, and only a few of them were from the general public, so all the instant messages were for Jolina. At the backstage of the hall, Zheng Yuan was dressed in a white ballet dress with an exquisite crown on top of her head. She walked in with her back straight, looking like nobility. Zhu Shaoqin was waiting for Zhou Lina backstage where only Ji Cheng was. She sneered. The contest is happening soon. Where is Mu Weiwei? Weiwei is making preparations. She will be here soon. Ji Cheng snorted. Actually, she was inwardly very worried. Most of the audience were Zhou Lina's supporters, and she also noticed that Zhou Lina and Zhang Yuan's fans had dominated the livestream. Although she had already asked some of her friends to vote, the number was so small compared to that of Zhang Yuan's army. I think that she is too afraid to come, Zhu Shaoqin said proudly. She might have stood out in the piano performance last time, but she would not make it in the dancing competition. She was not a versatile genius. I do remember that someone was also scared by Few Follett's number 5, right? Ji Cheng snapped back without sparing any mercy. Zhu Shaoqin had a look at Zhang Yuan, who was making preparations. She was not at all worried that she would lose. She will lose no matter whether she is coming or not. Tell her to get ready to be the assistant. Mu Weiwei was definitely going to suffer a great deal. They two were still arguing when Zhou Lina entered backstage after playing the song. She said to Zhang Yuan with a bright smile, "Sister Yuan, are you ready?" Zhang Yuan nodded as she glanced at Ji Cheng and sneered. It seems that someone is too afraid to come. Whether she is here or not, Sister Yuan, you will have to finish the performance. Everyone is watching you from the live stream. Zhang Yuan adjusted the hem of her white dress, walked to the front stage gently. She was elegant just like a swan princess. She had been practicing for a long time with the ballet troupe, and she was almost as outstanding as the current chief dancer, on and off the stage. What could Mu Weiwei do anyways? At the front stage of the hall, applause arose the moment Zhang Yuan went on stage. Zhang Yuan danced elegantly and proficiently with the music. She was presenting the excellent dancing skills she had gained in the past years at the Capital Ballet Troupe, looking so pretty just like a white swan. The instant comments on the live stream covered the entire screen. Who is not convinced by this skill? Let's all swear at the unconvinced BTH vote for the white swan. Vote for Goddess Zhang. Zhang Yuan's votes were rising rapidly, and within a couple of minutes, the total number had exceeded 10,000. Backstage, Zhou Lina and Zhu Shaoqin showed a proud smile when they watched the poll going up. 50,000 now. It's still rising. Where is Mu Weiwei? Is she coming or not? Zhou Lina asked sneeringly. Having said those words, she saw Mu Weiwei and Luo Qianqian as well as the girls from the dance class walking into backstage. She was dressed in a black ballet dance dress, wearing very thick eye makeup and looking sinisterly beautiful. Mu Weiwei, you truly don't have to be dressed like a ghost to become the loser. Zhu Shaoqin sized her up and then sneered. Mu Weiwei ignored her, walked over to Ji Cheng and adjusted herself by breathing hard, waiting for her turn. Ji Cheng glanced at Luo Qianqian and said, Zhang Yuan has gotten more than 60,000 votes, and it is still rising. Luo Qianqian looked serious. They are cooking up a story. Of course Zhang Yuan gets a lot of votes. Zhou Lina spoke for Zhang Yuan when she was on the stage, and Zhang Yuan was the first performer too. When the public saw her capability, of course she would get votes from them as well. So there were not that many votes left for Mu Weiwei later on. What was more, the white swan had always been and adored as a symbol of beauty and purity. She was dressed, however, as a black swan, which was not that popular at all. After the girls from dance class heard this, they whispered, I have asked my family and friends to vote for Black Swan, but that is still very little. Luo Qianqian looked at Mu Weiwei with worry. At this moment, Yimei spoke to her when she glanced at the front stage again. Mu Weiwei, Zhang Yuan's solo is done now. Your turn. Mu Weiwei adjusted her neck and smiled at Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian as she walked on to the stage of the hall. On the stage, Zhang Yuan had already performed an extremely beautiful dance as a white swan, gaining much applause. Mu Weiwei spun beautifully into the center of the stage as she raised up her arms and straightened her back. Unlike the white swan, Zhang Yuan, she looked intimidating like a queen, like a black swan. Some of the public, who belonged neither to Zhang Yuan nor Zhou Lina, voted for the black swan immediately. Although the vote was not rising as fast as that of Zhang Yuan's, it was still constantly rising. Ji Cheng gasped as she watched Mu Weiwei from the phone. She was not any worse than Zhang Yuan at all. I like the goddess's hands, and now I have fallen for her legs too. Standing next to her, Luo Qianqian turned on WeChat and copied the link to a friend. Then she texted, "Raise the votes for Black Swan from your live stream." The text back showed, "Honestly, I am doing a live stream." Luo Qianqian answered, "One more minute, or I will expose the picture of you in dresses." 1 minute later, the voting for Mu Weiwei arose tremendously as the audience emerged into the live streaming room. Jicheng glared at Zhou Lina provocatively and said, "You aren't the only person who knows how to get votes." However, Mu Weiwei's votes still could not catch up with Zhang Yuan's. Zhang Yuan's vote suddenly rose by 10,000, whilst Mu Weiwei's was almost on the verge of ceasing altogether. Zhou Lina snorted and put away her phone. Her cousin Xinger was going to help the votes increase greatly by posting just one Weibo post. Suddenly, the instant comments were dominated by Li Xinger's fans. When they knew that Zhang Yuan was Li Xinger's relative, they started to attack Mu Weiwei. "The Black Swan is so ugly. Such a terrible dancer. Black Swan is hideous. Vote for White Swan, just asking for trouble when she is battling with a professional." On stage, Mu Weiwei spun around, lifting and kicking her legs, leaping across the stage perfectly. However, the livestream was still full of comments that supported the White Swan. Zhang Yuan's face was becoming more and more twisted the longer she watched Mu Weiwei. An outsider might not be able to tell, but she herself understood that Mu Weiwei's moves were as good as those performed by a professional dancer like her. She had underestimated her. Seeing the instant messages that supported Zhang Yuan whilst Mu Weiwei was on stage, Jicheng couldn't help but notice that Zhang Yuan's votes were also constantly increasing. Although the few rational public viewers supported Black Swan and said that she danced well, they were all drowned out by Li Xinger's fans. "Qianqian, how many more votes can your cousin offer now?" Luo Qianqian had a cousin who was a live streamer for games, and he was very popular. He had helped with the votes a minute ago. "Afraid not too many more." Luo Qianqian whispered with teeth clenched. "I will call my father and ask him to log in to his Weibo." Sure. Hurry up." Jicheng nodded. Qianqian's father was a famous composer who had written music for a few singers. His Weibo post would surely help with the voting. Zhou Lina and Zhu Xiaoqin laughed proudly when they saw that Zhang Yuan's votes were many times more than those of Mu Weiwei's. "Still not convinced? You won't be able to catch up. You are being tricky. If we compete with abilities, you may be the losing side," Jicheng said with teeth clenched. Weiwei was dancing well too, and if it had not been because of Zhang Yuan's popularity from the ballet troupe, Zhang Yuan might have been on the losing side. Now they had even asked the popular star Li Xinger to increase the votes, so it was very difficult for Mu Weiwei to catch up. As they were talking, a man wearing glasses came backstage and asked Jicheng politely, "Excuse me, which one of you is Mu Weiwei?" Jicheng looked up and said, "Weiwei is on the stage. Vote for her if you are here for her." She instructed the glasses man as one vote would matter regardless of the stage. Zhu Xiaoqin sneered, seeing that she did not want to give up even one vote. "What about me giving you a vote too?" Haha. The man made a phone call after he voted and walked out from backstage. "Third Master, the girl is in school, but it seems that she is competing with someone in a live stream. There are some votes or something. What are you waiting for? Send me the live stream link." The man on the other side of the phone bellowed impatiently. The man ended the phone call instantly and shared the live stream. Luo Qianqian came backstage after the call. "My father is in a meeting. He can't reply to me until half an hour later. The contest is finishing in a quarter of an hour." Zhou Lina snorted and said as she tilted her head sideways, "Xiaoqing, think about what we should get our assistant to do tomorrow." Zhou Lina and Zhu Xiaoqin were just about to celebrate when the students from dance class shouted in excitement, "It is rising. Black Swan's vote is rising crazily." The moment Mu Weiwei went backstage, Jicheng and Luo Qianqian hugged her, full of excitement and joy. "Weiwei, we won. We won." The students from the dance class came over to cheer with them out of admiration after watching her 32 turns of fouette. They had thought that they would definitely lose because of the failing votes. They had never expected that their idol, Godshi, would suddenly come and watch the live stream and show his support for Black Swan. The vast group of fans had squeezed themselves into the live stream and quickly doubled Black Swan's votes within minutes. Mu Weiwei whispered as she was held tightly in their arms, "Let me take a seat. I feel a bit dizzy." She had studied ballet before, but she was indeed not as capable as Zhang Yuan when it came to dancing. However, she had learnt martial arts before, so she was able to complete the perfect 32 turns fouet through her knowledge of using her muscles to the optimum limit. Actually, she was feeling very dizzy and her legs hurt. But Zheng Yuan must be suffering even more than her at the moment, because she had heard the sound of bones cracking. That injury might make her incapable of being able to dance in the future. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian helped her to sit down and gave her some water. Do you need to visit the hospital? Mu Weiwei took a sip of the water and shook her head. No need, taking a rest will be enough. One girl from dance class was reading through Weibo when her eyes widened at the sight of the hot topic search list. Oh my god, Mu Weiwei. My god of Min, and you are at the top of the list. What? God of Min? Mu Weiwei was startled. Jiqing also logged into Weibo and looked around. At the 20th rank on the hot topic search list, there turned out to be the following tag, She Black Swan. Ah, that is my idol. He saved our lives. If it had not been for Shi's fans who had entered the live stream during the last few minutes, they would have lost in votes. But how did our third master end up seeing the live stream? One girl asked curiously. It was a very heated contest within Yingxing High School, and Li Xinger had helped with the votes too. But it should not be so popular for even Shi to take notice. Who cares? He saved us, Ji Cheng said as she threw a look at Mu Weiwei. She had lived with the Fu family before, so it was not a weird thing for Fu Shi to come to her rescue. They were cheering so happily, but at the same time, Zhou Lina became very anxious. Seeing the instant comments attacking Zheng Yuan, she was very angry to see Mu Weiwei's black swan being praised. Her hands shivered and the phone dropped to the ground. Ms. Yi, what should we do now? The situation was already out of control. The intention was to cook a story for her, but the mission failed. And Mu Weiwei gained the position at the hot search list. Call the company and make use of this opportunity to get you at the top of the trending list too, Yi Mei said calmly. Shi was a very popular guy, and if their names were linked together, then the popularity would undoubtedly arrive. Ji Cheng and Shi's fans became very annoyed when they heard this. They were bullied by them, and now their rival wanted to their idol's popularity. However, before they were able to argue with each other, Zheng Yuan, who had been forgotten and left alone on the stage, was helped backstage by the staff. Without saying anything more, she slapped Zhou Lina, who was on the phone with her agent, hard across her face. Zheng Yuan not only startled Zhou Lina, but also Ji Cheng and the girls. Before they were able to argue, a civil war had started. Luo Qianqian helped Mu Weiwei stand up. Let's go, it's late. I want to see them fighting. Ji Cheng did not want to miss the show. Zheng Yuan's slap to Zhou Lina seemed much more comforting than one from herself. But she deserved to have that right. Zheng Yuan accepted the challenge because of her, and Zhou Lina did not even show any care towards her when she was injured so badly on stage. It was normal that she slapped her. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian helped Mu Weiwei to get changed as they spoke to her outside the desultory. Weiwei, did you know that you could beat Zheng Yuan? No, I was only sure that I could beat her in skills. Mu Weiwei got changed and pulled open the desultory. Zheng Yuan is very competitive. She was definitely going to try to beat me on the last fouet, so she was definitely going to be injured. If her legs are injured, she would miss the opportunity of becoming chief dancer. She will also miss the chance to enter the Royal Ballet Troupe, an opportunity she has been waiting for 5 years. She caused Mu Weiwei's injuries, so she lost the chance to study with the Capital Ballet Troupe, so she of course had to pay her back at this time. In this way, she might have won in votes, but she would have lost in skills, Luo Qianqian said after she realized what the plan was. But tonight, she not only failed in skills but also in votes. She was totally defeated. But if she had won the vote, you would still have had to work for Zhou Lina, Ji Cheng said. Mu Weiwei smiled mysteriously. Well, I have a bargaining chip here. She had Zhou Meiqin's pictures, and one text to Zhou Meiqin would make Zhou Lina become docile. However, she had never expected that Fu Shi would offer a hand. The three girls packed up and left the school as they saw Zheng Yuan leaving in an ambulance. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian helped Mu Weiwei to the roadside and said worriedly, "Let us help you home, all right? Your feet have swelled up. No need, I can call a taxi. It takes no time at all." Mu Weiwei turned them down. Fu Hanjing made a call in the afternoon, and he might have returned to the apartment by now. If they helped her back and saw Fu Hanjing with her, She would find it difficult to explain what was going on. Seeing her insistence on taking a taxi, Luo Qianqian waved down a taxi and helped her up. I will ask for leave for you. You can take a rest at home tomorrow. Mu Weiwei leaned herself against the back seat out of tiredness. When the car pulled up to the Jinxiu compound, she bought some medicine for her feet and walked into the apartment slowly. The moment she walked up to the stairs, she saw Fu Hanjun coming out of the building. He spoke to her in a low voice. Why are you not answering my calls? Mu Weiwei was startled and then answered, I didn't hear it. Fu Hanjun stretched out his arms for her, but she dodged him, and then was still scooped into his long arms. She was not a short girl, but compared to Fu Hanjing, who had a height of 190 centimeters, she was very small. As they arrived at the elevator, she pressed the button for therefore and said, Weren't you going out? Fu Hanjing answered back coldly, I was picking you up. Thanks. How guilty she felt to have this president pick her up in person. Back to the apartment. Fu Hanjing placed her down onto the couch of the living room, removed her shoes and frowned deeply when he saw her swollen toes. Should I take you to the hospital? No need. I bought the medicine. She took out her own medicine. Hang on, Fu Hanjing said as he stood up and went to the bathroom. Within no time at all, he came out carrying a bowl of cold water and placed her feet into the cold water. Seeing him not leaving, Mu Weiwei reminded him with a dry laugh. Thanks, I can do it myself. Go back to your study. You have work. Without obeying her words, Fu Hanjing waited for a couple of minutes before scooping out her feet from the water and wiping them with the dry towel. Then, he started to read the instructions on the medicine she had brought back. Startled, Mu Weiwei withdrew her feet and said, President Fu, please, let me do it myself. Fu Hanjing gripped her toes and pulled them out from underneath the towel as he used a cotton swab to dab on the medicine over the swollen areas. The pungent smell of medicine spread throughout the air. Mu Weiwei looked at this man who was dabbing her toes with medicine and felt a bit dizzy. When she lived with the Gu family, she had also injured her feet when she was practicing martial arts, and back then, Gu Siding was also nervous and had carried her back home. Then he had asked the doctor and servants to take care of her whilst keeping her company, staying next to her. She always thought that because she and Gu Siding grew up together, love would be easy, but despite this, something was missing between them when it came to love. In this moment, she finally understood what it was. What was missing between them was a certainty of whether he loved her or not. She had always heard that Fu Hanjing was a very mysterious person, but when she was in front of this man, what she could feel was that he was into her for real, and he was truly worried about her. Fu Hanjing looked up and saw her eyes turning red. Let's visit the hospital if it hurts that much. Mu Weiwei came back to herself and shook her head. No need, some rest will be fine. Fu Hanjing was just about to dab medicine upon the other foot when the phone in the study rang. Then he went into the study and turned on the speaker on the phone. Brother, please compliment me now. Sister-in-law was competing with someone today in dance. I led all of my fans to vote for her. Mu Weiwei's lips twisted. It must be from Fu Shi, the third master. Without saying a word, Fu Hanjing allowed Fu Shi to talk on the other side of the phone, sounding joyful. I just sent you the video. Take a look at it. Sister-in-law was spinning like a spinning top. Mu Weiwei thought with clenched teeth. You are the spinning top. Also, sister-in-law's body is supple and tender. You can definitely do it in many different ways. Third master. Seeing Fu Hanjing remaining silent, Mu Weiwei could not help but interrupt Fu Shi's whispering. I can hear everything. Please watch your tongue. Fu Shi was silent for 3 seconds before lowering his voice and asking, Bro, did I just interrupt something? Yes. Fu Hanjing said, and directly ended the call. Mu Weiwei's lip twitched. What was he interrupting? That was going to cause a misunderstanding. President Fu, we are living under the same roof, but we are not sleeping together. I suggest that you should correct Third Master regarding the way he addresses me. I am not his sister-in-law. Fu Hanjing put away the first aid kit and left. You will be sooner or later. At the capital First Folk Hospital, people from the Li family and the Zhou family were both waiting for the results from Zhang Yuan's operation. Zhang Yuan's mother Li Jiaqian glared at Zhou Lina and scolded her. If anything happens to Yuan, you will take all the blame. Seeing her own daughter's swelling face, Wang Fan was very annoyed already. Seeing Li Jiaqian blaming her own daughter, she refuted her immediately. It is not Lina's problem. She made the mistake herself when dancing. You. Li Jiaqian was about to burst into scolding words when an elegant woman walked over to them. She stopped herself. Miss Fong, what are you doing here so late at night? I am worried about Zheng Yuan. I need to see what the doctor says. Fang Yuyin was the woman who came over to them. She was a teacher from the capital ballet troupe. The doctor is doing the operation now. There should not be any problems. She won't be affected. Li Jiaqian explained quickly. Fang Yuyin smiled and said nothing more. 10 minutes later, Zheng Yuan came out of the operation room. The group accompanied the patient back to the ward as Li Jiaqian asked nervously, Doctor, how is my daughter's foot? She won't be affected, will she? In dance, I mean. The doctor showed the X-ray scans to the group and said, her normal life will not be affected if she is looked after well, but she may need to take a rest from dancing and see how she recovers. Fang Yuyin took a look at the scans and asked further, how long will it take? If she goes through a proper recovery? The doctor thought for a while and said, 8 months to a year. If she tries to hasten the healing process and gets injured again, she will never be able to stand up on stage again. Zheng Yuan's pale face turned even paler, and she was worried that Fang Yuyin was going to say something. Miss Fong, I will recover soon. Zheng Yuan, you heard what the doctor said. You will need at least 1 year to recover, but the troupe needs to carry on. Fang Yuyin looked cold and said straightforwardly, so, the current chief dancer stays. Miss Fong, Without waiting for her reply, Fang Yuyin made a quick decision. As for the studies at the Royal Ballet Troupe, it won't work if you go there injured like this. We will arrange for someone else to take your place. You better take a good rest now. Miss Fong, Yuan has been waiting for the position of chief dancer for years. You know that. Li Jiaqian took hold of Fang Yuyin's arms and tried to persuade her. She will recover very soon. Please give her one more chance. It is not me, but she herself who does not cherish her own opportunity. Fang Yuyin looked even less pleased when she saw Zheng Yuan lying in the bed. You have not only lost your own face but also our troupe's face, and you have made such a mess. The Weibo comments of their troupe were all laden with irony, commenting about how their professional dancers were worse than those from the general public. It was already very kind of the troupe to not expel her when she made such a mess. She was definitely not going to allow the troupe to be humiliated by waiting for Zheng Yuan, just so that she could take the position of chief dancer. After Fang Yuyin left, Zheng Yuan punched the bed and clenched her teeth. It is all Mu Weiwei's fault. It is all her fault. She had ruined everything she had tried so hard to obtain. She should have disabled her all those years ago, so that she would never be able to dance again in her entire lifetime. If she had known about this day, she would have made sure it was done. Zhou Meiqin came to the hospital the moment she received the call. Li Xinger was with her, and she was wearing a mask. On the way, she kept refreshing Weibo and noticed that the tag topic of She and Black Swan was almost reaching the top 10 hot search list. Many of She's fans were making comments filled with irony on her own Weibo post, which annoyed her greatly. The moment she entered the ward, she removed her mask and swore at Zhou Lina. You Durness, I gave you such a great opportunity, but you pushed Mu Weiwei up instead on the hot search list. She herself was even sworn at by She's fans, which really humiliated her. After being slapped by Zheng Yuan and lectured by Li Jiaqian, Zhou Lina burst out in tears when she was lectured by Li Xinger at that moment. Everything went fine, but she supported Mu Weiwei all of a sudden, so the situation turned around. It should have been her who was on the top search list today, but now she had done everything for someone else instead. She had failed to cook up the story and Mu Weiwei ended up becoming popular. She was feeling wronged inwardly, but she had no way out. She was the most popular star in Hualand, and one word from him online was very influential. Wang Fan took her wronged daughter into her arms and said, if it had not been for Yuan who had collapsed on the stage, none of this would have happened. What did you say? My daughter fell down and lost her position as chief dancer and the opportunity of going to the Royal Ballet Troupe, and you are still blaming her? Hearing Wang Fan blaming her own daughter, Li Jiaqian was so irritated that she wanted to lunge at her and slap her. Enough. Zhou Meiqin took hold of Li Jiaqian and snapped at her. Help Yuan get better, and when she recovers, I will come up with a method to send her abroad. Li Jiaqian turned to Zhou Meiqin. Are you serious? Zhou Meiqin nodded. Don't think about anything more. Have her recover soon, and I will take care of the rest. Mu Weiwei had set her up, and she was becoming more and more powerful. Zhou Lina took a look at the text message sent by Yi Mei and said discreetly, Aunt, Cousin Xinger, Mizzy said that there have already been some agents and album companies who are searching for Mu Weiwei at school now. What if she enters the entertainment industry? Although she did not want to admit it, Mu Weiwei's face was way too attractive and could easily appear in the entertainment industry. Li Xinger glared at her. If it had not been because of her dumb behavior, Mu Weiwei would not have become the most popular girl online overnight. Zhou Meiqin's face sank, and then she said, Don't worry, she won't. What is your method? Li Xinger looked at her in astonishment. Someone can stop her. Zhou Meiqin grabbed her bag and said, I have an appointment. You girls can go home by yourselves. Finishing her sentence, she left the ward alone and got into her car that was in the parking lot. Then she picked up her phone and made a call. No more waiting. 1 more week, and no matter what you do, you must get that girl. Then the price has to be higher. Wang Weidong's voice rose from the other side of the phone. Zhou Meiqin's look was lethal. This BTCH was a ticking time bomb for everyone. I can double that. As long as she is caught and eliminated, I can pay 500,000 yuan more. At the Jinxiu compound, Mu Weiwei asked for 2 days off to stay at home so that she could get better. Due to the chat with Ji Cheng on WeChat the night before, she slept late into the afternoon. She did not get up from the bed until the room door was knocked. But shouldn't Fu Hanjing, the workaholic, at this time, be at the company? She pulled open the door and found Su Qian, the assistant to Fu Hanjing. Mississippi Mu, the president asked me to deliver the food. Please, eat it whilst it is still warm. Food delivery? Mu Weiwei frowned. Su Qian smiled and said, The food is in the dining room. I will need to head back to the company if you don't need anything more. Mu Weiwei nodded, astonished. Thank you. After seeing Su Qian off, she had just returned to the dining room to eat the food when Fu Hanjing called. Did Su Qian bring the food to you? Yes, it has just arrived. Mu Weiwei said as she saw the hot dishes on the table. Thanks. I'm having dinner tonight, and I may be home late. Fu Hanjing's voice sounded nice. Okay, and your stomach is not very well, don't drink too much. Mu Weiwei said one sentence after thinking for a long time. Okay. Fu Hanjing chuckled. Eat your food. I am sending the call. Mu Weiwei felt her forehead out of regret, cursing at herself for being so bthy. They were not in a relationship. Why should she remind him not to drink too much? Fu Hanjing had been living in this apartment recently, and he had had her in his arms the whole time when her feet were injured. After washing up last night, he had kissed her face. He had taken her as someone from his family. She ate the food, replied to some texts, put on her clothes, and went to take a walk down to the cafe on the street. She had suddenly become famous online because of Zhou Lina and Fu Shi for some reason. She had received 4 calls from 4 agency companies, so she had a meeting with someone face-to-face this afternoon. She had planned to enter the entertainment industry after the exams, but Zhou Lina had somehow made her popular, pushing her into the industry ahead of time. She had met the 4 agents from the 4 companies in a row this afternoon, but she hadn't agreed to any of them, only accepted their proposals and name card for further consideration. She was just leafing through the proposals of the 4 agency companies by the window when a man dressed in a blush pink suit carrying a briefcase took a seat in front of her without asking. Then he gave her a contract. Sign it. Mu Weiwei pointed at herself. Are you talking to me? The man dabbed his lips with tinted lip balm carefully. Mu Weiwei, sign your name here and I will be your agent. Mu Weiwei raised her eyebrows. Who are you? When everyone else was talking to her politely, this man came with a contract and asked her to sign it directly. The man put away his tinted lip balm, brought out a business card on the table with a feminine flourish. Jolin from Shi Culture. Shi Culture? She realized who had sent this man when she heard the name. She was that Shi. Shi Culture was Fu Shi's company, the 3rd master of the Fu family. During the past 2 days, Ji Cheng had always been speaking of her idol on WeChat, which gave her some knowledge of Fu Shi. Shi Culture was a newly established company by Fu Shi under the Fu's Enterprises direction, so that he could take charge of the entertainment sector. But this master did not think that the employees of the company were capable enough. So he gave up the position of CEO and went into the entertainment field in person. Because of his excellent looks and vastly wealthy family, he soon became the most popular male star in the industry. He drew attention from every single angle. Seeing that she was not signing, Jolin grabbed the business cards and proposals of the other companies and chucked them into the trash and said, "She culture is your best choice." Mu Weiwei smiled. "Sure, I will sign it." She glanced over the content of the contract and signed her name. Some of the other agency companies were larger than She Culture, and some were startups. But the companies were cultivating other artists too. So even if she signed the contract would not allow her to enter the film industry. The report said that Ling Yin, after her recovery, was soon going to star in a movie. So she did not have much time to take it step by step with other companies. After having a comprehensive consideration, She Culture was the shortcut she could take and the best choice for her too. Jolin took back the contract, stuffed it into the briefcase and said, "The company will soon, based on your current condition, make a stardom plan for you. Do you have any plans for yourself? I want to be at the audition of The Long Wind." Mu Weiwei said straightforwardly. Jolin sized her up and said, "The female lead character has already been decided. She was physically excellent and a good dancer too. As long as she could sing, she could become a singer. If she was going to be an actress, she would just be eye candy. I don't need the leading role. I just need the role of Tang Xiaoqi." Jolin looked at her with suspicion. "Are you trying to ruin yourself?" The Long Wind is a classical masterpiece in the wuxia theme, and Tang Xiaoqi was an annoying character. Was she really smart to ask for this kind of role instead? "I just want this role," Mu Weiwei said with determination. "Got it. We will try our best to get it for you. If there is nothing else, I am off now. I will call you when I need something." Jolin checked the time and left in a hurry. Mu Weiwei thought for a while and called out to Jolin, "Well, since I have signed the contract, will the company arrange the accommodation?" She felt that Fu Hanjing being around her was creepy. She was afraid that the demon would eat her up. Jolin shook his head. "There are no places available for you. Stay in your own home." Although there was an empty building available for their actresses, the third master had stressed that she was not going to stay there. She Culture had Fu's enterprise as their background, and there were many people who wanted to enter the company and who were turned down. Jolin truly had no idea why the third master wanted him to sign this internet-famous girl in person. Was he planning to sign her on so that he could sleep with her? Mu Weiwei let out a sigh and saw off Jolin. It seemed that she had to stay with Fu Hanjing after all. After she left the cafe, she found that the day was still young. So she decided to meet with Ji Chung and Luo Qianqian after they had finished at school and tell them about the contract signing. So she sent them text messages and asked to meet them at the park nearby. Then she saw a couple in love by the lakeside. The boy looked elegant and somehow familiar, so she spared him a second glance. But the moment she looked at him, the boy looked at her too, and then he started to walk towards her. He grabbed her from the bench she was sat on and pulled her over to the girl. "I have a girlfriend and here she is." "What?" Looking at that good-looking boy's face, Mu Weiwei was very confused. The girl glared at Mu Weiwei, who had been pulled over, still unable to believe what he had just said. "I don't believe you. You lied to me. You don't have a girlfriend. You are lying." "She is my girlfriend. We have been together for 4 years." The man said and gripped Mu Weiwei's hands so tightly that she tried hard to escape. "Darn. What the heck? Girl, you have misunderstood. I really... Weiwei and I have been together since junior school, but she is too introverted to reveal anything." The man interrupted Mu Weiwei and said. Mu Weiwei looked at this man in horror. It seems that this man was someone who knew Mu Weiwei. The girl became so sad that she ran away after being turned down. "The show is over. Can you let go off my hand now?" The man pulled her closer, shortening the distance between them. The handsome face became larger in front of her. "Mu Weiwei, we are not in a show." Mu Weiwei frowned. "So?" The man looked at her for a second and sneered. "It seems that you have forgotten that you once wrote me a love letter." "A love letter?" Mu Weiwei raised her eyebrows. When did she ever write a love letter? Seeing that she did not want to admit it, the man said with clenched teeth, "You wrote me so many love letters, for a whole year in a row in third-year junior school. You came to Ingsheng because of me. Have you forgotten everything?" Mu Weiwei suddenly thought of something. Her eyes widened in horror. "Oh man, she did write love letters. Or to be more precise, it had been Mu Weiwei who did it. No wonder he was a bit familiar looking. He was the boy who went to the same school with Mu Weiwei in junior school, namely the most popular guy in Yingqing High School, Qin LV. His scores were always the highest, and he was very good looking. He was also the grandson of Qin's finance head, so he was extremely popular among the girls at school. Mu Weiwei had courted him back then, and she did transfer herself to Yingqing High School because of him. But after the car accident, she started to like Fu Hanzheng instead. She flung away Qin LV's hands and massaged her arms that were feeling painful because of his pulling and tight grip. I did, but you turned me down. Now I'm not. I am allowing you to be my girlfriend, Qin LV said. After the car accident, she barely appeared in school. He once went to visit her at school, but the Li family said that she had moved out. And because of some contest he was participating in, he was away from school too. It was not until the day before yesterday, when he saw the news on Weibo, that he understood that she was back in school. He came to school for her. Sorry, I have changed my mind, Mu Weiwei said. Darn, he was too young for love. What do you mean? Qin LV's face sunk when he heard her words. Mu Weiwei let out an impatient sigh and said straightforwardly, I have fallen for someone else, not you. Understand? I won't allow that, Qin LV said with a lowered voice. He had been searching for her for so long, and now she was telling him that she had fallen for someone else. He was not going to accept that. You have no rights, Mu Weiwei said, feeling amused at the sight of this annoyed young man. Qin LV gripped her hands and said with a serious tone, I am your boyfriend. Mu Weiwei felt her forehead. We have broken up, so we are not in a relationship now. It was Mu Weiwei's problem if she had courted him, but she was not Mu Weiwei, and she had no time to fall for this young man. Qin LV stopped her from going further, looking serious. Mu Weiwei, who do you think I am? You teased me when you were happy, and you kicked me away when you were displeased. Mu Weiwei frowned and said, Yes, I did write those things, but that was years ago. Now you come and tell me that you are my boyfriend. Are you mental, or what? I have my own reasons, and I don't want to break up, Qin LV said. He made a promise to his family. No relationships before college, otherwise he would have to accept whatever his family arranged for him. He had thought that she would be waiting for him, but after the accident, she disappeared from his world completely. It took a long time before he found her again, but she told him that she had fallen for someone else. Oh my God, you annoying child. Why can't you understand me? Mu Weiwei was a bit annoyed. Who is that man? Qin LV asked further. After she had left the Li family and stayed absent from school, she must have been staying with that man. Mu Weiwei looked around and said, Let's talk somewhere else. After saying this, she took Qin LV into the small copse of trees. Can we talk now? Who is the man? Qin LV asked further. Hang on, Mu Weiwei said brightly, and took hold of the tie from around his neck. I need this for a moment. Qin LV did not expect that she would stay so close to him. He could smell the scent of her maiden hair wafting into his nose. His heart could not help but beat heavily when he saw this girl's long eyelashes. When he came back to himself, his two hands had already been tied up. Mu Weiwei, what are you doing? Mu Weiwei clapped her hands and said with a smile, I really have nothing to talk about with you. If you want to talk to this tree. Mu Weiwei, who is he? Qin LV could not resist his curiosity. Mu Weiwei took 2 more steps and gave him a warning as she turned around. Also, say one more boyfriend thing and I will hit you in the face. She raised her fists, showing a threatening stance. After this problem was solved, she called Ji Cheng, but she did not answer. Then she called Luo Qianqian, but she didn't answer the call either. Fearing that Qin LV would pester her again, she went to school to find Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian, but they had already left the campus. No answers to her calls and no one at school. She had to return to the apartment. The moment she entered the apartment, Ji Cheng's call buzzed through. However, it was the rough voice of a man that echoed through the speaker. Mu Weiwei, right, bring the pictures of President Wang, or your sisters will have to suffer. Mu Weiwei's heart sank. It seemed that because Wang Weidong and Zhou Meiqin's men had failed to catch her, they had now turned to Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath as she said with a low voice, I need to hear them first. In the phone, Ji Cheng's and Luo Qianqian's voices arose. Wei Wei, call the police. Wei Wei, call my cousin. They had just spoken a sentence when the man moved the phone away. You must come alone. Bring the police or a helper and your sisters will be our food. Mu Wei Wei said with teeth clenched. Address. Wenhua Road in the west outskirts, the abandoned Zhengxing steel factory. Someone will lead you here, no tricks. The man directly ended the call after saying the words. She had expected that Zhou Meiqin and Wang Weidong would come to her for trouble, but she had not expected that Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian would be taken hostage. She was analyzing the situation as she opened Fu Hanjing's study and found the key for the backup car. As she came into the underground garage, she took a sports car and dashed towards the west outskirts. At the dinner with politicians in the capital city, Fu Hanjing was just talking with wine in hand when Su Qian called him on the private phone. Boss, Lei Ming is calling you. Fu Hanjing frowned at the guests and came to pick up the phone. What is it? Lei Ming was the chief of security of the Fu family, and something must have happened at home if he was calling. Mississippi Mu drove out of the apartment half an hour ago. She was driving way too fast for the security detail to catch up with her. Fu Hanjing's face sank as he walked towards the room's exit and asked, Did you find her? Her phone shows that she is heading west. I am going there now with my men, Lei Ming said. Seeing him leaving, Fu Shiqin caught up with him. Brother, the banquet has just started. Where are you going? Wei Wei is missing, Fu Hanjing said as he entered the elevator. She normally didn't go out at night, and now she was out driving. Something must have happened. Fu Shiqin followed him into the elevator. Someone is following her, right? Fu Hanjing was silent, so Su Qian answered instead. Mississippi Mu's car left the apartment half an hour ago. The bodyguards lost her. Fu Shiqin's face sank. When he and Fu Shi left home before, he never got nervous. Now Mu Wei Wei was just gone for half an hour, and he was searching for her in person. It was such a huge difference in treatment. On Wenhua Road in the west outskirts, Mu Wei Wei stopped the car, walked a few hundred meters, and came to the gate of the Zhengxing steel factory. A tattooed man sized her up, looked around and made sure that she was alone before turning to open the gate. Follow me in. As she walked, she observed her surroundings. Then she heard people talking after she entered the factory. There were 13 people inside, and some were playing poker and drinking, and some were smoking. A bald man was sitting on a worn-out sofa, looking like the boss of the group. Then she saw Luo Qianqian and Ji Cheng, who were tied up in the corner, covered in dust and mud, looking messy. Qianqian, are you all right? We are fine. Luo Qianqian became very worried as she saw Mu Wei Wei coming in alone. Mu Wei Wei looked at them and found that they were not injured. She took a long breath and glanced at the bald man. Now I am here. Release them. The two indecent-looking drunk men staggered over to Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian. Brother Kuan, they are so pretty. Would be a pity to release them. They slurred as two of them started to touch Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian. They both were frightened by the two's pawing, screaming out in fear with pale faces. Mu Wei Wei's fists cracked. She warned them, remove your paws. The two drunken men heard her words and left Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian alone as they glanced at the girl who was talking to them. The angry girl looked very attractive against the light. Sure, we will leave them alone. You have fun with us first. Mu Wei Wei smiled brightly as a coldness appeared in her eyes. Sure, let's finish our talk and then I can have fun with you. Bald Kuan squinted at his indecent men. Why are you in a hurry? When we finish the task, she will be yours. Mu Wei Wei coldly said in a calm voice, before we get to it, I suggest that you release them too. After all, it would be very difficult for us to continue if the girls from the Ming family are hurt here. Girls from the Ming family? Bald Kuan's face changed when he heard those words. Didn't you background check them before you kidnapped them? Mu Wei Wei laughed with a sneering sound. You are indeed very brave to have kidnapped the niece of Chief Ming and Director Ming. Bald Kuan glanced at Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian. That girl did say that Director Ming was her uncle, and that her father was some leader from the special forces or something. If you don't believe it, then turn on her phone and check her photos. Mu Wei Wei reminded them. The most important thing right now was to get Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian out of danger, and Ji Cheng's background could prevent them from hurting her. Bald Kuan picked up Ji Cheng's phone and leafed through the photos inside. He found the Ming family's pictures. If they were really the girls from the Ming family, then they must not irritate her. Their goal was not them anyway. Release them. Ji Chang and Luo Qianqian's ropes were loosened. They ran to Mu Weiwei, grabbed her arms and said, Weiwei, let's go. You can go, but she must stay. Two men stopped them and pointed at Mu Weiwei as they said this. Mu Weiwei patted off the dust and mud on her and said, You girls wait for me outside. No, we must go together. Luo Qianqian gripped her tightly and spoke with determination. She came to rescue them alone, and they must not leave her here by herself just so they could run away. We aren't leaving if you are not coming with us. Ji Cheng said as she shielded my Weiwei by standing in front of her and said to Bald Kuan, She is my cousin's fiancée, my uncle's daughter-in-law-to-be. You must not touch her. Mu Weiwei did not know whether she should laugh or cry, but she must admit that she was very moved. The two girls themselves were already very scared, but they did not want to leave without her, and instead stayed with her to face the trouble. Girls, we want her. Not you too. Don't try to cause trouble for yourselves. Bald Kuan warned them impatiently. President Wang had paid a great deal of money to them this time, and they were not going to give up on the deal just because someone from the Ming family was in the way. Qianqian, wait for me outside. Mu Weiwei pulled out her arms outside of Luo Qianqian's tight grip and helplessly tried to persuade her with a gentle voice. No, we are leaving together. Ji Cheng still stood in front of her despite her own voice trembling. If she stayed here, these men would not touch her because of her identity. But if she and Qianqian left without Weiwei, she would be in danger. Mu Weiwei glanced around and saw the iron staircase leading to the second floor. She said with a low voice, Then we will run away together. I will count to 3, and we can head to the staircase together on the second floor. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian nodded. When she counted to 3, they both ran towards the staircase and up to the second floor without taking a breath. Weiwei, hurry up. Luo Qianqian went up to the second floor and turned around, only to find Mu Weiwei was missing. Downstairs on the first floor, there came a sound of fighting and the two girls looked down in fright. Weiwei. However, when they saw what was happening down below them, Luo Qianqian and Ji Cheng were both astonished. The slender girl had, within 1 second, thrown 2 strong and tall men down onto the floor, and she picked up a rusty piece of scran steel and pierced through the hand of one of the men. Then, she kicked the other man's groin, causing such tremendous pain that he could not even utter a single sound. Mu Weiwei threw a look at the two girls up on the second floor. Stay where you are. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian nodded. They noticed that the 2 drunk men who were seriously injured were the ones who had touched them before. Mu Weiwei pulled out the bloody, stained steel and looked at the remaining 11 men, looking lethal. Now, let's have some fun. The gang did not expect that the feeble-looking girl would suddenly act as if she were possessed by a ghost, looking lethal and acting with cruelty. Bald Kuan's face sank, and he threw a look at 4 strong men beside him. Get her. The 4 men with muscular builds, and besieged Mu Weiwei. But the agile girl dodged their fists and quickly hit one of the men's temples. That man was so dizzy from the blow that he staggered backwards. Then the girl kicked off against one of the factory's supporting columns and propelled forward, landing a blow on one of the men's necks. The man's neck let out a cracking sound and failed to rise again. The remaining 3 men were wary. This was a girl who was agile, quick, and always hit home on her targets. Seeing his 4 best men collapsing, one after the other, Bald Kuan became so furious that he stood up and fiercely asked, Who on earth are you? Mu Weiwei kicked a man away and flipped backwards on the rebound. As she landed steadily, she said, I am your boss. The Gu family had hired many martial arts masters, and she had studied mega fighting, swordsmanship, and fencing from those masters for years. She might not be very skillful, yet her skills were already enough to incapacitate these people. Guns were forbidden in the Hualand, so they did not have any deadly weapons. That was why she dared to come alone. These men were just strong and big, and they had either been drinking or taking drugs. As long as Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian were not taken hostage, she would not be taken advantage of. Seeing his men retreating one after another, Bald Kuan picked up a knife from the table and said, Get the weapons. The remaining men picked up steel scrans, sticks, and knives, surrounding Mu Weiwei gradually. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian were both so nervous that they held onto each other's arms. They would very much like to help, but they were afraid of distracting her. As the 7 men came all together, Mu Weiwei had only taken a few steps back when the well-trained Bald Kuan suddenly attacked her. She felt a punch to her back, and Bald Kuan almost stabbed her in the chest. Fortunately, she was quick enough to dodge, only her arm getting scratched by the blade. She was not seriously injured. They fought for half an hour, and finally, when Mu Weiwei had the blood-stained Bald Kuan under her feet, she smiled at Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian upstairs. "Come down now. We can leave." The 2 girls rushed downstairs, and Ji Cheng said excitedly, "Goddess, do you know what I want to say right at this moment?" Mu Weiwei wrapped her wounded arm using the coat Luo Qianqian gave to her and asked, "What?" "I just want to say that. I want to marry you," Ji Cheng said. She came here alone and brought down more than a dozen men. She was indeed an outstanding protector. The 3 girls walked out of the factory just as a Rolls-Royce Phantom and 2 Hummer cars pulled over in front of her. Fu Hanzheng, who was dressed in a nice suit, came out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and walked towards them. His eyes were piercing and his aura was lethal, tinted with arrogance and determination. "Why did you come here alone?" Mu Weiwei stared at this man who had suddenly popped up out of nowhere, in astonishment. "Didn't he go to attend a banquet? Is it so difficult to give me a call?" Fu Hanjing looked cold, trying hard to suppress his anger. He had told her repeatedly that if she ran into any trouble, she could call him and let him deal with it. Mu Weiwei frowned and looked at the man who had become annoyed for no reason. "I can solve it by myself." Compared to Mu Weiwei, Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian next to them were even more astonished as they stared at this handsome man in front of them. This man had well-trimmed eyebrows, and his nose bridge was tall and refined. His face was so perfect that it had become flawless. He looked even better than the male stars in the entertainment industry. What was even more was that he had an air of nobility, and it was something none of the male stars in the entertainment industry could compare to. Fu Hanjing lowered his gaze and saw the hand she had wrapped under the coat. He lifted the blood-stained hand and frowned. "That is what you call solving it yourself?" "Just a small wound," Mu Weiwei said. The men inside were even more seriously injured than her. Fu Shiqin had just come out from inside and looked at Mu Weiwei in astonishment. He said, as he pointed into the factory, "Brother, you must go and have a look." There were dozens of men inside who had been deeply wounded by her. It was not something an 18-year-old high schooler was capable of. Was she really a woman, or was she a mutant? Fu Hanjing did not care about what Fu Shiqin said, and instead he took her into his arms and pulled her into her arms. "Let's get in the car." With hands over the wound, Mu Weiwei followed him into the Rolls-Royce. A few steps away, she thought of Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian and said to Fu Shiqin as she turned her head, "Second Master, please make sure they arrive at their homes safely." After saying this, she was stuffed into the car by Fu Hanjing. "Suqian, let's go." Suqian turned the car around and took the 2 of them to the hospital. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian looked at the diamond, black Rolls-Royce disappearing into the darkness, finding it hard to come back to their senses. "Qianqian, did I see it wrongly or not? I just saw Fu Hanjing. The best-looking and the richest Fu Hanjing." "Me too. He has taken away Weiwei." Fu Shiqin looked at the 2 girls as he moved his hands in front of them. "It is time to leave. Get into my car." Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian had just come back to themselves when they saw Fu Shiqin's face and became overjoyed. "Sure. She? My name is Fu Shiqin, Fu Shiyi's second brother." Fu Shiqin explained helplessly. The twins looked very similar to each other, so they were always mistaken for one another. After Fu Shiyi had joined the entertainment industry, more and more people started to mistake his brother for him. Hearing that he was not their idol Shi, Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian sighed and followed him into the car. "So, Shi does have a twin brother. It is not my intention to be his brother," Fu Shiqin complained. Seated in the back seat, Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian thought of Mu Weiwei, who was taken away by Fu Hanjing, and asked curiously, "Master 2, what is the relationship between Weiwei and Fu Hanjing?" Fu Shiqin smiled mysteriously. "Well, you can guess." Ji Cheng patted her face and mumbled, "Qianqian, I think I have been frightened enough for today." "Me too," Luo Qianqian added. "Everything that happened today was so incredible," just like a dream. The air in the car had turned a bit distressful. Fu Hanjung had his hands over the wound on her clothes and turned towards the girl who was silent. Still hurting? She almost cried out, in tears, when the broken plate pieces pierced into her fingers. But today, she was quiet. A little, Mu Weiwei said calmly. She had been dead once, and this was just a little wound for her. It wasn't that painful. After hearing her words, Su Qian sped up without waiting to hear the request. Fu Hanjing took a look outside the window and said, "Hold on a little while longer, we will arrive soon." Mu Weiwei turned to the man who was dressed in an expensive handmade suit. Obviously, he had come to her in a hurry from an important occasion. Normally, the banquet would not be finished at this hour. Fu Hanjing looked up and ran into her searching gaze. "What is it?" "The banquet has not finished, right?" Mu Weiwei asked. "Just a dinner, nothing important," Fu Hanjing said calmly. Su Qian, who was driving, almost burst into tears. Of course he could say that it was just a dinner, but the consequences were that they would be so busy the following day, just because he had abandoned so many presidents from different companies just to come and save his woman. The car pulled over at the hospital. Su Qian opened the door as he made a call to He Qi, explaining how Mu Weiwei was injured. The three of them were just about to go upstairs when He Qi appeared in front of them to receive them at the entrance of the elevator. A tear on her finger and wounds on her feet. Now her arm is injured too. "Fu Hanjung, are you beating your wife?" Mu Weiwei was speechless. What did he mean by hitting the wife? Fu Hanjing squinted at He Qi, who instantly shut up and supported her into the office. He cut off her sleeve and checked the wound. Luckily, the artery was not cut, but some stitches are required. Having said that, he picked up the local anesthetic for the part of her arm, and the nurse prepared the tools, ready for the stitches. Fu Hanjing had her head in his arms, not wanting her to see the process. But seeing He Qi's needle and thread going into her flesh, he frowned. His heart felt that it had been gripped by something and squeezed. "Be gentle," He Qi replied to him. "The anesthetic is already working." Fu Hanjung was still not assured. "Then be careful." He Qi stopped and snorted. "Then do you want to do it yourself?" The patient was not complaining. What was he complaining for? Su Qian quickly cut in, seeing that the atmosphere did not seem right. "Dr. He, my boss is just very concerned. Please, continue with your work." Boss was very furious, but he could not vent his anger on Mississippi Mu. So he had to do it to Dr. He. Leaning in Fu Hanjing's arms, Mu Weiwei could feel how the man's scent occupied her nose. She could not help but feel her heartbeat faster. He Qi was still stitching as he started to complain. "Now you know how to care for your girl. What did you do so that she is so badly injured?" "It is not his business, Dr. He. I hurt myself," Mu Weiwei explained. He Qi finished the stitching, dabbed the medicine, and continued to complain. "Ha, I just complained about him with 2 sentences and now you are concerned." Mu Weiwei. She was just trying to explain so no misunderstandings could be caused. She was not concerned. After wrapping up the wound, He Qi removed his gloves and mask and put his hands into his pockets. "Go and fetch some medicine from the nurse. Don't let any water get on the wound. Be careful and avoid spicy and heavy foods. Make sure to come and get the bandages changed in 3 days." Mu Weiwei turned around in Fu Hanjing's arms and saw the well-bandaged arm. "Will there be a scar?" He Qi squinted at Fu Hanjing and snorted. "If there is a scar on you, he will leave a scar on me." Mu Weiwei looked at this gentle-looking man next to her. Was he so lethal? Fu Hanjing removed his coat and put it over her shoulders and placed one arm over her shoulders. "Let's go." It was already 10 p.m. when they returned to the apartment from the hospital. She changed into baggy pajamas and headed into the bathroom after noticing the blood stains on her hand. The moment she entered the bathroom, Fu Hanjing followed her inside. "What are you doing?" "Just washing my hands." Fu Hanjing lifted her up to the sink so she could sit on the side. Then he rolled up her sleeves, took down the hand towel, and wet it before wringing it out. Then he helped her to wipe off the remaining blood stains on her hands. After he had wiped her hands, he washed the towel and wiped off the mud and dust on her face. "Thanks." Mu Weiwei suddenly felt that he was treating her as if she was his daughter. Fu Hanjing put down the towel and looked at the girl sitting on the sink countertop. His eyes looked profound and gentle. "Weiwei, I won't allow a second time of what happened today. On the way there, he had experienced unprecedented nervousness and fear. Mu Weiwei stayed silent for a while, and then chuckled. It is just an accident. It is a small wound. Do you want me to have my men's eyes upon you all the time? Fu Hanjing interrupted her coldly. Mu Weiwei's smile froze, and she looked cold. Fu Hanjing, I am not your possession. Please do not interfere in my life. He liked her now, because he had not known that she was Mu Weiwei. When he came to know who she was, he would hate her thoroughly. Fu Hanjing's profound eyes turned misty, then he lowered his head and approached her. So, you will only be obedient when you become my possession? Mu Weiwei frowned and leaned backwards, creating distance between them, but her head touched the mirror suddenly and she became very annoyed. Darn, just like the table again? They did it on the table in the study and now again on the sink countertop. Fu Hanjing approached and then placed his thin lips upon her tender ones, presenting a strong sense of maleness, occupying her breath. She wanted to turn away to dodge the scorching kiss of this man, but the moment she parted her mouth a little, the man's tongue reached hers and his hand had already reached into her baggy pajamas and traveled up her back. She tried hard to dodge him, but only fell into his arms. The man's hands were moving over her back and then came to a stop upon feeling the clasp of her blah. Mu Weiwei's eyes widened, and she was about to stop him when her blah was unclasped. She took a hold of his hands, trying to prevent him from continuing when the other hand of his started to remove the blah. Just when she thought that she would lose her innocence tonight, Fu Shiqin, who had just come home from outside, stuck his head in and then rushed away with his hands over his eyes. Brother, why do you keep the door open? Fu Hanjing released her lips and had his forehead against hers, saying with a low voice, Do you know what you have done wrong? Mu Weiwei nodded constantly. Had it not been because of Fu Shiqin, she would have been eaten up. Mu Weiwei might have slept with him, but she had no intention of doing so herself. Fu Hanjing took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he reached out for the unclasped blah and reclasped it before lifting her down from the sink countertop. Mu Weiwei dashed into her bedroom and locked the door, making Fu Shiqin in the living room, surprised and confused. It took a long time before Fu Hanjing came out of the bathroom. At the sight of him, Fu Shiqin raised his two hands, surrendering. I promised that I saw nothing. You were in the way, and I saw nothing. How would he have known that they were kissing in the bathroom with the door open? And they were doing it on the sink countertop. So his own brother, who was as boring as a robot, could be so full of ideas in his SX life. Fu Hanjing ignored him and drank a mouthful of water to drive away the thirst. Fu Shiqin ran off to the dining room and placed the dishes for dinner on the table one after another, trying to receive approval from his own brother. Look, I know you both haven't eaten dinner yet, so I bought some food back. Fu Hanjing received a call and knocked at Mu Weiwei's door. Weiwei, time to eat. I am not hungry. No food. The girl sounded muffled. Obviously, she was still angry about what had happened. She herself had almost been eaten up. What would she eat the food for? Fu Hanjing knocked 2 more times and reminded her, You can only take the medicine after food. Mu Weiwei took a look at the wound, sighed helplessly, and then opened the door and walked towards the dining room. The moment she sat down, Fu Shiqin gave a rib to her and said with a flattering tone, If you are about to do something, please send a signal to me and I promise that I will stay far away from you. Mu Weiwei threw a cold look at him. No one wanted to do anything. Fu Hanjing said instead, Don't always drop by. Fu Shiqin nodded constantly. I totally get it. I will also give the same warning to third brother. This was going to be the apartment for 2 of them, and it was improper for anyone to drop by. Mu Weiwei became helpless. She found that her days to come were going to be very tough. Fu Shiqin was reminded of what happened at the factory and asked curiously, Mu Weiwei, how did you manage to bring down those 13 strong men? Mu Weiwei thought for a while and said nonchalantly, Grandfather once hired a martial arts master to teach me. I took advantage of their terrible state. How come you were driven out by the Li family, if you were so capable? That is not scientific. Fu Shiqin asked further. Mu Weiwei had been very weird these days, as if she had become someone else totally. At the beginning, they had also suspected that after Mu Weiwei left the landscape villa, it was another Mu Weiwei they had run into again. But after some investigations, the fingerprint and DNA had suggested that they were exactly the same person. Mu Weiwei smiled coldly and suggested, "Maybe you can see why it is scientific if I punch you." "No thanks, no thanks." Fu Shiqin quickly turned her down. Fu Hanzheng was eating calmly, totally unattracted by their topic of conversation. Then his phone rang, and he picked up his cell phone as he walked into the study. Lei Ming on the other side of the phone reported what he had found. "Boss, these men were hired by Wang Weidong. Maybe because of what happened last time to Mississippi Mu." Standing in front of the large, ceiling-to-floor window and looking at the luxurious night scenery outside, he spoke in a lethal way. "Give him a lesson." "I get it, boss," Lei Ming answered with a low voice. "And leave none of these men behind," Fu Hanjing said, and then ended the call. At the Li family of Yijing Pavilion, Zhou Meiqin had just taken a shower and took out her phone. She was feeling a bit anxious when she saw there were no missed calls. Li Jiaqing, who was reading next to her, threw her a look and said, "You always have your phone with you. Are you really so busy?" He had never seen her behaving in this way before, such that she had her phone with her wherever she went. Zhou Meiqin wore a stiff smile and said, "The planning department is doing an important proposal, which cannot be delayed." If all had gone well, President Wang's men should have already finished the job, yet none of them had given her a call. After the incident at the hotel, she had been so worried that he had not slept well for one night. She was just thinking if she should call President Wang and ask what was going on when the phone vibrated. She picked it up and her face turned pale. "I will answer a call in the study," Zhou Meiqin said as she hurried out of the bedroom. She went into the study and clicked on the message after she locked the door. It was a text from Mu Weiwei. She had just seen the picture when Mu Weiwei's call arrived. "Mrs. Li, have you seen the picture?" "Mu Weiwei, what do you want?" Zhou Meiqin was so furious that she was trembling. Shouldn't they have dealt with her by now? But what was she doing alive and well, sending her threatening pictures? "Nothing." Mu Weiwei laughed indifferently, and her voice suddenly turned cold. "If you dare to hire anyone to trouble me, I will post those pictures online. Honestly, with such a picture, you can become more popular than your daughter." "How dare you, Mu Weiwei?" "You can try." Mu Weiwei snorted. Zhou Meiqin took a deep breath, calmed herself down and said, "How much money do you need to return these pictures to me? As long as you don't cause me any trouble, then I will take good care of these pictures otherwise." Mu Weiwei uttered a cold laugh and ended the cough. Zhou Meiqin was so furious that she almost crushed the phone. She was about to call Wang Weidong and ask what was going on when Wang Weidong made the call first and barked down the phone. "Zhou Meiqin, you are ruining me." "Wang Weidong, I was just asking you, what is Mu Weiwei still doing out there? Why is she still threatening me with photos?" Zhou Meiqin asked furiously. "Shame on you. The two little girls you wanted kidnapped are from the Chief Ming household. If you want to die, die alone." Wang Weidong had just gotten to know that he had ordered a kidnapping of the girls from the Ming family, and his men had now vanished completely. Maybe the Ming family was going to turn against him instead, and it was all because of Zhou Meiqin. He truly wanted to kill her at this very moment. Having lectured her, Wang Weidong furiously ended the call. Zhou Meiqin deleted the pictures and could not fall asleep the entire night. The following morning, she decided to meet Wang Weidong to discuss what they should do later. But she could not get through to Wang Weidong's phone, so she could only call Wang Weidong's company, where his secretary answered the call. "Deputy President Zhou, President Wang had a car accident last night, and he is in the middle of an operation. He can't talk with you right now." Zhou Meiqin ended the call in fright. Could it have been because of what happened last night? At the Jinxiu compound, due to the wounded arm, Mu Weiwei had to ask for 2 more days off and continued to rest at home. After Fu Hanzheng and his men went off to the company, Aunt Wang from Landscape Villa came with food, had a chit-chat with her for a moment, and then started to prepare breakfast for her. She got up early to review the lessons, although she was off from school. At around 6 p.m., Ji Chang and Luo Qianqian called after school and requested a meeting with her. They had met Fu Hanjing anyway, so she told them the address without hesitation. Within half an hour, the 2 girls arrived with many bags of food. "Are you all right?" Luo Qianqian thought of how much she had bled the night before and asked worriedly. "I am fine, just a few stitches. It will be healed in a couple of weeks." Mu Weiwei asked her friends to sit down in the living room. Ji-chung could not wait and said, "After we returned home last night, Uncle called and asked about something, and then he told me that the culprit who ordered the kidnapping had a car accident this morning, and now he is in ICU. Your uncle and his men are so cruel?" Luo Qianqian was astonished. "No, it is not them. When they went out to do the investigation, the man was already in the hospital," Ji-chung explained. Mu Weiwei frowned. It must have been Fu Hanjing who had done it, if the Ming family had not had the time to do it. He was the owner of the biggest finance group in Hualand, and he was more than a businessman. Seeing Mu Weiwei's face, Luo Qianqian asked seriously, "Weiwei, why were those men looking for you?" Mu Weiwei took 2 sips of water from the cup and said, "It is a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it? We have been through so much. You must tell us the truth." Ji-chung snorted. Although she and Qianqian regarded Mu Weiwei as their friend, they thought that she was still hiding something from them. She never told them about her family and never told them where she was living. Mu Weiwei let out a sigh and told them everything about Mu Weiwei and her grudge towards the Zhou family and the Li family. She recounted everything in a very calm way, but Ji-chung, on the other hand, became so furious that she was ready to flip the table. Darn, these people are so shameless. People's hearts are always unpredictable. It's not very strange to run into such ungrateful people. Mu Weiwei drank her water calmly. "You should have told us earlier," Luo Qianqian said to her in concern. She was transferred here last term and took a long leave of absence because of the car accident. Few people from school knew her well, but they had turned themselves against her because of Zhou Lina. Mu Weiwei chuckled. "It is not too late. I am telling you now." Ji-chung thought of Fu Hanjing, who had taken her away last night, and gossiped. "Weiwei, are you living with Fu Hanjing now?" Mu Weiwei frowned and thought for a while. "Yes." Ji-chung was so excited that she burst out in exclamation. "Oh my gosh, you are living with the most handsome man in Hualand. I am so jealous." He was the dream of all the women in Hualand, and she had lived the dream before anyone else could. Mu Weiwei explained quickly as she saw the 2 girls' looks. "We're not really living together. You 2 have thought too deeply." Luo Qianqian asked with raised eyebrows. "So, are you in a relationship now, or what?" "Of course not." Mu Weiwei took a sip of water and explained after a few moments of contemplation. "Our age difference is so huge. I call him Uncle Fu. I regard him just as I would my father." Fu Hanjing's face sank as he entered the room. Fu Shiqin spoke up, "Mu Weiwei, your father is here." "Mu Weiwei, you are being so ridiculous. You have slept with my brother, and now you say that you regard him as your father." Mu Weiwei's hand, which was holding the cup, trembled. As she heard Fu Hanjing approaching her, she sat completely still, petrified. Ji-chung and Luo Qianqian put down the snacks they were eating, stood up and said to Fu Hanjing respectfully, "Uncle Fu, we are checking on Weiwei. Sorry to disturb you." Fu Hanjing's face sank even more. He turned to the girl who was sitting with an unsure expression on her face and sneered. "Since when did you love and respect me?" Mu Weiwei let out a dry laugh. "I respect and love you inwardly, Uncle Fu." He was 10 years older than her, and it was pretty normal to address him as Uncle Fu. Fu Shiqin tried to hold back his laughter. It was not an easy thing to do. The moment Fu Hanjing entered the room, Luo Qianqian and Ji-chung turned introverted. They did not dare to speak or eat anything. They exchanged a look and decided to leave. "Weiwei, we need to prepare for the test, so we're going to leave now." "Didn't you say that you will leave after dinner?" Mu Weiwei said. Ji-chung let out a bitter smile. President Fu was too intimidating for them, making them unable to even utter a sound. Losing all bravery to stay for dinner. "No thanks. We better go back and practice the piano." Luo Qianqian put the stack of paper on the table and said, "This is the mock exam. The teacher said that we need to go through all the mistakes. You better hurry up and do it." Having finished speaking, they put on their bags and ran away as quickly as they could. Mu Weiwei saw the 2 girls out and then came back into the living room only to see Fu Shiqin leafing through the papers. He looked at her in astonishment. "Mu Weiwei, apart from English, you have failed in every single subject. What on earth are you studying at school?" Fu Hanjing was astonished too. He frowned slightly at the sight of the papers in Fu Shiqin's hands. Mu Weiwei grabbed back the papers and snorted. "I have not been to school for half a year. It is already an achievement for me to reach such grades." She scored the highest grade in English throughout the entire year group and failed in everything else. Look at your Chinese subject. You scored 53. Fu Shiqin said. Mu Weiwei stared at the red crosses on the paper and sighed. There were so many classical poems in Chinese subject, and it was never a subject studied in a land, so of course she did not know anything about it. Math of Hualand was so darn difficult too. At the Noble School of a land, she majored in arts, and they did not need to go through so many tests either. The questions were not that difficult either. She had gone into the mock examination with little preparation, and so the scores were of course horrible. Seeing the distressed girl, Fu Hanjing approached her and consoled her by patting her on the head, chuckling. Need a teacher? She had applied for the film academy, and she might not be able to enter the school with such grades. Mu Weiwei thought for a while and nodded. Get me a maths teacher. I can handle everything else. Maths gave her a headache. As for the remaining subjects, she could pass them with her amazing memory, and she could raise the scores herself. Fu Shiqin asked amusedly. Handle everything else? Really? There were just a few months left before the college entrance exams, and she would definitely have to repeat the semester next year. Fu Shiqin, what do you mean? Are you saying that I am stupid? Mu Weiwei glanced at him with displeasure. Fu Hanjing said, seeing her annoyance, he is talking about himself. Huh. Fu Shiqin just could not believe what his own brother had said. Or not. Fu Hanjing lowered his tone. Fu Shiqin could not say anything more under his brother's pressure. Yes, I am talking about myself. I have always been a stupid person. Mu Weiwei. Due to the mistakes on the papers, she spent the following days doing tests and exercises. In the afternoon, Fu Hanjing got off work early and called out to her when he saw her bending over the desk and writing. Weiwei, get changed. We need to visit the hospital. Mu Weiwei put down the paper she was working on and went to her room to get changed. She pulled open her wardrobe and found that all of her old outfits were gone. All of them were now the most fashionable outfits from the most famous brands instead. She opened the door and asked Fu Hanjing, who was waiting for her in the living room, "Where are my clothes?" So when Aunt Wang talked about tidying up her clothes for her, she was putting these things away. Everything in the wardrobe is yours. Fu Hanjing said, I mean my old ones. Mu Weiwei asked with anger inside her heart. Fu Hanjing leafed over her homework indifferently. If you don't like them, I will get them replaced tomorrow. Mu Weiwei clenched her teeth and said patiently, if I wear those clothes to school, people may think that I am being paid to be the concubine of someone. Fu Hanjing thought for a while and said, I will get some suitable ones delivered to you tomorrow. Mu Weiwei went through her wardrobe and found that all of them were dresses. She picked out a blue knitted dress which made her look sweet and pretty. Seeing her coming out of the bedroom, Fu Hanjing was amazed and praised her generously, very pretty. Knitted dresses were made for beautiful people, especially the color blue which didn't suit everyone, but she looked perfect. Mu Weiwei flushed and said, let's leave now, the teacher is coming soon, right? I haven't finished the math paper. As the two of them arrived at the hospital, He-Chi was examining an old patient. He said to them as he saw them coming, I'll be right there. Fu Hanjing rolled up her sleeves, fearing that He-Chi would use too much strength and rip off the bandage. The old man looked at the two and saw one man and a girl, the former of whom was tall and strong and the latter was small and slender. He subconsciously thought that they were a father and a daughter. It is not a common thing that a father can be so devoted. He-Chi, who was writing the prescription, scribbled on in amusement. Sir, he is her boyfriend, not her father. But Fu Hanjing was so old compared to the girl, and add a few years more and he could easily be her father. Seeing the patient off, He-Chi went over to check the wound. Fu Hanjing had already removed the bandage, and what he needed to do was change the medicine. It would only take a few minutes. However, Fu Hanjing looked unhappy. He also showed a very depressed face on the way in too. Mu Weiwei was amused and asked, Why are you so angry? Because you are mistaken as my father? Fu Hanjing glanced at the girl who was amused and said with a low voice, No. Mu Weiwei found that he did not sound right, so she flattered. But you are better looking than my real father. Fu Hanjing's face turned brighter, and he said as he drove into the garage, Shiqin must have brought your teacher. I have a video meeting. You can do the homework yourself. Mu Weiwei nodded and followed him into the elevator. Fu Shiqin called out to her the moment she entered the apartment. Hurry up, your teacher is here. He is the top student at your school. Before Fu Shiqin finished speaking, Mu Weiwei had already seen the teacher, and she could not help but curse inwardly. Why was it Qin LV, her ex, who was her teacher? Seeing the two people coming in one after another, Qin LV rested his gaze upon the pretty girl in the blue knitted dress, whose expression was not quite right. Is that you, Mu Weiwei? Seeing her name written on the test paper, he found the scribbles resembling hers. But he still could not believe that this Mu Weiwei was the one that he used to be friends with. Fu Shiqin glanced at them too curiously. So you two know each other. That's great. Darn it. Mu Weiwei cursed inwardly. What was Qin LV doing here? Fu Hanjing squinted when he saw how Qin LV looked at her in a curious way. Qin LV stopped looking miserable and said, We used to be classmates. He had heard from his family that there was a girl who moved into the Fu family and constantly courted Fu Hanjing. But he had never expected that this girl would turn out to be Mu Weiwei. Fu Hanjing looked sideways at the calm-looking girl. Classmates? But Qin LV did not look like he was greeting her as a classmate. Mu Weiwei nodded. Strictly speaking, they were really classmates. LV is the eldest grandson of the Qin family, a good friend of the Fu family. He has been a very outstanding student since he was young, and he is good enough to tutor you, Fu Shiqin said. Mu Weiwei did not object, but instead went into her bedroom, changed out of her dress, and changed into her baggy pajamas. She circled all of the questions she found confusing on the maths paper. Explain these. Fu Shiqin patted Qin LV's shoulders and said with a begging tone, Teach this girl well. It's such a face-losing thing when she has a score like this. His brother was a very smart person, and it would be a loss of face for the Fu family if his girlfriend was bad at studying. Seeing her calm expression, Fu Hanjing went into the study for his work because he has an upcoming video meeting. There were only two people left, herself and Qin LV in the living room, after the other two had gone. Mu Weiwei tossed the math test paper to Qin LV and started to finish the Chinese paper instead. Staring transfixed, Qin LV watched the attentive girl who was leaning over the table, thinking that he had not seen her for half a year. This pretty girl was quite different from how he had remembered her. She wasn't smiling that brightly anymore, this time. Mu Weiwei, Li Fu Hanjing. What? Mu Weiwei looked up. What was this boy doing? Fu Hanjing is not a good man. You will get yourself killed if you are with him, Qin LV warned her. He grew up in the Qin family, which had a close relationship with the Fu family, and he knew what Fu Hanjing was capable of, and he had even seen some of the things that he had done. Anyone who had gone against him tended to end up horribly. She was only 18 years old, and she was not able to deal with Fu Hanjing. If she irritated him, she might end up being like those previously who were against him. There is no good man in this world, Mu Weiwei said calmly. She understood this, be it for herself or Mu Weiwei. Seeing her being unmoved, Qin LV said seriously, Mu Weiwei, haven't you always wanted to learn to play the piano in Italy? After the college entrance examination, I can take you there. Mu Weiwei looked at this sincere-looking young man curiously. Was he trying to run away with her? Having said those words, this sincere-looking boy looked at this girl in front of him with great hope and waited for her reply. This boy's proposal did not touch Mu Weiwei, but made her somewhat impatient. Master Qin, I have no interest in you or Italy. Mu Weiwei had dreamt about studying in Italy, but she was not Mu Weiwei anymore. She was Mu Weiwei, and she was in her 20s, and she truly had no interest in teenagers. Mu Weiwei, didn't you hear what I just said to you? Fu Hanjing is not a good man. You don't know him. Staying by his side will. Qin LV, if you are unwilling to be my tutor, please go. Mu Weiwei interrupted him coldly. She had thought that Fu Hanjing was a tyrant, but when she was reborn as Mu Weiwei, she found that he wasn't that scary at all. He had been quite forgiving towards her, and the annoying Mu Weiwei who used to pester him in the past. Mu Weiwei, are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing her unmoved once again, Qin LV took hold of her arm, touching her wound. Mu Weiwei frowned out of pain. Get off me. I won't, unless you promise me that you'll leave him. Qin LV did not release her but tightened his grip. Mu Weiwei felt that her newly healed wound almost started to bleed again, so she tried to remove his hand, yet Qin LV tightened his grip again. annoying her completely. Qin LV, get off me now. In the study, Fu Hanjing heard the noise and frowned. Then he said to the man in the video, just a moment, please. As Fu Hanjing came into the living room, he saw Qin LV gripping Mu Weiwei's wounded arm. So he took hold of Qin LV's wrist and bellowed with a low voice. Get off her. Qin LV felt that his wrist was at the verge of breaking, and when he looked up and saw the lethal-looking man, his grip on Mu Weiwei shook and he let go of her immediately. In the next second, he was flung away by a large force and staggered into the wine shelf in the corner. Mu Weiwei had her hand over the wounded arm and looked at the man who came to her rescue. Thanks. Unassured, Fu Hanjing rolled up her sleeves and discreetly revealed the corner of the gauze where he saw the wound was leaking blood. He frowned. Put on your clothes, let's go to the hospital. Let's. Call Dr. He first. Mu Weiwei said. She did not think that it was serious enough for her to visit the hospital. This man was making a big fuss out of nothing. Fu Shiqin waited for Fu Hanjing for a while in the study and saw that Fu Hanjing had not re-entered the room again. He came out to urge him back into the meeting when he realized that something was wrong in the living room. What is going on? Tell them to hold the meeting for half an hour. I have something I have to deal with, Fu Hanjing said. Fu Shiqin nodded helplessly and went back to the study to pause the meeting. With one hand upon Mu Weiwei's head, Fu Hanjing brought her to the sofa. He made a call to He Qi and confirmed with him repeatedly about the necessity of visiting the hospital before ending the call. Then he threw a cold look at Qin LV next to them. You had better give me a proper explanation. Qin LV took a deep breath and mustered up his courage as he said to this intimidating man, Uncle Fu, please let Weiwei go. She is my girlfriend. Fu Shiqin heard the words the moment he came out of the study. He looked at Qin LV transfixed and then at Mu Weiwei. Mu Weiwei, are you cheating now after a few days at school with Qin LV, who has been their friend since they were little? He had thought that his brother would get furious, but he looked calm and turned to Mu Weiwei. Is that true? No. Mu Weiwei looked equally calm. Seeing her denying their relationship, Qin LV continued. She wrote me a love letter when she was in the 3rd year of junior school. She came to Inqing High School because of me too. Fu Shiqin suddenly thought of something when he heard the words. So, the heart-shaped homemade chocolate you received on your birthday and the love letter read out by third brother was written by her? Mu Weiwei held her hands against her forehead and explained. Many people wrote love letters to him, and I was just one of them. Just one of them? You wrote for 1 year, 1 letter a week. So persistent. Fu Shiqin complained. Mu Weiwei could feel that Fu Hanjing was getting very annoyed next to her, so she glared at Fu Shiqin and said, all teenagers have their dream boys, but he did not become my boyfriend even though I wrote him love letters for 1 year. Fu Shiqin looked at his brother's sunken face and said to Mu Weiwei, you must explain to us what has happened. What should I explain? Mu Weiwei rolled her eyes and snorted. There are so many men who want to sleep with me. I am pretty, all right? Fu Shiqin could tell that his brother's face sank even deeper, and then said to Mu Weiwei angrily, you were transferred to his school and you claim that he wants to sleep with you. Mu Weiwei glanced into Fu Hanjing's direction. Neither of them was her boyfriend. Why must she explain anything to either of them? Seeing Fu Hanjing standing in silence, Qin LV mustered up some words and said to him, Uncle Fu, if you want a woman, there are millions of women in Hualand who want to be with you. He looked at Mu Weiwei. Weiwei is too young for you. Mu Weiwei glared at Qin LV with annoyance. She was already 25 years old. Okay? You dumb boy. I can't stand it anymore. I wrote you love letters and got myself transferred to Inqing High School for you, but you never said yes to me. I confessed to you at junior school and 3 years later. You told me that you were my boyfriend. I have lost interest in you, boy. Qin LV looked at her with a broken heart and asked between sobs, so, you have changed your heart to someone else? To Uncle Fu? Changed her heart to someone else? Fu Hanjing raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl next to him, looking slightly more pleased. No one has changed her heart, Mu Weiwei said furiously. Qin LV looked hopeful again. If so, come with me. I have not changed my heart to anyone else, but I don't like you either, Mu Weiwei said seriously. Qin LV approached her, but stopped his footsteps under the lethal stare of Fu Hanjing, not daring to move an inch. If you don't like Uncle Fu, what are you still doing here? All right then, Just assume that I like your Uncle Fu. Can you leave now? Mu Weiwei truly did not want to explain anything anymore and spoke impatiently. Mu Weiwei. Fu Hanjing checked the time on his watch and said coldly, Shiqin, take him back home. Fu Shiqin patted Qin Lv's shoulders and interrupted what he was about to say. Let's go now. It is getting late. Qin Lv looked at the girl sitting next to Fu Hanjing, unconvinced, and his two hanging hands clenched into fists. If she had changed her heart to someone else, he might have been able to get her back. But this man turned out to be Fu Hanjing, whom he has never been able to catch up to no matter what. Fu Shiqin pulled the man out of the door and mumbled when they were outside the room. You truly frightened me. I had thought that something was truly going on between you two. Weiwei likes me. Qin Lv affirmed seriously. She had been interested in him for all this time, but for some reason, she suddenly did not like him anymore. After she had the car accident and left the hospital, he had been looking for her all the time, but he had failed to find her after searching the entire capital. He had never expected that she had moved into the Fu family home and lived with Fu Hanjing. All right, no matter whether it was she who liked you or you who liked her, you have no hope with her anymore. Fu Shiqin patted the young man's shoulder and consoled him. Study hard, and you will get a better girlfriend at university. This boy had called him and asked him to find a person for him sometime in the past, but he had been busy working with the Wilson Group, so he had promised to help him after Fu's enterprise and the Wilson Group signed the deal. He had not expected that it was Mu Weiwei he was looking for. No matter what had happened between him and Mu Weiwei, he knew that his brother would never give up on the goal he had set his eyes upon. I only want Mu Weiwei, Qin Lv said determinedly. Fu Shiqin knocked on his head and said, You are so stubborn. You promised that you would not have a relationship at such a young age. Do you want me to tell your father and grandpa? Qin Lv went into the car in silence and said to the driver, Drive. The young man looked at the lit apartment and looked resolute. When Fu Shiqin returned to the apartment, Mu Weiwei was working on the homework alone whilst Fu Hanjing was already back in the online meeting in the study. Fu Shiqin had just finished the plan and was about to go to sleep in his room when Fu Hanjing pointed out the stack of files on the table. Read them and report the key points to me after you finish them. Isn't that what you were supposed to read? Fu Shiqin protested with a bitter expression. Fu Hanjing ignored his protest, stood up and went into the living room and called out to the girl who was bending over the maths paper as if she were staring at her greatest enemy. Bring me the homework. Mu Weiwei was surprisingly glad to see him and brought the paper and homework into the study obediently. Seeing Mu Weiwei entering the room, Fu Shiqin felt so bitter in his heart. So his brother gave him his work because he wanted to spare time to be her tutor? Fu Hanjing took over the paper and looked at the questions she had circled, explained the points to her and the formulas needed. Then he asked, Can you figure them out by yourself? Mu Weiwei nodded and started to work over the desk whilst Fu Hanjing continued to go through the file. After she had finished her homework, Fu Hanjing put down the file and circled out the mistakes whilst explaining patiently. This is a mistake. Let me show you how to do it correctly. Mu Weiwei nodded and wrote it down again. Is this right? Fu Hanjing chuckled with a praising tone and continued to explain the next question for her. Seeing his brother's gentle look, Fu Shiqin tidied up the files feeling furious and was just about to leave the chokingly love-filled study when, Where are you going? Fu Hanjing squinted at him. I need to stay away from a couple in love. Having said those words, Fu Shiqin carried the files into the living room and continued doing the extra work. At 11 o'clock, Mu Weiwei finally finished her homework. Fu Hanjing checked the homework for her and saw the time. It is very late. Go and sleep. Mu Weiwei looked at the files on the table. You are still working? Fu Hanjing nodded. Yes, there are some urgent files I have to handle. Mu Weiwei put away her things and left the study. She put down what she was carrying in her bedroom and then went to make 2 cups of black tea in the dining room. She gave 1 cup to Fu Shiqin, who was helplessly reading through the files in the living room, and the other to Fu Hanjing in the study. Thanks for helping me with my homework. Fu Hanjing picked up the maroon-colored tea and took a sip, and he smiled as the warmth greeted his mouth. Thanks for the tea. You can go and sleep now. Maybe it was because Fu Hanjing found that it was a lot of fun helping the girl with her homework. So much so that he left work to go home very early the following day. But when Mu Weiwei, who should have been home ages ago, still had not shown up by dinner time. He made a call to her. Still at school? Mu Weiwei lowered her voice on the other side of the phone. I have enrolled myself into a math class. I'm still here now and will be late home. Fu Hanjing stayed silent for a moment. All right, continue with your class. But after he ended the call, his face sunk. So did she think that he was not good enough for her? What was she doing at extra math classes? After the extra maths class, Mu Weiwei came back to Jinqiu compound at around 9 p.m. How was the class? Fu Hanjing asked indifferently. Mu Weiwei let out a sigh. The teacher was good, but she said that she had something to do at home, so she ended the classes and refunded me the tuition fees. Fu Hanjing frowned. Then what are you going to do? Mu Weiwei sighed. I will look up other classes. There are quite a few around school. Fu Shiqin, who was also home, said, You can ask my brother to be your tutor. No need to go to any extra classes. It would be useless for her to seek out any math classes. Maybe the math classes around Yingxing High School would all be shut down the following morning, because their existence had stopped the boss from being her tutor. 2 hours ago, he had seen the boss making calls to someone to shut down the class center. So this man, who kept telling them to be scrupulous in separating public from private interests, was totally doing the exact opposite. Mu Weiwei shook her head. It is okay. I can't disturb your work. No, you aren't disturbing me. Fu Hanjing said. Fu Shiqin added inwardly, Yeah, nothing can stop you from flirting with this girl. Mu Weiwei took a look at Fu Hanjing's amazingly handsome face and turned him down resolutely. I can go to a maths class. It is much easier for me. She was worried that she would not be able to control herself if she faced this handsome face every single day. All right then, suit yourself. Fu Hanjing leafed through the files in his hands calmly. Sure enough, Mu Weiwei found no math classes around the school. She stared at the man sitting opposite her when she came back home, feeling dubious. None of the math classes around school exist anymore. Did you do that? The weird thing was that all of them were gone, and she was not stupid enough to not feel dubious. There was only one person around her who was capable of doing this within a short period of a day. It was him. Fu Hanjing chuckled and asked, I am not that childish to do such a thing. Fu Shiqin's lips twitched as he bellowed inwardly. It was exactly this shameless man who did it. Mu Weiwei suspected that it was him who did it, but she had no evidence. Fu Shiqin knew that it was him, but he did not dare to reveal the truth. Without any math classes being open, Fu Hanjing became her maths tutor. Every day after school, she would either go over other subjects or learn maths from Fu Hanjing. In this way, half a month passed extremely quickly. Ji Cheng came to link her arm with hers in the afternoon after school. Goddess, I'm going to have my piano test next week. Please save me. All right then. Let's see how well you have practiced. Mu Weiwei nodded and went to meet Luo Qianqian. The two of them played the 5 songs for the test one after another. Luo Qianqian was doing well, but Ji Cheng was not following the rhythm. She showed her patiently one part after another, and that made her slightly more proficient. It was not until 8 p.m. when she and Ji Cheng left the Luo family home. Goddess, honestly, don't you have any feelings towards such a good-looking man like Fu Hanjing? What feelings? Mu Weiwei pretended to be dumb towards this question. Like sleeping with him. Ji Cheng said excitedly, There are so many women who try to sleep with him in Hualand. He is so good-looking and his body is so great. Don't you have any feelings towards him? Mu Weiwei looked calm. No. Are you a girl or not? Ji Cheng looked annoyed. Didn't you just ask me to be your sister-in-law? Now you're telling me to sleep with Fu Hanjing. So fickle of you. That is the girls of Hualand's dream. Mine too. If you reach it, my dream is realized too. Ji Cheng let out a sigh. Mu Weiwei was speechless. What kind of dream was that? All right, her dream had been realized. She might not have slept with Fu Hanjing, but Mu Weiwei had. Then I can hook you two up, if you really want to be with him. Ji Cheng shook her head. No, I am frightened in front of him. Let's just make it stay a dream. She found it very hard to breathe the other day, when she ended up being in the same room as Boss Fu. The two were just walking along when Ji Cheng felt her stomach started to ache. She said, Weiwei, I need to visit the bathroom. You go home ahead of me. Are you all right? Mu Weiwei asked her worriedly, seeing her turning pale. No, it is okay. You can go home now. It is very late. Ji Chung said as she went into a cafe to use the bathroom. Mu Weiwei had to leave alone first. Just when she was about to get on the bus, Ji Chung called again and asked pitifully, "Goddess, I am on my period. Can you buy me some pads and give them to me?" Startled, Mu Weiwei said, "Okay." Then she returned to the convenience store, bought the pads, and delivered them to the bathroom in the cafe. Ji Chung came out of the bathroom and saw her waiting. She patted her on the shoulders. "Goddess, what are you looking at? I called your name twice." Mu Weiwei smiled. "Nothing. Let's go." As they reached the bus station, Ji Chung left first whilst she herself was left still standing at the bus stop, as she had missed the bus that could take her home. But if not for Ji Cheng's reminder, she would not have remembered that she was late for her period for over a month. And the night when she was reborn into Mu Weiwei, Fu Hanjing had forcefully slept with her. And as she thought even further, she suddenly remembered that he was not wearing a protection that night. Mu Weiwei stood at the bus stop for a long time before finally calming herself down and leaving the bus stop. She went to find a pharmacy store and bought a pregnancy test. The moment she came out of the pharmacy, her phone inside her bag rang. She answered it, and the low voice of a man arose on the other side. "Where are you?" "On my way home." Fu Hanjing heard the trembling in her voice, and he stayed silent for a moment. "Where are you? I will come and pick you up." "No thanks. The car I just ordered is arriving." Mu Weiwei's voice trembled even harder as she started to feel a bit unassured. Fu Hanjing repeated with a low voice, "Where are you?" Mu Weiwei felt a bit speechless. Even if she did not say a thing, the hidden bodyguard would report the location to him in the following minute anyway. So, she told him where she was after all. A quarter of an hour later, a black Bentley pulled over on the road. She pulled the door open and took a seat inside. Fu Hanjing was on the phone and ended the call after a few minutes. Then he sized her up and noticed that she looked a bit distressed. "Are you upset?" "No, just a headache from the wind." Mu Weiwei was nervous and gripped the bag inside her hand even harder. After saying that, she felt a warm hand over her forehead. It went away when he was sure that she didn't have a fever. Then he stretched out his hands and held her head over his shoulder. "There's still some way to go before we are home. You can take a nap." Mu Weiwei sat up straight and held onto the bag, which held the test, inside her arms, praying that the result would not be what she expected it to be. Mu Weiwei was causing her so much trouble and left so many problems for her to clean up after her. If she gave her a child, then she would have a lot of problems. As the two came back to Jinxiu compound, Su Qian pulled the car over, opened the door and helped her out. Fu Hanjing got out of the car and saw the girl hurrying away and frowned. Mu Weiwei went upstairs first and intended to hide the bag after she came home. But she bumped into Fu Shiqin, who was holding a cup of hot cocoa, which splashed all over her. "Good thing that I had let it cool down, otherwise you would be burnt right now." Mu Weiwei patted away the stains on her clothes and saw the glistening donuts on the table. "It's so weird of you to eat desserts. You are a man. I asked for leave and queued for half an hour before getting them. I had wanted to share 2 of them with you, but now I won't," Fu Shiqin said as he picked up the donuts on the plate and walked away. Mu Weiwei went to her bedroom, locked the door, and let out an anxious sigh when she took out the pregnancy test. She was thinking of how to do the test without being discovered when there came a knock at the door. "Weiwei, dinner is ready." Mu Weiwei put away the test into the bag, zipped it up, and placed the bag into her wardrobe. Then she got changed, opened the door, and went out to have dinner. They were eating dinner whilst Fu Shiqin was eating the donuts by himself and drinking the hot cocoa. She frowned. Wasn't he worried about diabetes? Fu Shiqin squinted at her. "If you want to eat them, help yourself. Your cookies were good last time, but do remember to add some more sugar when you bake them for me next time." Fu Hanjing squinted at him, and Fu Shiqin became startled and changed his words immediately. "I mean, when you bake cookies for my brother next time, share some with me." "True. Boss has to be the first one to eat the cookies before the subordinates got any." Silent, Mu Weiwei finished her dinner and went back into her room. Then she went into the bathroom with the pregnancy test. In the dining room, Fu Hanjing could not help but wonder about Mu Weiwei, who was hurrying into the bathroom. Then he made a call. "Did Qin LV go to school today?" The bodyguard, who was supposed to keep watch of Mu Weiwei on the sly, answered, "Master Qin was not at school today." Fu Hanjing ended the call and frowned deeply. She was really not being normal today. If it had not been because of her meeting with Qin LV, Fu Shiqin took a huge bite out of a donut and asked, "Did Qin LV and Mu Weiwei meet at school on the sly?" "No." "Then why are you so upset?" Fu Hanjing said. "She looks a little nervous and guilty." "Guilty? Nervous?" Fu Shiqin wiped his hands as he finished the food. "Then maybe some other boys are courting her at school. She is quite attractive to boys." Fu Hanjing looked at him, suggesting that he should continue. Fu Shiqin wiped his mouth with a napkin and analyzed the possibilities for his brother. "Just think about it. She is 18 years old, and she likes those young boys of the same age. You might be a little bit too old for young girls her age," he said, and as he felt the lethal look of his brother, he shut up and said no more. But it was true. He was not young, and he was very mature, and he was not as sunny and bright as those young boys at school. Although he had treated Mu Weiwei as his girlfriend, she did not regard him as her boyfriend. It had been half a month since he started to work extra hours here in the living room, creating a couple space for them. But he only spent time talking about math problems with her. He did not have any capability in courting the girl, although he had the intention to. "Su Qian will be on business the day after tomorrow, and you can take his place," Fu Hanjing said as he got up and went back into the study. "Brother, please, I am your brother, your own brother." Fu Shiqin pleaded for forgiveness when the study door was shut ruthlessly in his face. What was he doing every single day? His elder brother was mistreating him, and his younger brother was causing him trouble. What a miserable life he was having. Half an hour passed, and Mu Weiwei was still in the bathroom. Fu Shiqin needed to visit the bathroom, so he went and knocked on the door. "Mu Weiwei, have you drowned in the bathtub or fallen into the toilet? Hurry up, I need to take a shower and take a pee." In the bathroom, Mu Weiwei was sitting on the floor and praying towards the test, mumbling, "Just one column, please, just one. Mu Weiwei, we are friends by destiny. Please don't cause me too much trouble. You can leave me however much trouble, but not with Fu Hanjing's child." After a long time, she still did not dare to open her eyes to check the results. "Mu Weiwei, any longer, and I will break the lock and enter," Fu Shiqin urged outside the door. Mu Weiwei took a deep breath and opened the eyes. "Anyways, let me face it." She picked up the test and checked the result. Then she wrapped the test and the packaging into her clothes and opened the door of the bathroom. Seeing her dry hair and unchanged clothes, Fu Shiqin mumbled curiously, "You are in here for a whole hour. What are you doing when you haven't even showered or washed your hair?" "Constipation." "All right." Back in her room, Mu Weiwei put the rest away in her bag and decided to toss it away at school tomorrow. She greeted them happily after breakfast when she found out that she was not pregnant. Fu Hanjing frowned in surprise. So she had become happy after one night's sleep? Ji Chung will have her test next week, and I need to help her with the piano. I won't be back until tonight, Mu Weiwei said. Okay, Fu Hanjing responded. Mu Weiwei took a sip of porridge and checked the time. Oh, I should be late. I am off now. Fu Shiqin looked at his brother's expression when he saw off the girl, sighed, and then reminded him, Bro, why do I think that you are not in a loving relationship, but instead dealing with a daughter as a father instead? Fu Hanjing squinted at him and said to Aunt Wang, who was tidying up in the kitchen, Tell Lucas that he can go back home. No, I won't survive without Lucas. Fu Shiqin groaned. Lucas was a foreign chef hired by the Fu family from another country, and he was best at making desserts. And a man like Fu Shiqin, who was deeply interested in desserts, would rather die than live without a chef like him. Fu Hanjing wiped his lips elegantly with the napkin, stood up, and headed off to work. Don't forget about the business trip tomorrow. Fu Shiqin sighed helplessly. He thought that his brother could not be real. He did not feel any sense of familial love from him. By evening, when Fu Hanjing had come back to the apartment from attending a dinner, it was already quite late. Seeing him looking at Mu Weiwei's room, Fu Shiqin asked sinisterly, Should I open the door, so you can sleep in there? Fu Hanjing moved his gaze away and said indifferently, How about expanding the 1 week's business trip to a month? Fu Shiqin felt wronged. I am just giving you suggestions about how to promote your relationship with her. Oh, really? Fu Hanjing said with raised eyebrows. Third brother said that a couple should have more communication internally, because that is the best way to promote a relationship. Fu Shiqin said. Fu Hanjing frowned. Internal communication? Fu Shiqin glanced at the lower part of his own brother and smirked internally, down there. Fu Hanjing squinted at him sinisterly and stood up to go wash himself. Fu Shiqin snorted. He did not allow her to get a boyfriend or to move out of here. The final purpose was to have internal communication with her. So what was he pretending to be a gentleman right now for? The following morning, Fu Hanjing greeted Mu Weiwei briefly, and then both left for school or the company, respectively. Since Fu Shiqin was going off on a business trip in the afternoon, he slept in and woke up later to pack. As he was packing, he kept complaining about his ruthless brother. Aunt Wang, who was washing the clothes for them, suddenly came up to him with an anxious expression on her face. Second master, is Mississippi Mu pregnant? Pregnant what? Fu Shiqin was busy packing and did not fully catch what she said. Aunt Wang brought out the invoice from Mu Weiwei's blouse and gave it to him. A girl would not buy anything like this unless she is pregnant. Fu Shiqin took it and was so startled that he gasped. My gosh! He made a call to his brother excitedly, ready to report what he had found. But Fu Hanjing did not answer his phone call after 2 times. He texted with gritted teeth. Answer me now, or you will regret that you haven't. At the headquarters of Fu's enterprise, in the president's office that was located on the top floor, Fu Hanjing was busy listening to the plans for new projects when he glanced at the text on his phone, looking annoyed. Then Fu Shiqin called him again. 3 minutes. You were wondering about why Mu Weiwei was being nervous last night, right? Now I understand what she is nervous about. Fu Shiqin said as he continued to mention his conditions in exchange for the information. If you can take me off the business trip and let me keep Lucas, I will tell you everything. Threatened. Fu Hanjing sounded equally lethal and cold. 2 more minutes. It is a secret related to life and death. Don't you really want to hear what it is? With the bargaining chip under his control, Fu Shiqin was scared of nothing. Fu Hanjing stayed silent for a few seconds and added, Su Qian can go on the business trip. And Lucas, my Lucas must stay. Fu Shiqin added. Fu Hanjing's face sank and he said, okay. If his information was not worth the conditions he mentioned, he could be arranged to do mining in South Africa instead. Fu Shiqin tossed himself onto the sofa with a small hop after he heard his brother's agreement. When you brought her back home the other night, Mu Weiwei came in first and I accidentally bumped into her with my hot cocoa, which splashed all over her. Stay to the point. Fu Hanjing reminded him coldly. No need to hurry, listen to me carefully. Hearing his brother's anxious voice, Fu Shiqin continued proudly. Because of that incident, I discovered her secret. Fu Hanjing stayed patient after hearing her secret. What secret? However, Fu Shiqin said indifferently. Bro, you were not wearing a protection that day, were you? His brother never brought women over at night, and he would not have had these things ready. So he was 100% sure that when his brother was with Mu Weiwei the other night, he was not wearing a protection. Fu Hanjing's eyes changed colors within a few seconds. He more or less guessed what Fu Shiqin was about to say. When Aunt Wang was doing the cleaning at home today and washing clothes for Mu Weiwei, she found a receipt for her buying a pregnancy test. Fu Shiqin said and stressed how important his role had been. Let me tell you, if I had not splashed the cocoa over her so that she ended up getting changed straight away after she came back home, the receipt would have been gone. Silent, Fu Hanjing waved away the staff from the planning department. Now he finally understood what she was so nervous about the other night. Fu Shiqin continued to babble on the other side of the phone. She spent an hour in the bathroom without doing anything, which I found strange. Fu Hanjing was still silent. He looked serious. She did not mention anything to him about what had happened the day before. If her secret had not been discovered today, she wouldn't have even told him now. Fu Shiqin said excitedly after he finished reporting the information. Bro, are you going to be a father and am I going to be an uncle? Ah, should he tell this news to grandma, third brother and others so that everyone could do some celebrating? Fu Hanjing checked the time and said, in 3 hours, finish one thing for me. She would be out of school in 3 hours. What is it? Fu Hanjing ended the call after telling him what he was supposed to do. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yingqing High School was dismissed. Mu Weiwei met with Luo Qianqian down at the building, and the two were waiting for Ji Cheng, who was in the bathroom. She had switched on the phone that had been off for the entire afternoon, and many messages rolled in the moment it was turned on. One was from Fu Hanjing, come to the parking lot at Ziwu Crossing after school. Then Fu Shiqin texted several, Mu Weiwei, come to the parking lot of the school. 10 minutes after school has ended, and you are still inside? Turn on the phone, call me now. Mu Weiwei frowned as she saw the messages. What were these two brothers doing? She had told them that she would be practicing piano with Ji Chung and would not come home until later tonight. She was just about to reply to Fu Hanjing when Fu Shiqin called. Mu Weiwei, why is your phone on only now? Come to the Ziwu Road parking lot. I and Qianqian will practice piano together. I can't go home now, Mu Weiwei said. She had just finished the words when Fu Hanjing took over the phone. His low voice was very intimidating. We are already here. Come here now. If you are not coming now, I will drive into school and pick you up, Fu Shiqin added. Mu Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, I will be right there. Ji Chung had just returned and said joyfully, let's go. We can drink some milk tea before piano practice. Chung, I may not be able to make it. I need to go home now, Mu Weiwei said apologetically. What were these two people doing around her school? If she did not go out to meet them, she suspected that these two dumb-headed men would drive into the campus. Ah, but my test is in just a few days' time. Ji Cheng's face sunk. Just practice as you did yesterday. That will help you make it through. Mu Weiwei had yet to finish her words when Fu Shiqin called her again urgently. She had to quickly wave goodbye to Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian and ran out of the school. She came to Ziwu Road and found Fu Hanjing's car there. She opened the door and saw there was no one outside before entering the car. What is going on? Why must you come to my school? Fu Hanjing brushed away her unkempt hair and said gently, we have an important place to go to now. What place? Fu Hanjing took a hold of her hand and tightened his grip so she was not able to pull it away. You will know soon. Mu Weiwei felt something bad was going on when this man looked at her with such a mild look. She suspected that it would be a weird place waiting ahead of her. Fu Shiqin was driving and music was playing. It was a very romantic song of love paradise. Aren't you supposed to be on a business trip today? Mu Weiwei looked at this man who seemed excited. My brother withdrew the order, Fu Shiqin said, and started to whistle happily. Mu Weiwei looked sideways at Fu Hanjing and found the man was staring at her for the entire time. His look was profound and gentle. Where are we going? If it was about his company's dinner, she would not have had the chance to attend it as a student. Fu Shiqin pulled over the car and said, here is the Civil Affairs Office. Civil Affairs Office? Mu Weiwei looked out of the window, and it was really the Civil Affairs Office outside. What are we doing here? Getting married, Fu Hanjing replied. Who is? Mu Weiwei looked at him, and then at Fu Shiqin. We are. Mu Weiwei's face turned pale. She gripped a hold of the seat belt and protested. I am not getting married. Not to you. Are you sure? Fu Hanjing asked with a low voice. I am sure. Mu Weiwei had her hands tightly holding the seat belt. We slept with each other once, but President Fu, you are an adult. Why must I, a teenage girl, be responsible for you? I should be responsible for you, Fu Hanjing said seriously, pressing down his fury. I don't need your responsibility. Mu Weiwei shook her head. What is more, I am too young to get married. What was going on with this man? He had brought her to the Civil Affairs Office. Was he trying to force her into marrying him? Hualand has a special regulation. As long as the two parents of the two sides approve of the marriage, anyone can get married at 18. Fu Shiqin said to her as he turned around. Li Jiaqing would not approve of this marriage. Mu Weiwei said. If Li Jiaqing had known about this marriage, he would definitely not approve of it, but instead send Li Xinger and Li Xiangxiang to him. In his eyes, Mu Weiwei was not his daughter, and he would not have allowed her to marry into the Fu family. Fu Shiqin pulled out a piece of paper from the document file on the passenger's seat and waved it in front of her. Look, this is Li Jiaqing's signed agreement. Mu Weiwei took a look at it and found that it was indeed Li Jiaqing's signature. But it was so easy for the Fu family to get a signed paper by Li Jiaqing, and they could just write the content of the agreement without any problems. But I don't have a household registration book either. Here it is. Fu Shiqin waved the household registration book in front of her. 3 hours, he had gotten everything ready. What they needed to do now was to take a picture at the Civil Affairs office and get the registration. Mu Weiwei was speechless. They were well prepared. Now, what else is needed? Fu Hanjing said, staring at her transfixed. Mu Weiwei could not pull out her hand from his tight grip. My consent. This is not a normal routine. Have you proposed to me? Have you given me time to think about it? Fu Hanjing stretched out his hand to Fu Shiqin in the driver's seat. Huh. Fu Shiqin instantly took out an exquisite velvet box and placed it in his hand. Here is the ring. Then he stepped out of the car, took out a bunch of roses from the rear and stuffed it into her arms. Now, we have the music, the roses, and the ring. Fu Hanjing opened the ring box and presented the beautiful diamond ring to the girl. Now, you have 5 minutes to think about it. Mu Weiwei looked at the roses in her arms, the diamond ring, and then the man holding the ring. This was really his style of proposal. As the romantic music echoed in the car, she became increasingly annoyed. Fu Hanjing would truly pull her into the Civil Affairs office no matter whether she would agree or not. Then, can I ask why? There was no omen at all yesterday or this morning. What happened? Fu Hanjing looked a bit furious. It seems that you are not going to tell me that you are pregnant. What pregnant? I am not pregnant. Mu Weiwei bellowed. Then why did you buy the pregnancy test if you are not pregnant? Fu Hanjing said and showed the receipt. Mu Weiwei looked at the evidence and blinked in astonishment. She thought of how she had bumped into Fu Shiqin and then changed in her bedroom, forgetting about the receipt in her pocket. It seemed that although she had dealt with the test, they had still found something. I bought that, yes, but it doesn't mean that I am pregnant. You have not had your period for more than a month. Fu Hanjing said. Mu Weiwei gritted her teeth. How did he know that? I have problems with my period. Fu Hanjing checked the time and said, You have 2 more minutes. I really am not pregnant. Let's go to the hospital to check, if you don't believe me. She could go anywhere except this Civil Affairs office. Fu Hanjing looked calm. We can go after we finish this matter. President Fu, just calm down. Don't be so impulsive with this important matter of your life. Mu Weiwei tried to persuade him patiently. Fu Hanjing said, I am very calm. Mu Weiwei sighed and started to analyze for him. You suspect that I am pregnant, so you want to marry me, so you need to see if I am pregnant or not first, right? I am fine with either having a child before marriage or after. Fu Hanjing said. He was going to marry her anyways. Mu Weiwei had no idea what she should say. But I haven't thought about marrying you. It seemed that despite the lack of child in her belly, he was marrying her anyway. 1 minute left. Fu Hanjing reminded her. Mu Weiwei almost wanted to kneel down and beg in front of him. President Fu, I don't want a marriage without love. Fu Hanjing reached out to unbutton her seatbelt and said calmly, I love you, and you can try to love me later. Mu Weiwei tightened her seatbelt. She would rather die. Fu Hanjing, we really must calm down. We don't know much about each other, so we should not get married so fast. Fu Hanjing unbuttoned the seatbelt and said, as he leaned sideways, I think I know you well, but I don't. Fu Hanjing stayed silent for a moment and said with a mild voice, Ask me anything you want to know about me. I can answer all of your questions. Mu Weiwei found that Fu Hanjing was being very unreasonable and forced herself to put on a prompt performance with reddened eyes that had tears swimming in them. I don't want to marry someone I don't love like my mother did and end up like her. Li Jiaqing used all the methods and means he could to get Mu Yao pregnant. So Mu Yao had to marry Li Jiaqing and in the end, gave birth to Mu Weiwei. Hearing the girl's sobs, Fu Hanjing felt his heart harden. He stayed silent for a moment. An unfortunate marriage between parents would leave a shadow in their children's lives, and her parents had more than just an unfortunate marriage. So he softened his tone. So, what are you thinking? Mu Weiwei thought for a while and did not want to ask too much of him, so she said, What about not getting married now? Let's get to know each other first. If we are compatible in our relationship, we can then become a couple first and get married later. Fu Hanjing looked at the ring in his hand and said after thinking for a long while, Mrs. Fu or girlfriend, your call? Mu Weiwei asked discreetly, seeing that he was holding back a little bit. Any other choices? Fu Hanjing raised his eyebrows. Then I can choose one for you? Girlfriend. I pick girlfriend. Mu Weiwei was forced to make a choice with a bitter face. Which person would force themselves to become someone's boyfriend? Even though he was so darn good-looking, she still didn't want him now. When they decided not to get married, Fu Shiqin in front of them was no longer pleased. I worked the entire afternoon, preparing the certificate, flowers, and postponing all the meetings to tomorrow. Now we are here. You are not getting married? Mu Weiwei's heart started to beat quickly again. Why not get married now? We have told the staff to wait for us. Don't you feel sorry for us? Fu Shiqin was very displeased. He had been working the entire afternoon just for their marriage. Now Mu Weiwei was pretending to be pitiful so as not to marry his brother, and his brother's heart was softened and agreed to not get married. Let's leave. Fu Hanjing urged with a low voice. He had been selfish to only think about himself when it came to getting married. He had not given her much thought. Her parents had experienced a failed marriage, and she had suffered greatly from their marriage. So forcing her right now would definitely disgust her. Fu Shiqin kept complaining, but still drove them away from the parking lot outside the civil affairs office. Mu Weiwei took a look at the extremely good-looking man beside her. Although she always regarded him as the worst enemy of the Gu family when she was with them back then. After she was reborn and spent time with him, her mind had changed tremendously. But she also knew that it was impossible between the two of them. Fu Hanjing, what I want to say is that I appreciate what you did. Thank you so much for treasuring me. Even though I had fallen into the deepest darkness. Fu Hanjing placed the jewelry box into her hand and stared at the girl's crystal eyes, saying with a low voice, if you ever change your mind, put on the ring and you will be my wife. Mrs. Fu. Mu Weiwei looked at the box in her hand, falling into a complicated state of mind. She had been waiting for Gu's siding to push through into the next step of their relationship, so he could propose to her and so that she could become his girl. But she had failed to receive his proposal even at death's door. When she was reborn as Mu Weiwei, she received Fu Hanjing's proposal instead. Fu Shiqin was driving in displeasure, and as he passed by a large pharmacy, Fu Hanjing said, stop the car, buy the things now. What? Fu Shiqin pulled over and asked as he looked up. Pregnancy tests. Mu Weiwei pursed her lips. It seemed that he still did not believe that she was not pregnant. Fu Shiqin put on his sunglasses and went, obediently, into the pharmacy. He bought a pregnancy test from every brand. When he entered the car, he said happily, someone asked me if I am Fu Shi. Seems that he is going to hit the headlines tomorrow. The three of them went into the apartment, and Mu Weiwei went into the bathroom with a bag full of pregnancy tests. After a long time, she came out with dozens of pregnancy tests and said to Fu Hanjing as she placed them in front of him one after another. See? 2 columns mean positive, 1 column means negative. These are all negative. Fu Shiqin glanced at it and said, 1 column negative. Does it mean that you are pregnant with a girl? Darn you. 1 column means not pregnant. Read the manuals. Mu Weiwei said as she flung over the manuals. Where did he pick up that twisted theory? Fu Shiqin looked at the manual and sighed with disappointment. You really are not pregnant. I thought that my brother would become a father, since he is so strong. Fu Hanjing glanced at the tests with only 1 column, thought for a moment, and then said, let's go to the hospital. Mu Weiwei was dumbfounded. There are fake products everywhere. These are not trustworthy enough. Fu Hanjing said. Mu Weiwei was speechless. She truly didn't have a baby inside her belly. The products aren't fake. Fu Hanjing did not trust the results of the dozens of pregnancy tests and forced her to visit the hospital with him after all. Hichi had just gotten off work, so he brought them to his colleagues in the related department. The results still turned out to be not pregnant. Fu Hanjing was a bit disappointed. He still asked Hichi, unconvinced, are you sure that there is nothing wrong with your medical instruments? No, our medical instruments are totally fine, but your girlfriend's belly is. Not right. Arms crossed, Hichi complained. If you really want a child, go home and make one. What are you doing here at the hospital? Before, he had barely seen him, but recently, he had been visiting the hospital with Mu Weiwei all the time. He was so annoyed. Mu Weiwei got dressed and came out. Can we go home now? Fu Hanjing did not leave but said, she has a problem with her period. Hichi gritted his teeth and said, I am a nerve doctor not a gynecologist for women. Having said those words, he still brought them to his colleagues in the gynecology department and helped Mu Weiwei get a prescription. When they returned to the apartment, it was already 9 p.m. They ate their dinner, and Fu Hanjing asked her to complete her homework in the study. Fu Hanjing was delayed with his work, and he had tons of files to deal with. He also had another video meeting with cooperators abroad. Mu Weiwei sat opposite him quietly, and the room was filled with the sound of the man's and the cooperators meeting in French. His voice sounded very attractive. During the interval of the meeting, Fu Hanjing glanced at the girl who was bending over the desk and doing her homework. Afterwards, he turned off the video after the meeting ended. Finished? Mu Weiwei said honestly. I have 2 more left. They are really difficult. Fu Hanjing removed the files in front of him, reached out for the paper she was working on, and said, "Let me take a look." Mu Weiwei gave him her homework, walked around the table, and stood by his side, waiting for the results of his examination. With one hand on her homework, the other over her waist, Fu Hanjing pulled her to sit on his thighs. Startled, Mu Weiwei was about to stand up when the man pointed at the mistakes in her homework as if nothing was wrong with their position. After telling her about the mistakes, he also told her about the 2 questions she was not able to solve. He did not finish the explanation all in one go, but asked her to do the questions little by little. She found that she had no choice but to write whilst still sitting in his arms. But as the man's attractive air wafted over her face, she found that her face started to flush bright red, and she felt that her brain was slowing down. When her mistakes were pointed out by Fu Hanjing, she felt that her face had become toasty warm. It took her a great deal of time to finish the 2 questions under his direction. Fu Hanjing checked the homework again and caressed her head with a praising tone. "It is time to sleep now." Mu Weiwei nodded, put away the books, and asked, "Want some black tea?" "Yes." Mu Weiwei put away the things, made a cup of black tea in the dining room, and brought it into the study when her hand was taken by the man again. "Give me a good night kiss." Mu Weiwei was a bit hesitant as she saw the man who was waiting for her kiss with a smile. All right then. He helped her with the homework and proposed to her despite his work. She took a deep breath, leaned forward, and gave him a small kiss on the man's exquisite lips. He reached out for her head and deepened the kiss. Then her phone rang, interrupting Fu Hanjing's kiss, who then kissed her forehead instead. "Good night." Flushing, Mu Weiwei left the study and picked up her phone. Ji Chung was whining on the other side of the phone. "Weiwei, my idol is having a baby with someone else." "Who is having a baby?" Mu Weiwei felt a bit confused after the kiss. She doesn't understand what happened. My idol. Someone took a snapshot of him buying a pregnancy test. It is all over the internet. Ji Chung said in tears. Mu Weiwei looked at Fu Shiqin, who was watching TV on the sofa in the living room. "Don't worry, it is not Fu Shi, but his brother Fu Shiqin. Are you sure it is second master and not third master?" Ji Chung sobbed and said, "But he was wearing a Shi outfit." "Of course I am." She was sure about it, because he had done it for her sake. Fu Shiqin was sitting relaxedly on the sofa, watching the latest gossip on the TV. Fu Shi had walked on the red carpet for the fashion ceremony 2 hours ago. He was wearing a gray shirt with a fashionable dark blue suit, causing several hundreds of fans to scream out in excitement. Shi posed in front of the camera, showing a charming smile, making himself look very sinister yet attractive at the same time. Fu Shiqin was holding a bowl of cotton candy, tearing off pieces one after another and shoving them into his mouth. He snorted at the TV. So fake. On TV, Fu Shi signed his name in a scribble and then constantly posed in front of the autograph wall. Fu Shiqin ate one more piece of cotton candy and heard the hostess speaking highly of Fu Shi. He snorted again. Exaggerating. Mu Weiwei glanced at the man on the sofa after the call with Ji Chung. "Are you sure you are brothers from the same mom?" Fu Shiqin turned around to look at her and snorted. "Yes, but maybe we are not real brothers." Anyway, Fu Shi had punched him before, and he had lost his first tooth. And his first girlfriend was taken away by Fu Shi too. He had just finished speaking when his phone rang. Instead of reaching out for the phone, he turned on the speaker. Fu Shi bellowed furiously from the phone. Are you crazy? Why did you put on my outfit to buy the pregnancy tests? It is your fault that you look the same as me." Fu Shiqin was very glad to hear Fu Shi's angered voice. "Are you thinking that I am too busy to punch you?" Fu Shi bellowed furiously. "You hit the headlines every day, so you should be used to it." Fu Shiqin sounded indifferent. "Darn you. Now everyone thinks that I am married with a child. Fu Shi was so annoyed that he almost wanted to climb through the phone to punch his brother. He knew that they looked very similar to each other, and yet he was still out causing trouble in his clothes. He did it on purpose. He was involved in so many scandals, because his second brother always pretended to be him. I didn't mean to. Our brother asked me to, and I couldn't turn him down. All right. Fu Shiqing glanced at the study and said, "You can vent your anger at him instead, if you have the guts." Fu Shi stayed silent for a few seconds and asked in a low voice, "So, sister-in-law is pregnant? Is she pregnant with a son or a daughter? Really my brother's son?" "No, she is not. We were all happy in vain." Fu Shiqing said, "Maybe she is not right now. Next time, we can probably be uncles." Fu Shi said as he forgot what he was calling him for. "Oh yes, I asked you to teach our brother how to flirt with girls. Did you do that? Which one did you mean? There were way too many." Fu Shiqing said, "The most important thing about a couple is to make love. The more they make, the more they will love, vice versa." Mu Weiwei had just come out of the bathroom after brushing her teeth and heard their conversation. She was wondering if it was the right decision to sign with Shi culture. Early in the morning, Fu Hanjing got up early as usual and started to read the Morning Post whilst drinking coffee in the dining room. Mu Weiwei washed herself and sat down in the dining room too. Morning. Fu Hanjing put away the newspaper and started to eat breakfast with her. "Still going to your friend's home this afternoon?" Mu Weiwei nodded as she took a sip of hot milk. "Yes, their test is only a few days away, and I need to help them practice the piano. I accepted their tuition fees, after all. Call me when you finish." Fu Hanjing stressed. Mu Weiwei was startled. Why? Didn't he postpone the meeting from yesterday to today instead? Wasn't he going to be very busy? Fu Hanjing reached out for her mouth, wiping away the milk stains on her lips and raised the corners of her lips. "We are going on a date." Mu Weiwei had just thought of how she had agreed to become his girlfriend yesterday. But that was a choice she had made in an emergency. What she needed to do was to find an opportunity to break up with him. But who would be able to tell her how to do so? I have a maths test tomorrow. I want to review the classes today." Fu Hanjing thought for a moment and said, "Then we can go after your exam." Mu Weiwei let out a sigh of relief, finished her breakfast, picked up her school bag, and was about to leave when, "Hang on." Fu Hanjing called out to her as he brushed away the strands of hair on her cheeks. Then he lowered his lips and kissed her softly on her lips. "Be careful." Fu Shiqing, who was watching beside them, found that the porridge he had added sugar to still turned out to be too sweet. Because of the proposal planned the day before, much work had been delayed. They had 3 meetings in a row the moment they reached the company. It was not 8 p.m. and Fu Shiqing and the staff in the planning department were still at work. However, the man who had ordained their extra hours was about to get off from work after he received a phone call. "Finish the plan today and give it to me tomorrow." Fu Shiqing sounded helpless. "Where are you going if we ourselves are doing extra hours?" Mu Weiwei was getting ready for a test today, so she did not agree to have a date with him today. "I need to tutor my girlfriend for her homework," Fu Hanjing said. Fu Shiqing gritted his teeth. "Can't you tutor her after you finish the extra hours?" Fu Hanjing put on his coat and said straightforwardly, "I don't want to keep her up too late." Having said this, he turned and left work instantly. Fu Shiqing was so annoyed at seeing him leave. He had thought that a man in love would become a bit more emotional, yet it seemed that he had become more cruel instead. He laid out loads of work for them to work on, whilst he himself left for home to be with his girlfriend instead, so they could work overnight. But his girlfriend must not sleep 1 hour later than usual? At the Luo family home, Luo Qianqian asked Ji Cheng and Mu Weiwei to spend the night there because of the pouring rain. They were just preparing for dinner when the doorbell rang. Ji Cheng did not know how to cook, so she was waiting for the food, whilst chewing on the snacks. When she heard the doorbell, she went to answer the door. The door opened, showing a slender and noble-looking man with a wet umbrella in hands. Judging from the dripping water, he must have come in the rain. "Uncle Fu, I am picking Weiwei up." Ji Cheng was still a bit confused, so she called into the kitchen and said, "Weiwei, Uncle Fu is here." Mu Weiwei was just cutting the vegetables when she almost cut herself. She put down the knife and came to the door. only to find Fu Hanjing standing out there. I told you I am not coming home if it rains. You must not stay outside overnight, Fu Hanjing said coldly. Mu Weiwei picked up her stuff and waved goodbye to Luo Qianqian and Ji Cheng embarrassedly, following him back home obediently. Standing in the doorway, Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian saw the man helping the girl into the car carefully with the umbrella over her head. Qianqian, why do I think that Uncle Fu is not really Weiwei's uncle? An uncle would not have spoiled a niece so deeply, but instead, like her boyfriend. Mu Weiwei opened the car door and was startled when she saw the roses on the passenger's seat. Fu Hanjing gave them to her and said, I bought you flowers on the way here. She took the flowers, went into the car and sat down as she saw Fu Hanjing opening the other door and climbing inside. The flowers are very beautiful, thank you. Well, look at the pouring rain. You did make an effort. On the way home, Fu Hanjing was driving and dealing with work on a phone call at the same time. She mumbled as she saw the pouring rain after he ended the call. I told you not to pick me up. Fu Hanjing looked at her sideways. I was scared that I would miss you if I didn't see you. They had barely met today, and they only had the hours in the late evening to see each other. He did not want such precious time to be erased because of the rain. Mu Weiwei found it unexpected. It was pouring outside the car, but inside, it was sweet and warm. Mu Weiwei took a look at the man who was holding the steering wheel. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. I remember that. 1 month ago, you found me disgusting. But now, everything seems to have changed, and it has been changing too quickly. Mu Weiwei asked her question discreetly. He had found her disgusting before, and now he was out proposing to her and trying to be her boyfriend. Wasn't that too contradictory? As far as Mu Weiwei could remember, she could tell that when he saw her before, he found her as annoying as a cockroach. Fu Hanjing stayed silent and then laughed self-mockingly. Honestly, I don't know why I have become like this either. He had found her disgusting before, but a few days later, his heart was drifting away. He started to look forward to seeing her and thinking about her involuntarily. He had never been a hesitant man, and it was after he realized his feelings that he knew that he really wanted this girl. You have no idea? Mu Weiwei frowned. Fu Hanjing took a look at her and continued. For some reason, my heart seemed to skip a beat when I saw you at the apartment unexpectedly. Even he himself could not believe why he suddenly had such a feeling towards the girl he used to hate. Gradually, he found that he did not know her very well. Mu Weiwei was a bit startled as she looked at Fu Hanjing's eyebrows. He looked hesitant and helpless. She had thought that Fu Hanjing changed because Mu Weiwei had slept with him, so then he started to like her. But now she was not so sure. Was he falling for Mu Weiwei, or her who had been reborn as Mu Weiwei? Fu Hanjing looked sideways and saw the girl who seemed to be absent-minded. Anything else? From that day on, his state of mind started to change. And she seemed to have changed too. She seemed to have become more distressed and mature than she ought to be. But when she thought of what happened at her own home, he found her reaction to be very reasonable. Nothing more. Mu Weiwei came back to herself and looked at the street outside of the moving car. They went back to the apartment and the housemaid had already got the dinner ready. Mu Weiwei took a few mouthfuls of food and saw that Fu Shiqin was missing. So she asked, where is second master? Fu Hanjing gave her a slice of boneless fish and said calmly, he is working overtime at the company, and he is not coming home tonight. Mu Weiwei was startled and wiped away sympathetic tears for Fu Shiqin out of compassion. Don't you feel guilty making your brother work overnight whilst you were here alone? No, I don't, because of the terrible results that she had received on the last maths mock exam. Mu Weiwei brought out the maths exercises and started to work over the questions after dinner. She was quite confident about her major test for the Film Academy, yet she was not so sure about the written test. Especially when Mu Weiwei had asked for a leave, that was way too long. In courses that she had already fallen behind in, she was not worried about English, and she had made up for the classical poetry in Chinese, whilst also raising her grades in other subjects too. Only maths was difficult, and Fu Hanjing was busy helping her. When she was working over the tests, Fu Hanjing was standing by the window, talking with cooperators from America. As the handsome man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his low voice echoed across the silent study, elegant and attractive. Fu Hanjing saw her staring at him from the reflection of the window and asked softly, "Did I disturb you?" Mu Weiwei shook her head and started to bend over the questions again. She wondered why her eyes had started to fall upon him instead. Fu Hanjing smiled, then he picked up his crystal glass and sipped on his whiskey as he continued to talk on the phone. Mu Weiwei worked over the homework and found that her stomach started to ache. So she sneaked out of the study and visited the bathroom, only to find that her period was finally here. But after she moved to this apartment, she had not bought any pads or tampons with her, so she now had to go out and buy them. Having finished on the call, Fu Hanjing came out and saw her changing her shoes at the door, ready to go outside. "Where are you going?" "It's late." Mu Weiwei took the umbrella and said, "I am going out to buy something. I will be back soon. It is raining outside. Aunt Wang can bring whatever you need here tomorrow." Fu Hanjing had a cold demeanor. I can't wait until tomorrow," Mu Weiwei insisted. Fu Hanjing noticed her hands over the belly and saw her pale face, figuring out what she needed to get. "I can go. You stay at home." "You?" Startled, Mu Weiwei just could not imagine a noble president like him going out to buy such things. "I better go myself. It is not very proper for you to buy such things." Fu Hanjing picked her up, carried her into the living room and put her down, warmed a cup of milk in the kitchen before going out. With hands over the cup, Mu Weiwei waited for him with a complicated mind. The sweet warm milk made her feel less uncomfortable, and she found her heart turning a bit warm and sweet inside as well. Half an hour later, Fu Hanjing returned with a large bag of supplies. "So many?" He had bought the pads, painkillers, ginger, brown sugar, and back warmers back home. Was he really someone who had never been in a relationship before? He was a model boyfriend, being able to take such good care of girls. "I called He Chi, and he said that these things help," Fu Hanjing said calmly. She moved her lips, brought the things to the bathroom, finding herself feeling very weird. Gu Siding would always take care of her and keep her company when she was sick, but this was a different feeling to the one she had before. A long time later, when she came out again, Fu Hanjing had already made her the brown sugar and water and helped her move her math homework into the living room. "How much do you have left?" "1 unit," Mu Weiwei said, and was about to reach out for her homework when he said, "Let me help you solve the question. You just sit and watch." He could tell from his experience of only needing to explain the question once that she would understand and not make any similar mistakes again. She had a great memory. Mu Weiwei nodded, sat down next to him, and listened to him carefully. Fu Hanjing found something bumping into his left arm before he had finished the unit. He looked sideways and saw the girl next to him, falling asleep as she leaned against him. He put down the pen, picked up the girl, and carried her to her own room when he suddenly hesitated. He turned around and brought her into his own room. Fu Hanjing put her on the bed, brushed the hair away from the girl's face and sighed. What was happening to him? She used to be the girl that he hated the most, but what had happened to him so that he suddenly kept thinking about her? She had become so cute, and when she made trouble, she was being cute too. She was like an innocent person who always brought him happiness. In one word, he liked everything about her. He was an adult, and he should not have been full of such childish thoughts. Fu Shiqin had laughed at him before because he had driven her out, and now he was the one who was trying to stay by her side. It was such a contradictory thing that only he would be able to do it. But this was also the first time for him to feel such a lingering feeling towards a girl. So even if she was not feeling the same way about him, he would still try to make her stay by his side. Mu Weiwei felt a bit cold as she was sleeping, so she rubbed herself against the man next to her, squirming into his arms as she fell asleep in satisfaction. Seeing her falling fast asleep, Fu Hanjing laughed at himself self-mockingly. He had not expected that he would have been conquered by a teenage girl. Early in the morning, he woke up out of habit. When he saw the sweet girl in his arms, he found that he was reluctant to get up so quickly as he usually did. So he checked the time and decided to stay in with her for a little while longer. Mu Weiwei was feeling drowsy as she rubbed herself against his arms with squinted eyes. Fu Hanjing started to breathe heavily. She truly had no idea that men in the morning were the most vulnerable. He checked the time and found that he should wake her up. So he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Mu Weiwei had not noticed that danger was heading her way when she was half awake. What she felt was just some moist things touching her lips, so she opened her mouth and took it in. It was just a morning kiss, which had turned into a lingering kiss of passion. When the man's tongue went deeper, she opened her eyes and found something weird was going on. Ah! The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Fu Hanjing's handsome face in front of her. Frightened, she opened her eyes wide and wondered what Fu Hanjing was doing in her bed. Fu Hanjing finished the kiss hesitantly and saw the confused girl and reminded her with a low laugh. "You are late for school." Mu Weiwei got up and glanced around, only to find herself in Fu Hanjing's bed rather Fu Hanjing in hers. She glared at this handsome man. Must he use such an extreme way to wake her up? If she had not been on her period, he would have slept with her. She hurried out of the room, got changed, washed herself, picked up the bag and was about to leave, when Fu Hanjing, after getting changed, called out to her in a laid-back manner from the dining room. "Eat some breakfast. I can drive you there." "I am late. No time for food." Mu Weiwei said. "It's still raining. Are you going to run to school in the rain?" Fu Hanjing sounded displeased. Mu Weiwei looked out of the window and decided to eat breakfast first. Fu Hanjing did not eat himself, but after she had finished her food, he brought her downstairs and drove her to a spot that was close to school. "Su Qian can pick you up this afternoon. It will still be raining." "No thanks, we can take a taxi." Mu Weiwei turned him down out of habit. "It is not safe." Fu Hanjing parked the car and brought out the umbrella for her. Mu Weiwei took the umbrella and asked curiously with a little surprise, "Fu Hanjing, you are so good at taking care of girls, are you sure that you have never been in a relationship before?" "I had no interest in anyone before, but now I do." After the mock exams that lasted for several days, it was time for Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian to take the art test for the Capital Music Academy. Ji Cheng was not very confident. She begged Mu Weiwei to come with her to the exam to cheer her up. She stayed with the two of them as they finished their art exams, and then came her own test for the Film Academy. The first, the second, and the third round of the examination lasted for 1 whole week, and she had just taken 1 day of rest when Jolin called her. "Mu Weiwei, audition for The Long Wind tomorrow at 10 o'clock. "Okay, I will arrive on time tomorrow." Though Tang Xiaoqi is not a very pleasing role, yet the film is directed by a famous director and there are many people going for the audition. It depends on you, yourself, if you are able to get the role. "I will try my best to get it." Mu Weiwei said and understood that Jolin had no idea that she was living with the Fu family. "I will send you the address and don't be late tomorrow," Jolin said and ended the call. Mu Weiwei put away her phone and pulled out the original novel of The Long Wind that she had bought before. The Long Wind was a very classical wuxia novel in Hualand, and she bought it ages ago. However, due to the exams that came one after another, she still hasn't had the time to read it. Now she only has very little time left. The novel was indeed appealing so that she did not put it down even at the dining table. "Eat first," Fu Hanjing reminded her. "I need to go to the audition of The Long Wind tomorrow. I have not even read the original book. What if I can't get into the audition tomorrow?" Mu Weiwei said and turned 1 more page. Fu Shiqin heard her and said, "If you can't get in, then we can hit third brother." What a useless scumbag he is. Mu Weiwei glared at him speechlessly. "I am trying for my own sake. Leave third master alone." Silent, Fu Hanjing peeled 2 shrimps and put them into her bowl. "Eat first." Fu Shiqin bit away 1 small piece of the sweet and sour rib and looked at his own brother as he said, "Put down the book and butter up my brother right now, so that tomorrow you can even get the lead role." She did not need to try to do anything. His brother was her greatest ability. Fu Hanjing heard the words and squinted at her vaguely, expecting to hear something from her. "I don't want to be rumored as someone who gets positions through strange means. Third brother signed you, so you can be given to my brother for other purposes." Fu Shiqin spilled the truth. Third brother had abandoned the company for the entertainment industry, and he had not been treated well by his brother for years. So he signed her so that he could flatter his brother. He knew his own brother very well. Mu Weiwei closed the book and said, "Second master, can't you just eat your food? I am just reminding you that you don't have to be so stupid in not using your tools." Fu Shiqin said, "I am capable and I don't need the tools. What more do you have apart from your face?" Fu Shiqin said in disbelief as he raised his eyebrows. "You." Mu Weiwei just could not say anything back to him, so she turned around to Fu Hanjing next to her. Can't you say something to your brother? Fu Hanjing's lips were slightly raised as he turned to Fu Shiqin, showing him a cold look. Go to the kitchen and stay there. I haven't finished my food yet. Fu Shiqin protested. Then go with the bowl, Fu Hanjing said with a low voice. Under the threat of his gaze, Fu Shiqin helped himself to some of the dishes and carried the bowls into the kitchen. He was helping her, so why must he be treated in this way? It was midnight when Mu Weiwei finished the original book of The Long Wind. The following day, she met Jolin at the audition. There were several famous actors, as well as some new people at the audition. Jolin looked around at the actresses and actors present for the audition and gave her the script. The lead male and female roles are already confirmed, so just try your best to do the role of Tang Xiaoqi. Movie actresses required talent and practice. Mu Weiwei looked amazing, but she looked way too young and too unprofessional. There were several actresses who had been in the film industry for a long time, especially Shun Xiao, who had been nominated for the Gold Phoenix Award last year for the supporting female role. Therefore, there was no hope for Mu Weiwei. Okay, Mu Weiwei took the script and started to read it very discreetly. The script was about the scene when Tang Xiaoqi met the male lead once again, and it was required that the audition should be finished within 2 minutes. Tang Xiaoqi was a bad supporting role in The Long Wind, and she was dressed as a man in the movie. When the Tang family were destroyed, she took refuge in the court so as to take revenge, and she became the murderous follower of the court. The male lead was a hero she had met when she was little and someone she loved too, except that he had no idea that she was actually a girl. In this meeting, she was under an order to kill the lead character's family, and the man was here to save the female lead character. It was actually a very difficult scene for Tang Xiaoqi, when she again met the man she loved after she had killed so many people. She tried the scene several times and went to visit the bathroom. On the way, she ran into Shun Xiao, who had just been seen off by the casting director and the assistant politely. Director Li, has it been decided that Shun Xiao would take the role of Tang Xiaoqi? The assistant asked. Only Shun Xiao's performance pleased the director today among all the actresses here today, and she was nominated last year as the best supporting role, so of course she was skilled. Contact Shun Xiao and her agent for the signing. She is very busy, the casting director said, but there are still several who haven't done the audition yet. The assistant glanced at Mu Weiwei, who was walking behind them. I just saw that one of them is very pretty. You mean the Black Swan? Casting director pretended as if he did not see anyone behind his back and said indifferently. So nowadays, everyone who has done some plastic surgery would want to be a movie star. I saw the real person. She is very pretty, the assistant said with a low voice. Anyway, people with plastic surgery cannot get into movies. It doesn't work with a nice face, the casting director said as he walked into the room for an audition. Mu Weiwei became very annoyed as she was walking behind them. So she was pretty because she had some plastic surgery done, right? She hadn't done plastic surgery. She was a pure lady, born this way. As she returned to the meeting room, Jolin threw a look at her and said straightforwardly, "You are up next." But it seems that they have made up their mind for Shun Xiao. You're just doing it for the formality. Mu Weiwei sighed. The agent had no confidence in her, and the casting director had also considered her to have no skills because of her face. Was it so difficult to get into the entertainment industry in Hualand? Was she going to ask Fu Hanjing for help? That was just a small thought, but she had decided to fight for the role with her own ability. Lend me something. What? Jolin did not even look up as he kept staring at the phone. Mu Weiwei reached out for the box in his bag and saw a dark silk scarf inside. Put it down. That is my own birthday present. No lending. Just for a moment, Mu Weiwei said and took it in her hand. The crew member was at the door and calling out to her. Mu Weiwei, it is your turn. Jolin came after her, trying to get back his silk scarf when he saw Mu Weiwei entering the audition room, and he noticed that she had the silk scarf covering her face, showing only a pair of eyes. That annoyed him extremely. The casting director and the executive director looked at each other, confused at the sight of the actress. Was she here to play games? The chief director, Ian, did not change his expression, but said to her when he saw her standing in position, "You can begin now." The audition was on the spot, and most of the time Tang Xiaoqi was wearing a mask and her emotions were only shown through her eyes. Only with close-up shooting were they able to see how well the actress was playing. And this actress on audition had surprised him. She arrived with her face covered. Mu Weiwei picked up the sword from the shelf and took a deep breath with her eyes closed. Then she opened her eyes again, looking lethal. Then she waved the sword and chopped around, making each move sharp and fierce. She was playing against the air alone, yet she looked as if she were going through a ruthless slaughter. She looked lethal from both her look and the movements. Suddenly, she made a chopping yet got stuck in the midair. That was when the male lead character arrived and stopped her, saving the girl from her sword. Mu Weiwei shivered as she was holding the sword, and her crystal-clear eyes reflected with slightly shrinking pupils, looking both shocked and joyed. She opened her mouth and spoke the only line of this scene. The cold voice was thronged with shivering and sobbing. "Are you going to save her?" Ian, who had been maintaining a cold expression, showed a face of surprise and joy, as if he had discovered something precious. The executive director had not paid much attention to this black swan when he had heard about her from the casting director. But the moment the girl started to perform, he became so dumbfounded that he just could not move his eyes away from her. She was sharp and clean in martial arts, and she was so capable in playing the follower of the court. But the moment she saw the man in her heart, her lethal look turned different, gripping people's hearts. Mu Weiwei finished the performance, bowed, and was about to leave. "Hang on," Ian called out to her. Mu Weiwei stopped, removed the mask over her face, and asked with a smile, "Yes, Director E?" Ian saw the girl's amazing face and demanded, "Can you repeat the last scene without the mask?" Mu Weiwei nodded, gave Jolin the silk scarf, and came back to the camera. Ian instructed the angle of shooting and said to her, "Now, you can begin." Mu Weiwei took a deep breath, and her look turned lethal as if seeing the man she had been longing for against the camera. Within one moment, her look reflected different emotions, gripping people's hearts. "Are you going to save her?" Without the mask, she had even more influence over people's emotions when speaking that line. Also, her face was born to make her a movie star. After Ian saw the scene from the camera, he came over to her and offered her his hands as he said, "Mu Weiwei, you will take the role." Shin Xiu had moved him, but Mu Weiwei's performance had conquered him. Her performance had told him that she was exactly Tang Xiaoqi. The casting director, who had been laughing at her, flushed as he stood to the side, totally embarrassed. Jolin showed an amazed expression. Honestly, he had just brought her so as to go through a formality. Mu Weiwei smiled and shook hands with Ian. "Thanks." The executive director watched the audition films twice and said to the casting director next to him, "Lee, didn't you say that Mu Weiwei is just a popular figure on the internet and has no skills in acting? Without a martial arts director's help, she has performed such excellent scenes and her emotion is so well controlled. So she is not skilled?" The casting director had no words to respond with. Mu Weiwei did perform a very perfect scene and he had nothing else to say. "She will have the role," the executive director said with a smile. The casting director had just thought of how he had promised Shinshio the contract. She did perform well, but she is a new person. She is not as popular as Shinshio. She is a good seed, and it does not matter if she is new. The executive director was very impressed by Mu Weiwei's performance skills. These days, Ian had been very annoyed by the actress playing the female lead. If he had found the person who performed Tang Xiaoqi, he might not make a big fuss anymore. Ian and the executive director were just talking with Mu Weiwei and Jolin when a young, elegant-looking man came over with an assistant. Director Mo and Director Lee, good to see you here. Chu-chun, it's good that you are here." Ian pointed at Mu Weiwei and said, "This is Mu Weiwei who is going to be playing Tang Xiaoqi, and soon you will be in the same team. Try to get to know each other." Mu Weiwei stretched out her hand to him. "Nice to see you. I am Mu Weiwei." Chu-chun looked at her but asked, without shaking her hand, "Director A, didn't you say that Shinshio is going to play Tang Xiaoqi?" Ian got annoyed. "Who said so? Shinshio and I share the same company, and she just called me and said that she will soon be taking the role. Her agent has started to make the schedule." Chu-chun said, "The audition has just finished. Who said that it would be her?" Ian looked at the casting director who had seen her off just now. "Director E, I asked Shinshio to give us the schedule." The casting director said guiltily. Everyone had been very satisfied by Shinshio's audition, but Mu Weiwei had arrived unexpectedly. "Director E, You know how well Shinshio can play? She is definitely better than a new person. Now she has given us her schedule, so if you want someone else. Chu Chun was on the verge of laughing when he stopped himself. Ian became very annoyed. Shinshio did give a good performance, but she was far worse than Mu Weiwei. Seeing Ian hesitating, Chu Chun said with a smile, I once acted with Shinshio before and shooting with her would make everything smooth. Mississippi Mu is a bit too young to play Tang Xiaoqi. What if I told you that Tang Xiaoqi will be played by Mu Weiwei? Ian said, I am afraid that I cannot play the role if I have to play with a new woman. Chu Chun said. His last movie was so popular that every fan of the original book said that he fitted the male lead character. They had offered him many rich conditions just to get him to play the role. So if he insisted, Tang Xiaoqi would definitely become Shanxio's role. After all, they couldn't just lose him for the sake of a new person. Mu Weiwei's lips pursed. She could see how troubled Ian was. Ian was satisfied by her performance skills, but Chu Chun insisted on giving the role to Shinshio. Apart from her performance skills, one would need background and social networks in the entertainment industry too. It seemed that she would lose the role after all. If you can't play the role, then let me do it. A good-looking man with silver, gray hair leaned against the door, looking both handsome and flirty. Jolin frowned as he saw the man who was standing flirtatiously in the doorway. Third Master, what are you doing here? I was shooting a commercial in the neighborhood and heard that you were doing an audition here. So I just dropped by, Fu Shi said, as he waved to the fans on site who were courting him. Mu Weiwei sized him up and looked at the man. He was Fu Shi, the twin brother whom Fu Shiqin quarreled with every day. But when observing carefully, she was able to see that the two of them did have some differences. Fu Shiqin might have eaten too many desserts so that there was some chubbiness to his face, whilst Fu Shi looked thinner and more handsome. Chu Chun greeted Fu Shi with a dry smile. Fu Shi closed the door of the audition room and sat down in the director's chair as he said, Since the male lead says that he is not going to do it, then I can do you a favor, since I am very free these days. Jolin held his hands against his forehead. Was he really saying that he was free? He had a role to play in Hollywood next month, and his schedule had been filled to the following year. And he said that he was free? Chu Chen's face sank as he quickly said, I did not say that I can't play the role. He had known that this man was a pest, and now he was here trying to steal away the role. Ian said to Fu Shiqin, when he saw that Chu Chun had stopped talking about Tang Xiaoqi's role, all right, you busy man, stop messing with us. I am being serious. Fu Shi said. It is already decided that Chu Chun will play Gu Changfeng. Ian said with a sunken voice. But you haven't signed him, have you? Fu Shi was playing with his phone as he said, without showing any modesty, I am better looking, more popular, and I am a better fit for the role than he is. Also, we used to work together, didn't we? Ian glared at him. Yes, you are good looking, but your performing skill is so. They had worked together twice, and he had become totally annoyed by him. Mu Weiwei was startled. Was this man being serious? Although she had never met him before, but judging from what Fu Shiqin said, he was going abroad for a film shoot next month, so what was he doing here at the Longwind audition? Stop it, Third Master. Brother Jumming will get so annoyed that he will have to be sent to the hospital again. Jolin stepped in and tried to persuade him. Honestly, when he slipped out of his sight, he became a wild horse without sleigh. Was he so crazy as to give up the role in Hollywood, so as to come and steal a role in a wuxia movie instead? Fu Shi did not accept anything that he said. Seeing Ian hesitating, his expression became sad, and he started to type on his phone. I am unhappy. I am going to post something on Weibo. What are you going to post? Jolin became so nervous that he rushed up, trying to get a hold of his phone. Fu Shi was typing whilst reading. Oh, I just missed Gu Changfeng, whom I have been dreaming about. How saddening. Shi, the first ones always get the first roles. You are over the top to steal the role from me. Chu Chun reminded, with gritted teeth. Fu Shi had a large number of fans in the entertainment industry, and he had always been very active in his work. If he ever managed to post that Weibo post, then his fans would tear him apart. You yourself gave up the role. That was why I took it over. Here, I have it all on video. Fu Shi waved his phone. Seeing that Fu Shi was really up for the role, the executive director stepped out and said, if Chu Chun has given up the role, and he insists on having Mu Weiwei for Tang Xiaoqi, then it is okay if she takes over the male lead role too. She was better looking and more popular than Chu Chun, and originally, the investors had been interested in she. Yet he had been too busy to take it, so they had to choose Chu Chun instead as the last resort. Now that he had volunteered to play the role, they would never be worried about the box office due to his popularity. Chu Chun felt that it was unfair, although it had been him who threatened them by leaving the film. Yet he had been confident that apart from him, they would not be able to find anyone else to take over the role who was also popular and skilled, so that they would surely approve of his requirements. But he had never expected that Fu Shi would suddenly appear and say that he was going to play the role. Director E, we agreed that we are signing over these past few days. He had given up so many other roles just for the sake of this film. He would have to bear so much loss when the role was stolen away by someone else. Ian looked at him for a few seconds and said, "You said that you were not taking the role, and the investors wanted Shi to play it too. We only turned to you when he had no time for us. But you have now said that you are no longer playing the role and he now has the time. Reasonably, he can take your place." Director E, I was just saying that. I didn't really mean that. Chu Chen explained quickly. He had just hoped that Shen Xiu could take the role of Tang Xiaoqi for the sake of the company. But instead of helping, he got himself sold out too. Actors are always available in the entertainment industry. What you can do can easily be found, Ian said with a serious face. So he was trying to negotiate with him when he only had a few small achievements. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and understood that it was hopeless for him to strive any longer. Then he turned to Fu Shi, who was playing with his phone. You are dominating the industry only because you have the Fu family. The investors thought Shi was the fitting role, mostly because he had Fu's enterprise behind his back. Fu Shi shrugged and said, well, I was just born well. Having lost the role, Chu Chun slammed the door as he left. When no one was paying attention, Fu Shi winked at Mu Weiwei naughtily. My God, Chu Chun is gaining so much popularity right now. Are you trying to get yourself cursed by his fans? Jolin was very annoyed by this impulsive boss. They had had to decline many other invitations when he came up with the idea of taking on this role. No one is going to beat up my army. Fu Shi was not scared at all. Jolin had nothing to say. His fans had been so good at arguing with others that they had become the most combative group in the entire industry. The executive director was very satisfied with the roles, so he said, since everything is settled, we can do the signing soon. We are doing the principal shooting next week, and we will inform you of the specific times. Jolin was just talking with them when Fu Shi asked Mu Weiwei to come with him. Jolin, you can go back to the company by yourself. I need to present her to someone. Mu Weiwei followed him into the elevator and said, thanks, Third Master. We are a family, no need to thank me. Fu Shi smiled brightly. Fu Shi got into the car and said, get in with me. I am going back home too. He had not dared to return home for months, after he had irritated his brother. Mu Weiwei followed him in, and on the way home, Fu Hanjun called her. All went well with the audition? It was okay. You should take a rest now. You slept too late last night. Fu Hanjun reminded her with a mild voice. I am on my way home. Hearing the way she was talking, Fu Shi said quickly, give me the phone. I need to speak with my brother. Third Master needs to talk with you. Mu Weiwei turned on the speaker and gave it to Fu Shi. Brother, let me tell you. I arrived just in time to save my sister-in-law's role. Also, I stole the male lead role too. In this way, you will never need to worry about sister-in-law falling in love with anyone during the film shooting. Do you think I am your best friend? The man ruthlessly hung up after listening to Fu Shi. Mu Weiwei squinted at Fu Shi. So he was just there to steal the role? When they returned to Jinxiu compound, they were just in time for lunch. Mu Weiwei finished her lunch and slept for more than 2 hours. When she woke up again, she continued with her studies. Fu Shi played games on his phone for the entire afternoon, and when Fu Shiqin returned home from work, he asked him to join him. Since Fu Hanjun went out for a banquet, the three were alone for dinner and they made a spicy hot pot. They three were just eating happily when Su Qin made a call. Fu Shiqin picked it up and gave it to Mu Weiwei after a few words. I don't know, just ask her. Mu Weiwei took it over and asked, what is wrong, Mr. Su? President Fu seems to have a stomachache again. Have you got medicine at home? Su Qin said. There is still some left. Mu Weiwei said and added, is it serious? He has been very busy these past few days, and he has not eaten or rested well. He barely ate lunch, and now he is at the banquet on an empty stomach. It seems that he is suffering. Mu Weiwei frowned. She understood that he always worked very late, but she had not expected that he would skip meals in the daytime. No wonder he always had problems with his stomach. When are you coming back? In an hour. Su Qian estimated. Mu Weiwei ended the call and looked at Fu Shiqin. Why didn't you ask your brother to eat on time? He is working too hard. I have food delivered to his table, but he is always too busy to notice it. You think that I should feed him? Fu Shiqin felt wronged. Fu's enterprise was vast, and it was quite normal that his brother would forget about meals. The thing was neither he nor Su Qian could persuade him. You have to talk to him. You are his girlfriend. Fu Shi took a sip of wine and reminded her with a teasing smile. Mu Weiwei ignored these two men, put down the chopsticks and went to the fridge for vegetables. Then she headed towards the kitchen. So Su Qian said that he barely ate lunch and dinner, but he still could not eat the hot pot. However, the servants were gone, so she had to make dinner for him on her own. An hour later, Su Qian drove Fu Hanjing home, and he also gave him some files that he needed to go through tonight. Before Su Qian left, he told her, Miss Weiwei, please give the medicine to President Fu. Mu Weiwei nodded, poured a cup of water, and knocked on the door of the study with the tablets. Come in. Mu Weiwei opened the door and entered. Her face sank when she saw him dealing with work files. Here is your medicine. Fu Hanjing took the medicine with the water and raised his eyebrows at the sight of her displeased face. Are you upset? Do you want porridge? Fu Hanjing loosened his tie and continued to bend over the desk. I have some urgent files to deal with. You better rest. I cooked the porridge for an hour. Mu Weiwei said with a serious face. Fu Hanjing looked at her sideways and smiled helplessly. He closed the files and stood up. I am feeling a bit hungry now. Mu Weiwei served him a bowl of porridge and presented him with a bowl of toasted pumpkin. Yam porridge and pumpkins are both good for your stomach. Fu Hanjing took a look at the porridge and smiled brightly. What? Are you laughing at? Mu Weiwei looked at him in a strange way. He had been a serious man and his smile looked a bit weird. I am just happy that my girlfriend has started to care about me. Since when did I stop caring about you? She felt a bit guilty when she said these words. Because she truly did not care much about him. Fu Hanjing smiled without saying a word. He took a spoonful of the porridge and felt less tired. Anything else you want? I was in a hurry. Mu Weiwei asked. He drove her to school and back home every single day. Last time she was on her period and he even took care of her for a few days too. Today, she was paying him back. Fu Hanjing looked at the concerned girl and nodded. Yes. What is it? Mu Weiwei asked. Fu Hanjing said with a smile on his face. You. Compared to these dishes, she looked even more delicious. Embarrassed, Mu Weiwei said, I need to study now. She should not have cooked him porridge. She should have left him alone when he was suffering from his stomach ache. Why should she care about him? Fu Hanjing took a hold of her hand. Please, sit down with me. I can't eat alone. Mu Weiwei gritted her teeth, but still did not leave him alone. She went into her bedroom and grabbed the book, sat down opposite him, and started to study whilst keeping him company over food. You should eat on time. Fu Hanjing got startled. I was very busy today, but I will try from tomorrow onwards. Not trying, you must. Mu Weiwei said seriously with a serious face. Fu Hanjing chuckled and nodded as he watched the girl's expression. All right, all right. His girlfriend seemed extremely lovely today. She did not want to care about him, but she could not help but care for him. Mu Weiwei tried to persuade him more when she saw him agreeing with her. And no more wine for the next few months. Stomach aches were the most difficult to truly fix. If he drank any more wine, nothing would help him. Fu Hanjing agreed with her as he smiled brightly. Sure, I will obey your orders. He finished dinner and went back to his bedroom, only to find Fu Shi lying in his bed. Then he knocked at Fu Shiqin's bedroom with a sunken face. You, get that man off my bed. Mu Weiwei just finished washing the dishes when she saw two men following Fu Hanjing into the room with weird faces. Only now did she realize that Fu Shi had thought that his brother's room was his own after dinner. Fu Shiqin helped him up, but Fu Shi burped and puked on the bed. Brother, what about him sleeping in your bed? He has puked too much for you to sleep there. Mu Weiwei frowned. Fu Shi did drink some wine at dinner, but it was not that much, was it? What made him so drunk? Fu Shiqin patted his brother who had a sunken face as he asked discreetly, "What about you? Sleeping in my bedroom? It is not that clean." Fu Hanjing was even more annoyed. "Didn't I tell you that you should not come here too often when you don't have anything to do here?" Fu Shiqin pointed at the drunk Fu Shi and said, "He wanted to come here. He has not come home for months." Mu Weiwei thought for a while and suggested with a small voice, "What about sleeping in my bedroom?" Fu Hanjing was surprised and his eyebrows raised. Fu Shiqin lost his words at that moment. Was she inviting his brother to sleep with her? I mean you can sleep in my room and I can sleep on the sofa. Mu Weiwei explained quickly. "No thanks, I have tons of work to do." Fu Hanjing left the room and started to deal with work in the study. The two had just left when Fu Shiqin closed the door and tossed the napkin box upon the bed. "Wipe the puke off." Fu Shi, who had just been very drunk, stood up suddenly and said proudly, "See, that is what a helper is called, all right? And you only know how to be the third wheel. Then continue with your work, don't expose yourself." Fu Shiqin said, opened the door and decided to sleep in his own bedroom. But the moment he came out of the bedroom, he saw Mu Weiwei getting ready for the night on the sofa with a blanket and pillow in her arms. "What's wrong with sharing the bedroom with my brother? Are you afraid that he will eat you up?" So third master had tried so hard to put on a show so that his brother could sleep in her bedroom, but she had truly come out to sleep on the sofa. Mu Weiwei put the pillow down and went into the bathroom to wash herself. "I really am afraid that he will eat me up, all right?" At midnight, Fu Hanjing finished the work and came out of the study. Then he found that she was really fast asleep on the sofa, curled up. He carefully carried the girl back into the bedroom and then went to fetch his own pajamas from his own bedroom. The moment he opened the door, he saw Fu Shiqin playing a game in full spirit. Seeing him coming in, Fu Shi said with a very happy smile despite him sitting in the bed, "Brother, you should thank me for giving you such a great opportunity." Fu Hanjing fetched the clothes and said expressionlessly, "No more of such a thing next time. So you better drive away second brother, he can do nothing other than being the third wheel." Fu Shi put down the phone and patted his own chest. "But I am different. I am helpful and I can help you get the chance of having the girl every single day." Fu Hanjing squinted at him. "Are you so free? Brother, in 2 months' time, sister-in-law is going to be in the crew and after the film is shot, she will need to travel around to do the promotion of the film. Do you think that you are able to see her so often every single day?" Fu Shi reminded him kind-heartedly. Fu Hanjing left after he found the clothes and said, when he was about to leave, "Your things are in the underground storage." "Oh, I knew that you were my brother," Fu Shi said as he hopped off the bed, getting ready to fetch his treasures back. He had left the company and ran away, and his brother then confiscated all of the sports goods he had collected and gave them, as well as the game company he started, to second master. He had thought that he would never be able to get his treasures back. After washing himself up, Fu Hanjing got himself dressed in pajamas and creeped into Mu Weiwei's bed carefully. He lowered his head and kissed the girl's forehead carefully and then fell asleep in satisfaction. Mu Weiwei was a heavy sleeper. She did not know that she had been moved from the sofa to the bed, and she had been dreaming happily throughout the entire night. Fu Hanjing normally got up early, but for some reason, he did not get up today even when he woke up. Instead, he had one hand against his head, staring at the sleeping girl with a gentle look. A long while later, the alarm rang. Mu Weiwei got up to press down the alarm with squinted eyes, and then climbed back to Fu Hanjing drowsily. As she pressed down the alarm, she saw the handsome man under her and said with a bitter face, "Ah, why are you in my dream again?" Fu Hanjing raised his eyebrows. So she had dreamt about him before. He brushed away her hair and tried to charm her with a low voice. "What did you dream of me?" Mu Weiwei slumped down on his chest and was drowsily thinking over the question when Fu Shiqin banged on the door. "Brother, we are late for the morning meeting." Mu Weiwei jerked upright. Then she looked back down at this laid-back and beautiful man. She let out a dry laugh, rolled herself away, and went out of bed to put on her slippers. She did remember going to sleep on the sofa. So what was she doing in bed? Fu Hanjing got up in a relaxed manner and reminded her, get dressed, and eat breakfast. You shouldn't be late for school. Having said this, he left and closed the door. Brother, the morning meeting. Fu Shiqin urged as he saw him coming out and stuffed his breakfast into his mouth. Before he finished the words, he saw his brother squinting at him. Startled, he was almost suffocated by the steamed dumplings. He felt that his brother was not being very friendly to him. Mu Weiwei got dressed, washed herself in the bathroom, grabbed her bag, and ran off without breakfast. Fu Hanzheng came out of the room, ate his breakfast, and was about to leave when the servant came over with a lunchbox. Master, Mississippi Mu has asked you to bring this with you. Fu Shiqin took it and opened the box. It was yam porridge in the second layer and fried thick omelette with some other stomach-friendly vegetables, as well as a box of stomach medicine. When did she make it? Maybe last night. She said that you could just warm it at lunchtime. She just texted me. Fu Hanjing squinted at Fu Shiqin and warned, "Take it and don't eat it." It was almost 1 at lunchtime. Fu Hanzheng was still in a meeting with a group of top managers, discussing several significant projects with the Wilson Group. Everyone was starving, but no one dared to utter a sound. It was not until when Fu Hanjing's phone rang did he pause the meeting and pick up the phone. "I got some food ready for you last night. Did you bring it with you this morning?" "Yes." Fu Hanjing replied gently. The top managers, who had just felt relieved, looked scared at their boss on the phone. He who had looked so cold and annoyed suddenly had a different voice and expression on the phone. This was a voice like a spring breeze in March, sounding very different from the one he used at the meeting a minute ago. Could it have been the mysterious girlfriend of the president they had talked about? "Did you eat it then?" Mu Weiwei asked. She called, because she was worried about him. "I will eat it soon." Fu Hanjing sounded a bit guilty. "And the stomach medicine? Do remember to take it too." Mu Weiwei reminded him. Without anyone reminding him, he would have forgotten about the medicine. "Okay." Fu Hanjing answered with a smile and asked, "What about you? Have you eaten your food yet?" "I'm in the middle of it," Mu Weiwei said and repeated seriously again. "No matter what you are doing, do remember to eat the food and medicine first." "I get it. Be sure to come home early this afternoon," Fu Hanjing said helplessly and ended the call. The top managers looked at the president, who had never once shown a smile, dumbfoundedly. He was smiling sweetly, and they could never believe what they had seen. Fu Hanjing checked the time. "Lunch first. Let's continue in half an hour." The break time was very short. Lunch was normally delivered to the office so that they could continue with the meeting after lunch. The top managers were so hungry that they started to eat very quickly. Su Qian carried the paper bag in and placed the Heko Kitty lunchbox and a box of stomach medicine in front of Fu Hanjing. "Boss, here is your lunch and medicine." Fu Hanjing nodded, drank the medicine, and then opened up the lunchbox. It was a yam porridge with orange skin, a dish of wok vegetables, and a dish of steamed pumpkin, as well as several lovely shaped rice orb in the lunchbox. The top managers looked at his lunch dumbfoundedly, and one of them even dropped his blazed meat orb. Was this a lunch for children? Only Fu Shiqin did not find it strange. He bent over his lunch and did not even bother to take a look at it. "Second master, what is President eating?" A director next to Fu Shiqin asked curiously. "Lunch. I know it is lunch. Where did he get it?" The director was still looking at the exquisite and lovely lunch. Fu Shiqin swallowed a mouthful of rice, took a look, and said, "It's his girlfriend's care box." Several top managers finally realized what had made the president so happy today. He did not even throw a temper at the 3 drawbacks of the plan in the morning, but instead asked them to adjust the mistakes. Incredibly friendly. So the director tugged at Fu Shiqin's sleeves and suggested, "Second master, for everyone's sake, please ask President's girlfriend to make him a lunchbox every day, all right?" As long as the boss was in a good mood, they would always have a wonderful day. They were just in the middle of dreaming about the beautiful future when the door of the meeting room was pushed open. Meng Ruya, who was dressed in a white professional suit, came in with a lunchbox and came straight over to Fu Hanjing. "President Fu, Aunt has taught me how to make your favorite soup. Please try it," she said as she removed Fu Hanjing's porridge. Within one moment, Fu Hanjing was extremely annoyed. "Put the porridge down." His voice sounded so cold that people just could not help but feel creeped out by it. Startled, Meng Ruya, either accidentally or purposefully, dropped the porridge. Fu Hanjing looked sideways and stared at the porridge all over the floor, looking so lethal that the air of the meeting room was filled with cold anger. But Ming Ruya did not realize how serious it was. She picked up the lunchbox and placed it upon the table and opened her own as she said, "You have been very busy, and it is not very good for you to eat such boring porridge. Aunt said that you barely go home these days, so she taught me how to blaze the soup. Try it. Maybe I am not as good as Aunt." Without looking at the soup in front of him, Fu Hanjing said with suppressed anger, "Take your things and get out." Fu Hanjing had refused to help her when Ming Ruya ran into the MG matter, so she had to make the compensation herself. So now, she had to try her best to enhance their relationship. She had tried so hard to become his wife, and she was not going to give the position to anyone else. President Fu, the soup was blazed for hours, much better than a bowl of boring porridge. Please drink it, then I can tell Aunt about it. Fu Hanjing already looked extremely cold. The top managers who had not touched their food suddenly ceased their movements in fear. Ming Ruya was causing them trouble. President was in a good mood today because of his girlfriend's lunchbox. But now she was here smashing the porridge. They were not going to have an easy time this afternoon. Standing there, Ming Ruya could tell that Fu Hanjing was displeased. But she did not know why dropping a bowl of boring porridge would make him so annoyed. "If you like porridge, I can get you porridge tomorrow. But don't eat such boring porridge anymore. It is bad for you." Fu Shiqin understood that something was wrong, so he informed Su Qian to come and clear up the situation. Su Qian came in and poured the soup into her lunchbox, put the lid on and said, "Please, Manager Ming, please leave." Fu Hanjing snapped, "Give the box to the patrol dogs." "President Fu, that is just a bowl of porridge." Ming Ruya's face twisted. She got up before dawn and spent the entire morning and afternoon blazing the soup. He might not need to accept it, but he had humiliated her in front of the top managers. The director of the planning department urged Su Qian to bring the woman out. Just a bowl of porridge? An ordinary bowl of porridge? That was made by boss girlfriend. One that was full of love. A tool that could save all of them from being lectured. Also, don't let Manager Ming appear on this floor again, apart from to-do work tasks. Fu Hanjing ordered, leaving no space for her to feel sorry. Ming Ruya walked out of the meeting room in tears and saw Su Qian truly giving the soup to the assistant, so the soup could be fed to the dogs. "Manager Ming, you must have heard what the president said, so please don't embarrass us." Shivering in anger, Ming Ruya walked into the elevator and understood that the lunchbox was not from the delivery. Could it have been because of that woman? Rumors went around saying that Fu Hanjing bought a ring and was about to propose to that woman. Because of MG, she had not had the time to keep track of it. Now, it was time to move that BTCH out of the way. Without a doubt, the entire afternoon's meeting was very depressing. Every top manager stayed anxious and did not utter a sound. The affable and kind president was gone, and he was again the workaholic who made everyone miserable. So everyone decided to hate Ming Ruya, who had ruined the president's mood. It was 7 p.m. when Fu Hanjing's phone rang. He finished speaking and checked his phone. "Are you coming home for dinner or attending a banquet?" He replied quickly, "Home." 1 minute later, the girl texted again, "Then let's eat noodles tonight. Good for your stomach." Fu Hanjing's cold lips raised. "Okay, you decide." When the top managers saw him smiling, they suddenly felt so moved that they almost burst into tears. Fu Shiqin rolled his eyes and complained inwardly, "A man in love, so fickle." The meeting lasted until 8 p.m., and then Fu Hanjing dismissed the meeting. For the first time, he did not ask the staff to amend the plans or work overtime. Su Qian checked through the schedule and reminded him, "Boss, in half an hour, you have a banquet with SV Group." Fu Hanjing squinted at Fu Shiqin and said, he will go. He had promised to eat dinner with her and not to drink any wine, so of course he would turn down going to the banquet. Fu Shiqin and Su Qian went to attend the banquet, and he left for home alone. The moment he returned to Jinxiu compound, he ran into Fu Shi, who had just finished a commercial shooting. Seeing his own brother coming into the elevator with a bunch of roses, Fu Shi could not help but twitch his lips. Was he here to help the two, or watch them show off their love? Fu Hanjing entered the apartment and saw the girl, who was working over the homework, on the sofa. He approached her and gave her the flowers. "Thank you for your lunch." Startled, Mu Weiwei took the flowers and said, "Thanks, but don't buy any more roses in the future. I don't like them that much." She was trying to come up with an idea of how to break up with him, but he acted as if they were really in a relationship. Fu Hanjing frowned. He remembered that she had liked roses before. "Then what do you like?" Mu Weiwei thought for a while and said, "Chinese wisteria, in large patches. This flower is not for sale, so he could not possibly buy a bouquet for her." Having said those words, she put the flowers into a vase and put them in the living room as decoration. "Look at this. This is Chinese wisteria, and the language of the flower is your persistence is my happiest moment." Fu Shi had searched the flowers of Chinese wisteria for him and gave him the information. But flower stores don't sell the flowers. Fu Hanjing thought for a moment and then went to answer the call in the study after his phone rang. When he had finished the call, Mu Weiwei had already finished the noodles and put the bowl down in the dining room. The servants had already made the noodles and the soup this afternoon, and all she needed to do was boil the noodles and finish the job within a couple of minutes. Fu Shi put a spoonful of chill into the bowl and ate as he said, "My brother needs your help in regaining his health." He said that he doesn't have a good stomach, liver, or kidney. Before he finished his words, he instantly changed them when he saw Fu Hanjing glaring at him. "No, I mean, his kidneys are great. Nothing else is good." "All right, he was a man and his kidneys should be good." Mu Weiwei sized up Fu Hanjing, who stayed silent. Was he that sick? In the following days, President Fu continually ate the lunchbox, just as he had wished for a very long time. After dinner, Fu Hanjing received a call and went back into the study and worked for a very long time. Mu Weiwei made the lunchbox for him and rested when she went back into the study. Early in the morning, the four of them got up. They ate breakfast and someone to work and someone to school. Mu Weiwei needed to take the bus to school, so she didn't follow them into the garage, but instead walked through the garden to the bus stop. The moment she exited the building, she was startled by the Chinese wisteria, which looked like patches of clouds. When she had returned from school the day before, the garden was not like this. Was she dreaming or? Standing below the Chinese wisteria, she turned around to see the man who was smiling elegantly. "This, you like it?" Fu Hanjing approached and asked with a chuckle. Fu Shi and Fu Shiqin were also leaving, and after seeing their brother following Mu Weiwei, they went over to him curiously. They too felt heartbroken when they saw the changed garden. This was not a garden for them, but an overbearing display of love for them. "No wonder he gave me so much work last night so that I barely slept." He was instructing someone to do this in the study. Fu Shiqin was so annoyed that he wanted to cry. He was instructing people to rebuild a stupid garden, so he, the brother, had to work throughout the entire night. And now, he was showing off his love in front of him. Fu Shi squinted at his brother's bitter expression and sang in a sneering tone, "Oh, look at how they are showing off their love, so that we are driven to tears." It seemed that their cold and serious brother had learned how to flirt with a girl. Mu Weiwei looked at the Chinese wisteria and walked under the branches, showing a very complicated look on her face. She said that she liked Chinese wisteria because she didn't want him to buy her any more flowers, not because she wanted him to plant Chinese wisteria in the garden. "You will disturb the neighbors. Don't worry, we are the only ones living in this building." Fu Shi explained it in his brother's place. They would not allow anyone to share the place they wanted to live. Fu Hanjing asked again, "You like it?" Mu Weiwei looked up at the Chinese wisteria and said, "Yes." She had to say yes for his efforts. Fu Hanjing reached out for a flower and gave it to her. "It's good that you like it." Fu Shi shouted happily, "Kiss him if you like it." Mu Weiwei flushed out of shyness. "Oh well, it's getting late. You should leave too." Fu Hanjing sighed out of disappointment as if he had been seriously injured. "Your boyfriend spent the whole night preparing you your present, and you are so sure that you won't give him a reward?" Fu Shiqin rolled his eyes. "You spent the whole night pleasing your girl, but I spent the whole night dealing with work. Have you ever thought about your own brother?" Mu Weiwei saw the man who had leaned forward, asking for a reward, and started to vividly blush. But with Fu Shiqin and his brother around, she couldn't just kiss him. Fu Hanjing squinted, and Fu Shi turned around as he turned Fu Shiqin around too. "We can't see you now, kiss now, or we will all be late." The fragrance of the flowers was spreading across the garden, and as the warm sunshine shone through the Chinese wisteria branches, it graced the figures of the two people standing underneath. The man looked handsome and cold, and his thin lips were pulled into a gentle smile as he looked at the girl expectantly. Mu Weiwei pursed her lips and thought inwardly, it is not going to be the first time kissing him anyways. She took a deep breath, stood on her tiptoes, and approached that man's smiling lips. Due to the large height difference, she did not reach his lips even when she stood on her tiptoes. With a second's pause, she looked at the handsome face that was close to her in embarrassment. Fu Hanjing chuckled and lowered his head to kiss the girl's soft lips. It was a gentle and continuous kiss. Mu Weiwei felt her heart skipping a beat, and for a second, she felt a little bit dizzy. Was it her heart or Mu Weiwei's heart that was beating so fast in this moment? After a short while, Fu Hanjing released her lips unwillingly as he touched her supple hair. Be careful. Mu Weiwei came back to herself and dashed off. She wished that time could go faster, so that she could start the film shoot that was happening after the exams as soon as possible. If she continued to live here and spend her days being flirted with by this man, it would be very difficult for her to endure so calmly. Seeing her leaving, Fu Hanjing went back to the car and headed towards work in a good mood. Fu Shiqin was furiously driving the car after he was forced to work overnight and witness his brother's love show. So she liked Chinese wisteria, and you made the garden full of the flowers. What if she said she liked the stars in the heavens? Are you also going to buy a spaceship and fly there to get one for her? Fu Hanjing was going through the files delivered to him last night and said indifferently, why not, if she likes it? Fu Shiqin felt that he was severely damaged inside, and he failed to utter a single word in reply. Fu Hanjing was just reading the files when his phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was a message from Fu Shi, who had sent him 3 pictures. One was when he plucked the Chinese wisteria and gave it to her. One was when she stood on her toes and failed to kiss him, and the last was when he lowered his head and kissed her. Each of the pictures was well taken. Brother, look, am I your best brother? Fu Hanjing looked at the 3 pictures repeatedly and saved them into his own phone album. Then he replied with a yes to Fu Shi. When Mu Weiwei came up to the school, her face looked flushed, and Luo Qianqian and Jiqing asked in surprise, what happened to your face? Are you having a fever? Mu Weiwei touched her own face. Is it really red? Look. Jiqing brought out her small hand mirror for her to check. Mu Weiwei laughed dryly. It's probably because I ran too fast and got too hot. She wondered if it was because her soul was reborn in Mu Weiwei, so that she kept feeling bothered by Fu Hanjing's sweet words these past few days. What are you holding? Luo Qianqian saw the bunches of blue and purple flowers and asked curiously. Mu Weiwei took a look at it and realized that she had brought with her the flowers that Fu Hanjing had plucked down for her to school. She must have been feeling really dizzy. She saw the dustbin next to her, but eventually put the flowers into her pocket after some contemplation. The art test results are out today. I am so nervous. Jiqing said. You must have done a good job, I am sure. Mu Weiwei chuckled. Jiqing took a hold of her arm and said, then let's go and celebrate when the result comes out this afternoon. Let's celebrate after the college entrance examination. We need to revise in the next few days. Luo Qianqian said. Mu Weiwei agreed. Apart from revising, Mu Weiwei had to read the script of The Long Wind. After all, she had never really been a big fan of wuxia movies or novels before. The 3 girls had just entered the campus when a very handsome man popped up out of nowhere with a bunch of roses. Mu Weiwei, please be my girlfriend. Ever since the livestream competition last time, Mu Weiwei often received many love letters and presents. Sometimes, she would run into people who made confessions to her right there and then. But without saying a word, Luo Qianqian's face had already sunk, and she reached over to pinch the boy's ears. Xielin, are you running away from classes to confess your love? Please, release me, cousin. The boy suddenly lost all of his handsomeness after having his ears pinched by Luo Qianqian. Mu Weiwei thought of what Luo Qianqian said about her cousin who had helped with the voting, and it seemed that Xielin must be that very man. Xielin complained after he was released. It's your fault. You did not give the love letters, so I have to come to express my feelings in person. After the live stream, he had written many love letters, yet his cousin had never delivered one for him. So he had to ask for leave so that he could come to Yingxing High School to express his love. I will call your mother right now, Luo Qianqian threatened. My mom says that as long as the girl is pretty, then early love is allowed, Xiaolin said proudly. Teeth clenched, Luo Qianqian found that the mother and the son were really similar to each other. Xiaolin passed Luo Qianqian and came to her side. Mu Weiwei, please be my girlfriend. Mu Weiwei laughed dryly. Thank you for your help last time. Then be my girlfriend. Xiaolin continued before she could say anything more. Luo Qianqian grabbed his phone and said as she stood behind his back, I will count to 3. If you don't get out of here, I will send the pictures of you dressed in girls' clothes to your fan club. Xiaolin glared at his cousin, standing behind him. Luo Qianqian, are you my cousin or not? 3. Luo Qianqian, I will break all ties with you. 2. Seeing that she was being serious, Xiaolin pointed at Luo Qianqian and dashed off with the flowers still in his arms. Soon, he disappeared from sight. Seeing him running away, Luo Qianqian smiled coldly. Let's go. Don't mind him. He was just a stay-at-home gamer who did not need a girlfriend. The 3 of them were heading towards the classroom when Ji-chung said happily, Did you guys see the school forum? Weiwei has been voted as the best-looking girl of Yingxing now. Isn't that Zhou Lina's title? Luo Qianqian asked. Zhou Lina was voted for by herself and her fans, but Weiwei was voted for by the guys. Ji-chung said as she brought up the forum page and showed it to them. Mu Weiwei barely appeared in school after she was transferred here, so not many people knew about her. But after defeating Zhou Meiqin in piano and Zheng Yuan in ballet, she was now the best-looking girl in the view of the guys at Yingxing High School. And she is now also the enemy of every girl, Mu Weiwei said with a smile. She was getting more and more love letters these days, and there were more girls regarding her as the enemy. They are just jealous. Ji-chung snorted. Mu Weiwei had just taken a seat after she entered the classroom, when a blonde, tall girl wearing multiple earrings came into the classroom with several others and said to her fiercely, So you are Mu Weiwei? Mu Weiwei replied impatiently, Yeah? The blonde-haired girl squinted at her and then snorted. Stay behind after school. Sure enough, just before Mu Weiwei was about to leave the campus, the blonde-haired girl with some other girls stopped her. I told you not to run after school. Ji-chung and Luo Qianqian understood that they were in danger. They then asked as they exchanged glances, Weiwei, who are they? They were not actually worried about Weiwei's safety. After all, Mu Weiwei saved them last time from the kidnappers. Don't know. Mu Weiwei said. You may not know me, but you may know Chung Hao from Class 5. He is my sister's boyfriend. Shame on you. Blonde-haired girl snorted fiercely. Luo Qianqian thought for a moment and then said with a low whisper, I know. One of the love letters you asked me to throw away is from Cheng Hao. Mu Weiwei never took a look at the letters in her desk. Of course, she was not stealing anyone's boyfriend. What was more, Cheng Hao was not even half as good-looking as her gamer cousin. The blonde girl cursed fiercely. If you are not the one going around seducing guys, no men would be charmed by you. Nowadays, all the guys on the campus crowned her as the best-looking girl in Yingxing on the school forum. Mu Weiwei stopped Ji-chung, who was about to lunge at their opponents, gave her bag to Luo Qianqian and whispered to her before then saying, It is not a good place for a conversation. Let's find somewhere else quieter to talk. Seeing that she wanted to leave with the gang, Ji-chung wanted to follow her when Luo Qianqian stopped her. When Mu Weiwei went into the quiet forest with the gang, another girl stepped out and stood by the blonde girl and said proudly, Mu Weiwei, kneel down and apologize to me. Why should I? Mu Weiwei snorted. You charmed my boyfriend, and you must apologize. The girl was so furious that she wanted to grab her hair. Mu Weiwei dodged sideways, stretched out a foot and tripped the girl over, who consequently fell against the trees. Her nose started to bleed heavily. With her hands over her nose and mouth, the girl bellowed furiously, How dare you hit me? Seeing that her sister was injured, the blonde girl reached out to claw her face, but Mu Weiwei dodged her easily too. The moment she dodged, she gave a kick to her knees and the blonde girl flopped onto the ground unsteadily. Furious, the blonde girl pulled out a blade from her pants pocket as she stood on her feet. You are seducing guys with that face of yours. I will ruin your face so you have nothing to show off. Mu Weiwei took 2 steps backwards and the blonde girl bellowed at her friends, Get her. That girl who wanted to force her to kneel down lunged at her and took hold of one of her arms, as other girls came lunging at her too. The blonde-haired girl approached with the knife, and the moment the knife swung down, Mu Weiwei suddenly got rid of the holds on her. That knife did not connect with her face, but on the arm of the girl who was holding her. The sharp blade ripped through the clothes, making her bleed. The blonde-haired girl panicked and dropped the blade. At this moment, Lu Jin, the director, arrived from around the corner. "What are you doing?" Together with Lu Jin came Zhu Xiaoqin and two girls, who all pointed at Mu Weiwei and said, "Director Lu, we saw Mu Weiwei in a fight with someone else." Hearing the words, Lu Jin glanced at Mu Weiwei strictly. "Mu Weiwei, and everyone else come to my office." The injured student went to the school hospital, and Mu Weiwei and other girls went to the office. Without asking anything, Lu Jin lectured her directly. "Mu Weiwei, we are at school. This is not a place for you to start a fight, and now you are injuring people with a blade. We must call your parents." "I didn't use the blade, and I did not injure anyone," Mu Weiwei said with a sunken face. The blonde girl and her friends said together, "You did it, and you dare to deny it. You hit people after stealing Chen Ying's boyfriend. You are truly speaking highly of me when 8 of you are against me." Mu Weiwei snorted. "Director Lu, Mu Weiwei hit people. I was watching all the time when Zhu Xiaoqin came to get you." The girl pointed out, standing next to Zhu Xiaoqin. Mu Weiwei let out a sigh, feeling speechless. "So she was going to be wrongfully accused. Why are you still denying it when so many people witnessed your attack?" Lu Jin struck the table furiously. "I did not hit anyone," Mu Weiwei said calmly. "I just kicked." "No more words. Call your parents here and write me a self-examination paper. No one is allowed to go home until the paper is done." Lu Jin did not believe what she said. He was sure that she had hurt the girl when every witness present testified against her. Zhu Xiaoqin laughed proudly at the sight of this. This girl had made Lina very upset, and now everyone was testifying against her. Then later on, the Li family could just donate a few buildings to the school after Lina's aunt gave the go-ahead. Mu Weiwei would be heavily punished even if she was not expelled. The Film Academy had strict admission rules, and if the applicant made mistakes at school, she would not be accepted either, although she might have good results in art tests and other subjects. Ji Cheng and Luo Qianqian rushed in seeing Mu Weiwei being wronged. "Director Lu, Weiwei did not do anything. These girls came to her first and the blade was theirs. You are her friend. Of course you are defending her, but so many people have seen her picking the fight and someone is now injured at the school hospital," Zhu Xiaoqin said. Mu Weiwei looked at the time and said directly, "Since you all think that I hit and injured people with the blade, then call the police. Let the police check the fingerprints on the blade, then we will see who owns the blade." "Police?" The blonde girl's face turned pale. Seeing Mu Weiwei denying the mistake and insisting on calling the police, Lu Jin looked even worse. "Mu Weiwei, who do you think you are? You have no rights to do what you want. Call your parents now." Zhu Xiaoqin snorted. Mu Weiwei had no parents. Having spoken, Lu Jin heard Mu Weiwei's phone ringing. It was Fu Hanjing. "Why are you still not home?" The man's elegant and low voice rose. Mu Weiwei pursed her lips. "Still at school. Will be home late." Hearing her tone, Lu Jin reached out towards her and said, "Give me your phone. I will invite your parents to come here." "This is not." Before Mu Weiwei finished speaking, Lu Jin gripped hold of her phone and snapped. "Mu Weiwei's parents, right? Your child hit people here. You must come to the office." Fu Hanjing stayed silent for a minute and lowered his voice. "Is she injured?" Lu Jin was startled by the lethal voice of the man, losing his fierceness. "No, she injured someone else." "Okay, I will handle it." Fu Hanjing rang off. Mu Weiwei was very annoyed inwardly after taking back her phone from Lu Jin. That was her boyfriend, not her parent. Zhu Xiaoqin looked at Mu Weiwei suspiciously. As far as she knew, Li Jiaqing of the Longxing Enterprise had refused to regard her as his daughter. Everyone from the Mu family had died too. Who would be her parents? Mu Weiwei wasn't happy knowing that Lu Jin had asked Fu Hanjing to come to school as a parent. If he were really to come to school, then she would no longer be able to have a good time in school anymore. Luo Qianqian came over to her side and whispered, "I have called the police. They are on their way." There was a police station near the school, and within 10 minutes, they should be here. Mu Weiwei nodded and hoped that she could solve the matter before Fu Hanjing arrived. Zhou Lina must have been the one pulling the strings behind Zhu Xiaoqin's back in this framing scheme. She had expected to get her in trouble and leave a bad record on her school files or even get her expelled. In this way, she would not be able to make it into the film academy, but it was not very nice of her to frame her. 5 minutes later, 3 police officers came to the office and asked at the door. We got a call that told us a fight was going on at school, and a knife was involved. Who made the call? Luo Qianqian raised her hands and said, I did. Who injured people with the blade? One police officer glanced at the girls and asked. Zhu Xiaoqin and the blonde-haired girl were startled for a moment, yet still raised their hands and pointed at Mu Weiwei. It was her. She hurt people with the blade and injured us. Oh really? One of us hit all 8 of you. Ji Chung said ironically. Instead of fighting with others, Luo Qianqian said, as she pointed at the blonde girl. She brought her friends over to Mu Weiwei and stopped her from leaving school. She hurt the girl too. Luo Qianqian, we have witnessed Mu Weiwei holding the blade. You must not lie here. Zhu Xiaoqin said. As long as they all said that Mu Weiwei was the culprit, there was no way for her to turn the tables around. We can take the fingerprints on the blade and see who held it. The police officer said and asked about the blade. Lu Jin pointed at the blade that was covered in blood to the police officers, who ended up getting nothing from the handle. Only blood is there, no fingerprints. Ji Chung thought of Zhu Xiaoqin, who brought the blade here, and said furiously, It was you who erased the fingerprints on the way here. The police officers inquired about the wounded girl and said, Since the one who is wounded is not seriously injured and no fingerprints are on the blade's handle, it is very difficult for us to see who held the blade. So we will leave the case with the school. Hearing their words, Zhu Xiaoqin and her girls exchanged looks with one another and wore matching prideful expressions. Now Director Lu was already convinced that Mu Weiwei had started the fight, so Mu Weiwei wouldn't be able to escape the punishment if she was left at the mercy of the school. If Lina Zan insisted on it, then she could be expelled. I still have proof to show that I did not hurt anyone or hold the blade, Mu Weiwei said firmly. Seeing that there were no fingerprints on the blade, the blonde girl was no longer inwardly feeling fearful and snorted in a provoking tone. Then show the proof to the police, and we will see who was the real culprit. Yes, show us. Zhu Xiaoqin snorted with her chin raised up. The police would not help if there was no evidence. Mu Weiwei glanced at Luo Qianqian and showed a lethal smile. Qianqian, show them the proof. Luo Qianqian glanced at the prideful Zhu Xiaoqin and the other girls, and placed her phone upon Lu Jin's table. In the video that played on the phone, the blonde girl approached Mu Weiwei and ordered her gang to besiege her after she invited Mu Weiwei into the forest. In the video, it was not Mu Weiwei who sent the first punch or held the blade. It had always been her who was dodging the gang's attacks. Of course, Luo Qianqian also filmed the video clearly and accurately. The gang was only filmed from the hips upwards and avoided the motions of Mu Weiwei tripping them and kicking them. So in this way, Mu Weiwei was not fighting anyone. The 3 police officers said seriously after the video, Director Lu, the truth is very clear, and you must not wrongfully accuse anyone. When everyone else was testifying that Mu Weiwei was the criminal, they had turned out to be the culprits themselves after the video was shown. Lu Jin was dumbfounded too. He had tried to take advantage of the situation by lecturing her, especially because Mu Weiwei had embarrassed Zhou Lina, which in turn also embarrassed the school. But now Luo Qianqian had shown the video and slapped them right in the face. Zhu Xiaoqin gritted her teeth, losing the arrogance that she had held just a minute ago. They did not see Luo Qianqian before. How did she manage to take the video? Mu Weiwei turned to Lu Jin and said with a cold voice, Director Lu, can I leave now? She would not have tolerated, if not for the strict admission conditions of the film academy. Lu Jin felt very humiliated when he, a director of the school, got embarrassed by a student like Mu Weiwei. Mu Weiwei, we did wrongfully accuse you for the fighting, but you also needed to be lectured because you stay too close to the boys. More than one student had told him that Mu Weiwei and the boys stayed very close with one another. Mu Weiwei laughed mockingly and asked, just because they stuffed those stupid letters into my drawer, I am close to them? Those girls, undoubtedly, had made up lies in front of Lu Jin. If that means staying too close to boys, then Zhou Lina seems to have the same problem these past years too. Or maybe Qin LV, as he gets even more letters from girls too. Luo Qianqian countered. True, if that is a crime, then Zhou Lina and Qin LV should all receive punishment too to show fairness. Ji Cheng echoed. Wei Wei did not even read any of the letters before they were tossed into the dustbin. And they even said that she was very close to boys. Nonsense. You. Lu Jin was lost for words. Checking the time, Mu Weiwei asked impatiently. Anything else, Director Lu? Fu Hanzheng was on the way here. Lu Jin was not convinced and didn't want to let her go so easily, but he just couldn't find anything wrong with Mu Weiwei, so he became very annoyed. At that moment, a young man with glasses dressed in a suit came in with a briefcase and placed his business card on the table. I am Mu Weiwei's lawyer Jiang Yu. I will take over the case regarding what has happened today. Lawyer? Lu Jin took the business card and found that he turned out to be a lawyer of the biggest law firm in Hualand, Xinghe Law Firm. He looked at Mu Weiwei curiously. How was she able to afford a lawyer from Xinghe firm? My client has signed with an agency company, and regarding what happens today will affect the future of my client. So I will deal with the case through legal means. Agency company? Zhu Shaoqin became so jealous that she almost crushed her teeth. Mu Weiwei became very popular online after the live stream competition, and now she had shamelessly signed with an agency company after gaining popularity from the fall of Lina and Zheng Yuan.